Yo, 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 what's good? It is your host, Conscious TV. Child, when I tell y'all that a bitch is tired, girl, bitch is tired, girl, okay? But we got some things to get into tonight. So I want you guys to definitely thumbs up this video for me. Okay, it's all 24 of y'all in the building at the moment. So go ahead and give me a thumbs up. It won't cost you nothing, honey. Okay, I promise you, I ain't gonna ask you to borrow none of your food stamps, okay? None of your wick, okay? Just go ahead and just hit that thumbs up for me. If you're new here, definitely hit the subscribe button and everybody turn on your motherfucking notification bell, okay? So that you can keep up with all of the latest goddamn uploads. Nah, y'all know we got some church announcements to make first and foremost, girl. When I tell y'all I am tired, girl, I am tired. I really should not have gone live tonight, but I just want to come and give y'all a quick 1-2, girl. Talk about some things, okay? If I am incoherent as hell and all over the place, forgive me, okay? Me and my baby father, we watched King Kong and Godzilla last night. We was up all damn last night till about what, 5, 6s. Then I woke up around 9 or 10 and had to wash 3 loads of motherfucking clothes. Girl, when I tell you about the motherfucking side effects, bitch. The motherfucking side effects, bitch. Any type of domestic chore, girl, any type of domestic goddamn practice, girl, is a motherfucking side effect. When I tell you, bitch, washing 3 loads of goddamn clothes whooped my entire ass, girl, that by the time I got to the laundromat, got back home and had done wind it down, girl, that I had done looked like every bit of what the fuck I had done gone through, girl. I had done look like I had done looking like girl. I wasn't even looking like a man no more, girl. I had just looking like what I had been through, girl. I'm talking about, bitch, I had done sweated my braids out, girl. Bundles had done goddamn flat iron they damn selves on my head, girl. Girl, the straight unit had done turned into a motherfucking Malaysian curly unit, girl, by the time I was motherfucking done, girl. Girl, done getting dragged by washing these 3 loads of motherfucking clothes, girl. It was not a game. Girl. But I said, you know what? Let me get up here and do it. Because I probably ain't gonna feel like doing nothing tomorrow. Speaking of tomorrow, check out the not captivating, see, bitch, I told you I'm tired, bitch. The Gentlemen's Panel will be on Rebel Sun's platform tomorrow at 7:45 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We have quite an interesting docket, okay? So you guys definitely want to tune in, okay, over on Rebel Sun's platform. You guys know I always leave information in the motherfucking community feed, so be checking out the community feed, okay? I will be leaving a goddamn link. I'm down to my last towel, baby. Just Jean, watch it. What's going on, Nicole? Perspective? Oh my goodness, my iPhone been broke. I've been missing you. Girl, look, them iPhones. Get you an Android, girl. Team Android all day. You can drop Android about a solid 11th and a half times before you need to replace her, girl. Androids, they made out of that goddamn vibranium material, girl. See that fragile ass, illuminati ass iPhone? Girl, all it takes is to blow on that hole and you done shattered your whole goddamn screen, baby. So, just go ahead and make that graduation, girl. Go ahead and make that solid downgrade to the Android, girl. Don't believe the hype, Miss Nicole. What's going on, Hayes Way? What's going on, T. Trisha? Hi, Boo. What's going on, Biz Network? Hi, Gerson. Good night, Sugar. What's going on, Natasha? Sophia? Hey, everybody in the building. Now, I want to debut, honey. I want to debut a little commercial, girl. I want to shout out to Bubs to God. You guys know Bubs to God is my motherfucking disciple. He is also one of my closest compadres. Okay, I'll be carrying his goddamn baby soon, child. But we've been working on some things, okay, because I've been trying to get things in order for the channel. Okay, there's a bigger picture here happening on Conscious TV, girl. There's a reason why things are being stepped up to the next level, because we got some next level shit going on. So tonight I was gonna wait, but I just can't help myself, girl. I'm gonna go ahead and debut. You know what? No, I'm gonna debut. See, if you're in the Patreon, you already done seen the new intro for the platform, child. Okay. I'm tempted to give you guys the intro tonight, but I'm gonna wait. I'm going to motherfucking wait. For now, it's just gonna be a Patreon exclusive, and then I'm just gonna pull up on y'all ass at some point. Pull up on the rest of y'all asses at some point with the motherfucking new intro. The new intro is sickening, child. You know, I got my own original song, girl. It's just so cute. It's just so cute. I'm here for it. Also, this artwork you guys see, I'm living it. These are the new images for all of my social media handlers, girl. I'm living. So just shout out to the CTV team, girl, because we doing things. Shout out to the producers right now, girl. We doing things right now. Okay, so before I get into tonight's, well, nope, let's get straight into tonight's topics. So sitting here sweaty, pressed, tired, hungry, and full all at the same goddamn time, and all, girl. Let's talk about YouTube snatching content. So I ain't gonna go into too much detail, girl, because I really don't want YouTube trying it, girl. But yesterday I was in my Patreon and I had did a video about a particular topic, girl. And do you know that YouTube Miss YouTuber, girl, Miss YouTube Risha got motherfucking press, girl. It just got snatched by the commentary, girl. So she decided that my content needed to be motherfucking removed. Okay. And that if they had made a mistake, that I could appeal their asses and have a conversation with them. So what I'm going to do is not appeal a goddamn thing, okay? They issued a motherfucking warning shot. That's cute for you, Miss YouTuberisha. So what I'm going to do is just start going live exclusively from my Patreon platform, which has its own independent streaming service. And because girl, YouTube, I will be dragging your ass in Patreon. Oh, that's coming, girl. That's coming right into Patreon, girl. So if you guys not into Patreon, go ahead and sign the fuck up, bitch, because I'm going to be dragging Miss YouTuberisha right on to hell, baby. Right on to hell, girl. Because you girls got every type of motherfucking content up on this. You know what? Let me be cute. Let me be cute, girl. Let me be cute. YouTuberisha told me that my content, my video, that my commentary was misinformation, bitch, when I was quoting information directly from the CDC, bitch. I was quoting statistics and data, girl, directly from the database that they claim, okay? That they claim they approve of, okay? The sources that they cite as legit information sites, okay? It wasn't that what I was saying was misinformation. It was just that, girl, I was telling the other side of the motherfucking story that mainstream media is not telling about the situation that you girls got pressed about, Miss YouTuberisha. Okay, Miss YouTuberisha know what I mean, girl. And those who gonna be in the Patreon know exactly what the fuck I'm talking about too, girl. Okay, y'all just got pressed, bitch, because like any other content creator, girl, I don't get up here with cookie cutter ass content, girl. I tell the whole truth, girl. Yes, I take the L's, nail me to the cross. It is what it is. I don't give a fuck, bitch. I came to be revolutionary, girl. I came to challenge the motherfucking systems, girl. I know the powers of hell, girl, are going to come for the girl, but that is, I'm prepared for all that. So I'm going to drag you, not on your own platform, girl, but I'm going to drag you on another platform that will be happy to have me drag your motherfucking ass, girl. I'm going to drag your ass on your competitor's platform. That's what we're going to do, girl. Because you can stop me from talking here, but you can't stop me from talking there or everywhere else. So I'm going to take the warning. I'm going to adhere to it. And now I know how I need to scoot around your raggedy bootleg ass. All of that. Now, Lil Nas X tweets got exposed, girl. So, this is very interesting. I'm going to save his commentary for the end because, it's some interesting continuity going on here. So, with that being said, let's get into the Donnie McClurkin tea right quick. So, Donnie McClurkin done popped up in the motherfucking social medias, girl. He's making headlines again, girl. And we're not talking about the head that has no hairline on it, girl, but that he's making headlines, like news headlines again, girl. I want to play this clip, and then I want us to just have a short, brief conversation about it, okay? So let me share my screen here. Turn your volumes up, and let's talk about it. Conscious TV. Is this it? Is this it? Okay. So let's listen to this 1 minute clip, y'all.
I didn't know how to have the relationship. I didn't know really what a woman wanted. I've messed up more than I've had good. My past relationships were a sprinkling of everything, men and women. I don't know how to do this. And because of that, when things get rough, I go back into my safe place, my music and my ministry. I want to lay down next to somebody that's going to be with me for the rest of my life. I really do. I miss the fact that I did not have the family unit, that I could lay next to my spouse with my baby on my chest and be the quintessential dad that raises up a family like I saw in my dreams and I wanted in my heart. So never having a long-term relationship in my life and never being married, my things, I chalk that up. I'm gonna probably be alone for the rest of my life as far as our mate is concerned. Happiness is something that's relative. I've got joy. Joy is consistent. Happiness is based on what happens. But joy is a constant type of assurance that everything's gonna be okay.
Oh. I just want to hear this middle part again real quick, girl. Oh, never mind. There's a motherfucking ad. So you guys heard it there. Clarkland is feeling away or not feeling away about his lack of personal life. And, this is very interesting because, Donnie McClurkin has definitely made some interesting comments before. I think he thinks he's the male version of Kim Burrell in terms of the way that his goddamn homophobia is set up, girl. But, Miss Donnie McClurkin says that he's been delivered, okay, from homosexuality. And in this clip, he's talking about how he's going to spend the rest of his life alone. And he blames that on women being too complex to understand, when the real truth is that, girl, you don't want a woman, and it's okay, girl. I don't know why y'all want to keep blaming goddamn women for every goddamn thing, girl. So God decides that your nature is homosexual. You decide to let the church to tell you otherwise. And then the reason why you alone without child and beating your dick to 1980s porn still recorded on VHS tapes is because of women being crazy as hell and not knowing what the hell they want. I think women are clear about the fact that they want a motherfucking dick and a husband, bitch. It would seem that you're unclear two gender, two sex attracted swapping ass is the one who's unclear, girl. I just thought that Donnie Clerk had some mitigated gall, girl, talking about he don't know what women want because he just gets so goddamn confused and everything, and he just gets so goddamn shook and stuff, and he just can't figure it out because women just don't really, girl, really, girl, really, girl. The silent sisters of the pews, really, girl, really, girl. You know, I think it's sad. And interestingly enough, this is why Lil Nas X was giving a big fuck you to religion in his Montero Call Me by My Name video, okay? Because this is the type of fool-la-la that homosexual people put them damn selves through, trying to be straight, trying to get, be delivered from the quote-unquote lifestyle, trying to be what the church want them to be, and trying to be what their peers want them to be. And you know, unfortunately, you know what I will give Donnie McClurkin some props for is not dragging a woman into his mess. Shout out to Eddie Long. That's what I can say about Miss Kirkland, okay? At least Miss McClurkin have enough damn sense to let his own mess be his own damn mess and leave the damn woman alone. No, Conscious, don't be too hard on him. He's conflicted. It's the human condition. You think so, Prince? You think so? He know what he want. The same thing. Lady Lex said he know what he wants, Prince. It's really interesting how the church really got folk shook up. And you know, I've been talking about Christianity and spirituality and shit ever since this Lil Nas X bullshit. And here's the thing about it. Here is the thing about it. You know, if the word is how you informed, okay, if you use the word to inform you about how to walk in life, at least the word says to study and show thyself approved, okay? Now, some people do conflate reading with studying, okay? These two things are not one and the same. They're not synonymous, baby, okay? You can't just read the damn Bible, okay? You're talking about a book that's a compilation of multiple cultures, societies, written in languages that we don't even have English words for, okay? That's how complicated the translating of Hebrew gets, okay? Greek and Hebrew. And on top of that, you're talking about commandments that have to be argued to be for a particular people. What spoken was for the future, what spoken was for the current times, what spoken was for the current set of folk. Okay, who the authors themselves, who the disciples themselves were speaking directly to. Okay, all these things gotta be considered on top of the fact that the scriptures are both literal and allegorical and metaphorical. Okay, and discerning the literal from the metaphorical, from the allegorical. Okay, it takes all that. So when the scriptures say study, bitch, it means motherfucking study, girl. It means motherfucking study. Now we all know that the only goddamn condition that Donnie McClurkin is suffering from is the love of dick, and it's okay. It's okay. Now, if he got joy in his heart, as he says, girl, if he can walk away from pain, girl, if he can walk around from 8 inches of strong pound in his life, God bless his little heart, baby. Baby. Because I don't give a damn if the universe cuts the head off a man, the arms off a man, the torso off a man, the goddamn feet off a man, bitch, I'ma still need all of what's left. Holla if you hear me, bitch. I'ma still need all of what's left, girl. I'm so goddamn attracted to men, bitch. You can give me the scraps that are left, girl, like that a pull apart, baby. Okay, it's still a motherfucking man. I'm gonna need all the parts, bitch. Some of the parts, girl. That's the way my attraction is set the fuck up. So, on a more serious note, I think there is a conversation to be had about homosexuals, okay, who call themselves converting, okay, that they go under, conversion, okay, they get converted from one thing to the other, because Donnie McClurkin really has a talking point here. Like, there could be a big conversation the church can start having as a result of Donnie McClurkin's commentary, which is that for those who believe that people can be delivered from homosexuality, from lesbianism, okay, that doesn't always mean that deliverance means being delivered from homosexuality and then becoming heterosexuality. But for people like Donnie McClurkin, it could look like somewhere in between asexuality. It could look like somewhere between just an abstinence, girl. I gave up one thing to become neutral about all things, girl. That's a middle space that some people find themselves in. Now, do I believe that anybody is genuinely delivered from homosexuality? No. What I do believe is people hypnotize themselves through enough religiosity, through enough repetitious conviction, through enough repetitious self-judgment that's aided and abetted by the church community and spiritual community they dwell within, and successfully hypnotize themselves into repressing their orientation, but not changing their orientation. Because, baby, let me tell you something. How if you can change one thing, you can change all goddamn things. And I ain't heard one single prayer about anybody praying their ethnicity away. And you can't pray your ethnicity away or be delivered from your ethnicity any more than you can be delivered from your orientation, because these two things are a part of your fundamental human makeup. Yes, Prince, neutrality can be holy. The church does say that if you're gay, the only way for you to make it to heaven is to be single and celibate for life. Look, ain't nothing wrong with it. Ain't nothing wrong with it. You know, I just advise all struggling folk, to just do their damn research, girl. Jesus said that some men are born this way, some men choose to be this way, and some men are made this way by other men. I'm gonna let y'all do the homework and figure it out, okay? Okay. He talked about an interesting class of men called eunuchs, okay? Now, Donnie McClurkin choosing to be abstinent would definitely put him within the role of a eunuch, okay? And eunuchs were oftentimes, culturally speaking, globally speaking, also a term that references what we today would have called homosexual. So while there are people who saying that we didn't even have a term for homosexuality during the time of Christ, we did. They were called eunuchs. And they were the traditional, typical, effeminate men. This is why eunuchs oftentimes occupied very powerful positions and notable positions within the harems. When you talked about Jezebel was pushed out of her castle's window by a male eunuch, okay? So even this correlation between the homosexual community and the world of beauty and cosmetology and being a beautician and interior design, these are kind of attributes and talents that have kind of always been an aspect of being a two-spirited person, which is why eunuchs during the times of Jesus occupied the harems and did the very same thing. They kept up the lawn, the garden. They made sure that the kingdom was intact and immaculate. They made sure that the royal man's hair was cut. He was pedicured and manicured. He was massaged. He was well groomed. They also make sure that the queen, the princess, etc. You know, that they were snatched for the God's girl, corset snatching them for the God's girl. It was all of that. 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 So, Miss Donnie, you know, hell, if he happy, if he like it, I motherfucking love it. Okay. Um, Donnie McClurkin says, "Bitch, he ain't going to hell for no goddamn body. He just ain't gonna roll the dice, girl. So he don't give a damn what you homosexuals say, girl. Y'all can say live your damn truth, girl. Go suck a dick. Go ride a dick, girl. It's okay. You free. God still love you." He said, "Bitch, as long as I see hell written out in the goddamn Old and New Testament, girl, I think I'm gonna take my chances on neutrality, bitch." And you know what? I ain't mad at it. If God ain't cleared it up for Donnie McClurkin, I ain't mad at it, girl. Cause I ain't got no hell or heaven to put you in, girl. And if you think keeping the dick out your mouth and the dick out your ass is a way for you to ensure your motherfucking right through the Golden Gates, girl, Golden Gate on, baby. Golden Gate on, sugar. Oh yes, Golden Gate on. Nikki says conscious. So in that period, was a eunuch and a gatekeeper the same thing? So a eunuch, yes, and a gatekeeper could have been considered synonymous to one another. Um, Eunuchs were also a mailman. They were entrusted with secrets of the kingdom. They were entrusted with messages, and they were privy to private information, to classified information. So this was a really prestigious um, occupation and title to have. Some eunuchs were made that way through the Jewish castration ritual. Some men were made that way by unfortunately being drafted into being sex slaves for and concubines. Okay, for the royal men and for the warrior classes. Okay, of ancient man. Okay. And then Jesus says something to the extent of some men choose to be this way. This would be Jesus himself and people like Paul who abstained from um, heteronormative uh, relational practices like marriage and sex. We know that Christ, at least according to the canon we have, did not marry and did not really engage in romance or romantic affection or sexual engagement. Apostle Paul, you know, he was a widow and he just abstained from those practices as well after he lost his wife. And so these group of men could also be considered eunuchs as well. Modern day eunuchs in the capacity, in the context of those who choose to be this way, would be like our priests, our nuns, people who take a religious vow of celibacy and kind of give their life over to God instead so that they can be of full use without any type of interruption, like having to raise kids and having to tend to a wife or having to tend to a husband or having to tend to a family. And then there's another interesting class of men who he said are born this way. And there are two classes of people who could fit into that category too. That could be gosh, what's the appropriate term, girl? I told y'all I'm tired. I want to say, but the word I want to say is outdated. I want to say hermaphrodite, but we don't call people with both genitalia hermaphrodites anymore. But I can't find the updated word in my index, but I'm talking about those people. Okay, people who are born with both a genitalia. People who are also asexual, and then also those who are just castrated mentally and are not interested and naturally don't have an attraction or or affinity toward the opposite sex, which would be everybody else on the queer spectrum, whether that be lesbians, whether that be gay men who are not interested in necessarily reproduction or being interested in the nuclear family in that way, etc. People who are more likely to kind of really be more solo dolo, especially for that time. You know, the queers of this contemporary times are very different from the way that two-spirited people might have lived in um and gosh, what do you call girl? I told you I'm tired as shit, y'all. Where do you call where the Jewish folk live? Jerusalem. You know, the way that, you know, two-spirited people might have lived in Bethlehem, lived in Jerusalem, etc. So it gets very interesting, girl, when it comes to the Bible. What's going on, Robbie Privilege? Hi, hey, Queen of Dance. So Donnie has to press his sexuality like it's a bad thing, but all these adulterers and thieves who really should be sat down, still in the pulpit and falling out in the choir. Hell, shout out to E. Dewey, honey. Shout out to, you know, Pastor E. Dewey from the Greenleaf Church, girl, you know, who allegedly was, you know, had all, you know, got a whole fucking baby, a whole secret child and everything, girl. And it's a hot mess, and church is still thriving. Nobody's sitting down, and that's what I was saying on Jay Wilson platform the other day when we was talking about the Lil Nas X shit. Is that it's so interesting to me that Christians or within the church, every other sin has a redeemable quality except for homosexuality. Your ass could be an ex-murderer and be the goddamn pastor, girl. You could have just extorted money and misappropriated funds out of this church and then go leave and be a treasurer for a whole nother goddamn church. That every other type of sinner can be loud and proud of the goddamn church, girl, occupy any position, including the head position in charge, which is the pastoral position itself, girl. Every other sinner can be up there, girl. The gangster can be up there, the thug can be up there, girl, the whore can be up there, girl. Everybody can be up there, girl. But gay is gay, and you will not be anything more than the minister of music. And maybe sometimes cooking up them old, tired ass, dry ass patty pie cakes and shit to bring to a goddamn church function, girl. No, every other sin, girl, every other sinner has a redeemable quality, girl, but not when you're homosexual, lesbian, or trans in the church, bitch. You will be stoned and stoned and stoned, girl, until the until. And you know, I can't really blame people like Donnie McClurkin who were raised definitely, like, I'm sure this era looks very strange to him, you know, seeing queer people kind of out and open, seeing the phenomenon of inclusive churches that are led by same gender loving men and women, and transgendered persons, girl. And I'm sure it looks scary when you don't know what freedom looks like, and you come from an era where you were not encouraged to be free, where there was no real representation of that freedom. And then you live most of your formative years, all of your adulthood under the umbrella of oppression, and now you around free people and probably more terrified than anything else rather than inspired. You know, because sometimes I look at the way that broken people act around really holistic people and people who are really free and confident and lighthearted, who not carrying around a heavy ass pain body, bitch. And those broken people be uncomfortable. They be uncomfortable at other people's happiness. They be uncomfortable at other people's peace of mind and shit. And so I imagine that a lot of like homosexuals and shit, you know, who are like 50 or 60 and 100 years old, like Donnie McClurkin, girl, coming from a real, you know, slavish ass culture, is probably shook up at the level of goddamn freedom and agency that a lot of these queer people today are operating around, girl. D-Rock says no room or toleration for homosexuality in the Christian church at large. Nope, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Come on, raw be privileged. See, yeah. But you know what's so funny? We cite those verses, we spell those verses out, we shout those verses from the hilltop, and yet we still really categorize sin. And there are believers and Christians and Muslims alike who just literally believe that homosexuality is set apart from any other sin. That it's a greater sin. It's a more angering sin. It's a more you know, it's the top tier, girl, of sinning. I mean, you know, you would think that murdering would be almost a blasphemous sin, considering that there is literal redemptive quality in murdering someone. Like, you would think that if there was any sin that got the same smoke that homosexuality got, you would think it would be murdering. Like, homophobes and shit want to talk about how, oh, being gay is about being anti-life because queer people don't have their own children, which is not true. Queer people have their own fucking babies. They adopt fucking children. They have surrogates. We also have bisexuals on the spectrum, okay, which are men and women who are attracted to both sexes and still have families and sometimes end up with partners of the opposite sex, okay, who have their own children, girl. We have trans people on the spectrum who, despite being trans, are not necessarily same-sex attracted. So you have heterosexual trans women and heterosexual trans men who still use their own reproductive faculties and shit, girl. Get into it, girl. So queer people have their own goddamn children. They have their own goddamn life. But if you're going to say that we are that being queer is so ungodly because it's not a life-giving orientation, which once again is false, then how the hell do y'all not have that same smoke for murderers? How can any murderer come back from murdering? You literally took someone out of this fucking world. I took a multitude of people out of this world who are never going to get a second chance. And yet the murderer can go to county jail or go get acquitted or spend their time in prison and then lead the motherfucking church. Can like, it's the hypocrisy for me. It's the hypocrisy for me. Murderers are way more respected in society. People literally wear it as a badge of honor, right? You would think that taking a whole life. Yeah, like you would think that, like, you know, and I don't believe, you know, and I believe that every person is redeemable, you know, through the blood of Christ. Okay. That every person can be reborn and renewed again. But I'm just making the point that you would think that if there was going to be any motherfucking act that was going to be met with extremity and be met with such vitriol and resistance, that it would be murdering, girl. You literally took it upon yourself to end somebody else's life. I mean, that is just so permanent that I don't understand how there isn't more fucking outrage for murdering and killing in goddamn general. And yet, you know, homosexuality is just the sin of all goddamn sinners, girl. It's just very strange to me. Well, if that's the case, then there should be no birth control, period, poo, period. So Donnie McClurkin, he ain't going to hell over no dick, okay? And that's on period. Now, let's go ahead and transition, girl, into Lil Nas X. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Let me share my screen. Let me get rid of this one, girl. Stop this screen. Bye-bye, Donnie. Bye-bye, baby. Let's see. I'm just sharing a picture, child. I ain't got no clip to play, okay? Boom. Okay, let's get into this young man, child. Nah, Lil Nas X. You know, let me just say this. I'm not gonna take my foot off of Lil Nas X's horns. I'm just not going to. Now, I know that there are homosexuals who want to cape for Lil Nas X, girl, because he's queer. And as far as they're concerned, all this controversy is just really boils down to the straight thing versus the gay thing, girl. And it's not really, that's not really it, girl. Okay, nobody really gives a damn that Lil Nas X is actually motherfucking gay. Okay, that's why he was able to come out of the closet and still sell motherfucking records. And yes, of course, there were people who made jokes and people who talked shit, but this boy's career stayed intact. His following stayed intact, despite his ass coming out as an openly gay motherfucking man. Okay, what this has to do with is us not understanding who the hell Lil Nas X is, okay? Because it was one thing to do this video where he was killing the devil, dancing with the devil, etc. That didn't bother me. But then it was the satanic apparel, okay? And then it was all the Twitter comments and shit about him being an industry plant. And things got interesting and people went down a rabbit hole. One of those people who went down the rabbit hole was YouTube blogger Lovely T, okay? You guys go out and check out Lovely T's most recent video where she gets all up into the asshole of Lil Nas X, okay? And she retrieves some old controversy that Lil Nas X was a part of when he was a young man, I think around the age of 15, 16 years of age, okay? So on top of Lil Nas X facing controversy because of his music video, and then doubling that controversy with the endorsement of a satanic shoe apparel, okay? Coupled with all of the weird shit he's been saying on Twitter and shit, clapping back to folk or whatever the case may be. Well, his old tweets have come up. Now, Lil Nas X, long story short, okay, used to be a real life fucking troll. So when you see people saying Lil Nas X is a professional troll, well, that's because he's been trolling for a very long time. He was trolling way before he was ever famous. He was trolling way before he ever popped up in mainstream television, okay? And so Lil Nas X, and once again, go and get all of the nuanced tea from Lovely T, okay? Lovely T.I. Because she set up the context here. Lil Nas X used to produce a string of troll accounts, and he would troll different celebrities from that troll account. He would troll Beyonce by basically comparing Northwest, which is Kim Kardashian's little girl, to Blue Ivy, okay? And basically on some coloristic type shit, like saying, oh, this why y'all mad, because I look like this, aka Kim Kardashian, West's child, versus Blue Ivy, you know, as a brown skinned girl with her natural hair. So all those tweets came up. There was also like weird tweets, probably one of the most shocking of tweets by him, where he talked about being sexually attracted, allegedly, and it ain't really allegedly. I mean, this is what, you know, this is what the fuck his timeline was given, where he talked about being attracted to his 3-year-old nephew. And the tweet read something to the extent of, I really want to fuck my little nephew. I really want to fuck my nephew, but he's 3 years old. Bitch, when I tell you I fucking screamed and hollered. Because girl, so it wasn't an issue that this was your blood. It wasn't an issue that this was your sister's child. It wasn't an issue that this was ancestral, girl. The issue for you was him being 3. And even him being 3 did not prohibit you from being attracted to him. Now, there's a squad of people who are caping for Lil Nas X, saying, oh, he was a young man at the time. He's changed. He's grown up. He's a different person. He was 15 at the time. Look, this is the part where we gonna have, like, girl, is it the age of consent, biblically speaking, spiritually speaking, girl? Like, what, between 11 and 13, girl? When the sins, where the child sins no longer are inherited by the parents, girl, but that the sins of the child are on their own. You cannot excuse this blasphemous statement and chop it up to being 15. Bitch, 15 years old. Something like this would have never came out of my mouth. I could not have even conjured up something like this to even say. Neither could this have even been something I could have ever felt organically. And we're talking about a 15-year-old child. You guys do know that teenagers get tried as adults, right? So this whole, like, he was a young man. He was a teenager. He was old enough to know what the fuck he was talking about. And let me tell you something. There is no way in hell I could have made that statement humorous if my brother, my sister, my uncle, one of my relatives would have said some shit like that, bitch? And then, bitch, you say it aloud, girl. You said it like you screamed it aloud, girl. You could have just said it to your journal, or you could have said it to Twitter. Either way, bitch, you would have never seen your nephew again. You would have never saw your nephew again, bitch. It's like, and this is my issue with the whole Lil Nas X situation, girl, is like something is wrong and something has been wrong. And when I was saying how we assumed that Lil Nas X was a Christian, you know, when we had the conversation around did he sell his soul, girl? For all I know, bitch, Lil Nas X could have been a Luciferianist way before he even came into the game. And these colorist, abusive tweets toward black women about black people. He had homophobic and transphobic tweets on top of these pedo ass tweets. Like Lil Nas X is just giving me, honestly, somebody who has internalized all self-hatred. Because how are you going to be a colorist as a dark-skinned black man? That would only have to come from a place of self-hate. How are you going to endorse transphobia and homophobia and you a whole pansexual, bisexual, homosexual ass nigga yourself? Unless it's from the context of being, of self-hatred. Girl, then you want, girl, you was pushing the envelope, and girl, girl, that tweet made Montario call me by my name and these goddamn satanic shoes, girl, look like a sweat off the forehead, girl. When you was off the chain at 15, bitch, you've been wilding since you was a young girl, bitch. You've been wilding out. Girl, and I'm really curious to know what the fuck Lil Nas X was getting into, girl. This bitch must have been in his room lighting all the black candles, girl, playing with all the Ouija girls, girl. Lil Nas X at 15 is giving me the Omen tease, bitch, giving me Orphan Annie tease, girl. Y'all seen that movie Orphan, bitch? Giving me motherfucking Children of the Corn tease, girl, at 15, bitch. Now I am literally shooketh at Lil Nas X. And guess what? There are people who are still going to cape and make the excuses. And I just want to know, girl, when do you finally get to call a thing a thing? Just when, girl. Like, you know, all these. It's funny to me at some of the people caping for Lil Nas X because these are some of the same people who got something to say about Evelyn Lozado on Basketball Wives. These are the same people caping for OG. So you can recognize colorism and go in. You can recognize homophobia and go in. You can recognize transphobia and go in. You can recognize anti-blackness, racism, etc. Lil Nas X get to body all of these things and no accountability. No accountability. No accountability. Pre-fame, after fame, no accountability. And let me tell you something about mainstream bloggers. A lot of mainstream bloggers, when they are more, before they become more popular, talk a lot of rah rah, rah rah, rah rah, rah rah, rah rah. They talk a lot of shit about being down for the people. They talk a lot of shit about not changing. They talk a lot of shit about not selling out. They talk a lot of shit about how they're gonna keep their foot on everybody's neck. And there has not been one of these motherfuckers so far who have actually kept their fucking word. All these bloggers, all these mainstream bloggers, kiss the ass of celebrities. can talk shit about everybody until a bitch following you, then y'all cute. Y'all friends. Until a motherfucker is following you on Twitter, following you on Instagram, until they end up in your comment section, girl, then it's all good and gravy. Which lets me know that what you're talking ain't really about shit, but you're just blowing hot air because ultimately you're doing anything for clout. And even standing for the people on your fake ass Umar Johnson shit, it's just a bunch of hogwash and a bunch of empty ass motherfucking air. Let me tell you something. There was an opportunity that just came to me that I walked away from because what I don't do is kiss nobody's ass. What I don't do is bow down to power. And I don't give a fuck about walking away or an opportunity not working out just because you can't deal with your ego being checked. Because I don't trust motherfuckers with an ego. So I don't want to do no business with a bitch who got an ego. Because there's going to be check and balances when it comes to anybody interacting with me. When you interact with me, we're just two people in a space together. You're not somebody and I'm not somebody. We're just two human beings. So these people who are mainstream or they think they're somebody have this expectation that you're going to treat them how their fans treat them. I'm going to treat you like a nigga who got to wipe your pussy like I got to wipe my pussy. That's what I'm going to treat you. I'm going to treat you like somebody who got to wash their ass just like I got to wash my ass. Who got to get right and tight like I got to get right and tight. Because unless your fame has made you or your popularity has made you or you've become so much of that girl that you have transcended being human, I'm going to treat you like an everyday person. And there are people who do not like people who treat them like everyday people. This why y'all don't see me fucking with nobody. This why y'all don't see me in the ass of celebrities. This why y'all don't see me doing shit in the industry. This why y'all don't see me, girl. Let me tell you this. I'm gonna just say this. When y'all see me next to certain people, it's gonna be because them some real bitches. If you see me a part of a project, it's going to be because, girl, the situation is all the way correct. All the way correct. All the way correct. Wherever you see me, girl, means that it is good here. From the inside out, bitch. From the inside out, that is good here. So I want to see. So now with all this Lil Nas shit, it's also exposed everybody else who pretends to see what's wrong with the world, who now have nothing to say about Lil Nas X's demographic being young, impressionable people who are easily fucking influenced, who easily going to stand and fan out. Okay, take a irrational approach to adoring someone who's talented because, see, healthy people, rational people adore gifted people. Immature-minded people idolize talented people. And that's where the danger lies in. And the fact that nobody has anything to say about satanic apparel being introduced to an impressionable crowd and making young people curious about Satan, making young people curious about Luciferianism, and that's not an issue. That's real interesting. I just think that that's real interesting. And see, what they could have argued is that, oh, he's just trolling now. Well, seeing that Miss Lovely T has retrieved tweets going all the way back to when Lil Nas X is 15 years of age, allegedly having multiple troll accounts. Once again, go over there and check out the motherfucking commentary after this one, of course. Something has been up Lil Nas X's crawl from the jump. And there doesn't seem to have been much evolution from the 15-year-old him to the 21-year-old him since he's still with the satanic bullshit. Hi, Portia. It's Conscious TV speaking. Nowadays, to stay all the way correct is to be solo. Just accusations of association is toxic as hell. What's going on, Phyllis? It's interesting to me. It's interesting to me. Interesting to me. You know, this is what I'm going to dare Lil Nas X to do. Lil Nas X, I dare you to speak to someone who's going to ask your ass the hard questions. Who's going to ask your ass the tough questions. I want you, I double dare you to do an interview and allow it to be completely honest. A no holds bar dialogue. I don't want to see you sitting next to YouTubers doing reaction videos, girl. Because we the people want to know, and we want to know things that the people who talking to you ain't asking you, making the dialogue really irrelevant and pointless. We the people want to know. What you telling us, girl? What you trying to sell to us, girl? What does it mean, girl? What is your expectation, girl? What's good, girl? What's wrong? What's wrong, girl? Are you still troubled, girl? Cause you still trolling. You just a 21-year-old troll. You're still gaslighting. Like you with the shits. But the why you with the shits is very interesting. It's very interesting. Now, people saying that, oh my God, there's more important issues to talk about. But the same bitches are doing reviews for Real Housewives of Atlanta. The same bitches are doing reviews for Married to Potomac. So I'm going to say to those same people, girl, we have more important things to talk about. There are more important systemic issues, right? So that means that all that we should see on y'all's platforms, right? Is real relatable news that we can all use, right? Because I don't think that society can use news about Nene Leakes or about Dr. Jackie or about Bravo or about Black China or about Tokyo Tony. See, it's the selective righteousness for me. Just because y'all don't have the fucking capacity and the wherewithal to actually have an issue or don't know how to deal with the issue or don't even know how the fuck to combat the issue. And so you dress it up by being an escapist and trying to be dismissive of the concerns of his viewing audience. Girl, if there's more important things to talk about from this point on, y'all need to be talking about more important things. Because y'all fucking channels look just as gossipy as anybody else's goddamn channel does. Y'all channels are filled with just as many reviews for bullshit as anybody else's channel is. Y'all hoes are not fucking journalists. Y'all are not scholars, historians. Y'all not really, girl, you're not really doing what you think you're doing. You're not really as influential as you think you are. You're pushing pop culture, celebrity commentary shit like anybody else. And just because people have an issue with Lil Nas X, there's not to be an issue with Lil Nas X. Well, I want the same people who love to talk about colorism, racism, and all of those things to have a real conversation with Lil Nas X. Call his ass to the stand. Make him answer for himself. Y'all demand everybody else to fucking be canceled when they done got on your nerve for one reason or a fucking another, but nobody can cancel a bitch who's introducing Luciferianism into the equation and has a fucking past of being a fucking colorist and making ridiculous, absurd, allegedly pedo ass comments. Don't cancel that, girl. Let's just scoot through all of that, girl, and let's just cancel Evelyn, girl. Let's just cancel Shawnee O'Neal, girl. Let's just cancel Candace Owens, girl. Yeah, go check out Lovely T's commentary. Go check that out. Matter of fact, I'm gonna let you go check it out right now. Go ahead over there, check it out, girl. I'll be back tomorrow because we gonna keep our motherfucking foot, our feet, all 10 of our motherfucking toes, 10 toes down in the shit because it's the hypocrisy of our democracy. For me, your concerns may not be Luciferianism because some of y'all are non-spiritual ass bitches and it's your right to be, girl. But for spiritual people, girl, this is our reality. And I think our concerns are just as legit and our perspective is just as significant as some of you secularist ass motherfuckers who don't want to do nothing but make a lot of motherfucking money and get fucked all day and night. Some of us actually believe in a power greater than our own and that there's the opposite to that fucking power. And there are people who know how to channel that power the way that Christians and believers know how to channel the power of prayer in the Most High. There's a most low that motherfuckers know how to channel too. And I'm not going to back down off of the fact that I am pressed about a person of fucking privilege, of his level of privilege, girl, wanting to hell the fucking Satan, girl. Yeah, you goddamn right, I'm pressed, bitch. Ain't gonna continue to stay goddamn pressed. And for you hoes who love to talk about privilege too, I find it interesting that nobody wants to address how reckless it was for Lil Nas X to use his motherfucking privilege as a black queer man. Okay, to do what he did and not think about all the black queer people at the bottom, okay, who will have to have their lives amped up because he want to go triggering off homophobic and goddamn transphobic psychopaths by stirring the part under the guise of it being artistic expression and trolling. Get the fuck out of here. Suck a motherfucking dick. Suck a motherfucking dick. You motherfuckers are hypocrites. Fucking hypocrites. Hypocrites. Y'all want Donald Trump to be held accountable and have his privilege checked. Y'all want every other celebrity, every other person of influence to have their privilege checked, but nobody who talks about privilege wants to have a conversation about the way that Lil Nas X used his privilege and what black queer people at the bottom have to deal with black, trans, and homophobes at the bottom of the pyramid. Because ain't these the same hoes too who talk about caping for black trans women and the murdering of black trans women and the stigmas and the violence emotionally and physically upon black queer bodies? Should people even be being hurt and harmed? No. And should art be able to gaslight motherfuckers? No. But that's why all of us activists, because we are being an activist in an irrational ass world. Because the reality is we live amongst irrational ass people. This is why we protest against the irrational. This is why we boycott against the irrational. This is why we want to see George Floyd's murderers be persecuted because of the use of fucking privilege. and what people with power do with that power. Yeah, I'm a 35-year-old gay black man who doesn't have to live under the roof with religious, bigoted parents. But guess what? Some 17-year-old, 15, 16-year-old queer person is. And everything that Lil Nas did made situations worse for them in the here and now. There's some fucking black trans woman who is pre-opt, who unfortunately does not have the privilege of passability, who's already struggling through the homophobia and transphobic rhetoric she has to endure every day from the commute to her apartment to her workplace and then back home again, who now have to be further stigmatized because one of our own decided that it's time to combine queerness and Satanism together. Now, whether you believe in those things or not doesn't really matter, because it's about what these violent motherfuckers believe. It's about what these perpetrators believe. See, too many people having the wrong conversation. Too many people having the backwards conversation, talking about, well, I don't believe it. Bitch, you also not the person who out here hurting and harming queer people. We're talking about the way these messages impact people who want to be dangerous toward queer people. So nobody gives a fuck about your sentiment as what the fuck you don't believe it. Because the people who put their hands on queer people, the people who bully queer people, people who kill queer people, believe it. They believe it, bitch. Girl, don't get me started, because I ain't about to raise more hell, girl. I ain't about to raise more hell. I ain't about to continue to I am going to continue to raise hell. I am. Lil Nas X did not invent this concept. He's simply exploiting he's exploiting the facade that cisheads have placed on us. Yeah, because cisheads are still the ones dictating the narrative, which is why we're still trying to protect black trans women because of cis hetero privilege. Once again, because we are raging a war against the irrational. Lil Nas X did not think about the impact of his intent. Because guess what? He gets to just turn off his Twitter feed and not get to look at social media and go on with his celebrity life. While black trans and black queer people who do not have the protection of wealth or celebrity, who cannot avoid these low vibrating encounters in these low vibrating ass communities and having these low vibrating use what Lil Nas X did to justify furthering the stigma and the violence upon queer people. We know that the concept is as old as time. But my question is a moral appeal to this bitch? Is a moral appeal to Lil Nas X? You had the right to do it. I don't believe you understood the impact of what you had the right to do. Technically, I get to motherfucking smoke a cigarette outside of a building as fucking 10-year-olds are walking past. I have the right to do that. Technically, I have the right to sit at a park and smoke motherfucking Newports as little children are playing merry-go-round around the goddamn bench. I got a right to do that. Why would I want to? Why would I want to? Is the question. Many people having a conversation about rights. We know that people have rights. This is a moral appeal, not a conversation of what people's civil rights are, what their constitutional rights are. But your morals and your ethics, something that plenty of people seem to have just forgotten about, girl. Apparently now it's all about constitutional rights. Just throw morality out of the equation. Just throw self-awareness out of the equation. Just throw emotional intelligence out of the equation. Let's just do what we have a right to do. You know why rights? You know why we need a code of ethics too? It's because it will look like motherfucking anarchy. Technically, if we just leaned into what we civilly and constitutionally had a right to do. But we don't even use simply our civil and constitutional rights to inform us. We use our personal ethics and personal morale. Congruently with our civil and constitutional rights. So the question is, why would you? Why would you want to? What's going on, Robert? Hey, Kesh, what's going on? No morals. The issue is they don't want us to have morals and values. No. This is going to be, you know what? Lil Nas X represents the generation of lawlessness. This generation of fucking lawlessness. And it's only going to get worse. This is why these kids can wake up and kill their goddamn parents and wake up and go to bed in the same house that their goddamn dad and mother's bodies are laying in. No conscience. This is why these young people can go gang rape a young woman at a party and then go brag about it in the car together on the way home. And then wake up and go to church the next morning. Like nothing vile and demonic and satanic happened last night. And this apathy, this narcissism is only going to be quantified. These things are not new, but these things will be quantified. Quantified. I feel like the powers that be put him up to this to make things worse for gays and lesbians. I mean, yeah. But you know what, Phyllis, I said that. That would actually be perfectly in sync with his allegiance to Lucifer. Because Lucifer is a accuser of the brethren. Lucifer is a device, is a symbol of divisiveness. Look at the mythology behind Lucifer. Lucifer is a divisive concept. And Lucifer was haughty and arrogant and a troll. Okay? Because what is the mythology behind Lucifer? Lucifer has been trolling humanity. Now we're speaking symbolically, right? Because this is not about whether you believe in the literalness of a devil or the literalness of an evil, but we're talking about just what the meaning and the vibration of the symbol is, what the symbol itself represents, what the energy of the symbol is. So so interestingly enough, he's introducing, right, satanic apparel and everything. Uh-huh. And ironically, Lil Nas X is a troll. And Lucifer himself was the original troll. And nobody has done it better since Lucifer. So it makes sense for all the other baby trolls to be hailing to fucking Satan, pulling cues out of his book, baby. Gaslighting, causing destruction, completely overturning the grassroots work that queer activists are doing at the bottom level. The people who trying to cape for Lil Nas X are not thinking broader, girl. Ain't you, like I said before, y'all just had Lil Mama and her band of hoteps a week or two ago, spewing out all of this erroneous information about the queer community. And then you want to have a black queer man hailing Satan and just destroying everything that queer people just did to correct the information that Lil Mama just put out. It's ridiculous and no accountability. And the fact that other queer men and other queer women are just standing behind Lil Nas X and don't recognize the bigger picture, don't recognize like all of the destructiveness and how insulting this was on so many levels. As somebody who's out here trying to change the narrative about my community, do you think I appreciate what Lil Nas X did? And the fact that now we're back here, girl, to this antiquated ass idea that two-spirited people, that eunuchs, that same gender loving people, girl, are an abomination, girl. And then the sad part is there's some real homophobes and transphobes in the world who take that shit to the head, and some trans woman is dying tonight. Dying tonight physically. Some lesbian person is dying spiritually tonight because a conversation she already can't have with her religious family is now even more difficult because we have our own playing into the stigma and having fun. Having fun because he gets to be removed from the trigger. He gets to be removed from the impact of his actions. But what about everybody else? What about his own fucking people? I don't give a fuck who agree with Lil Nas X. I don't give a fuck what the people who agree with Lil Nas X feel about the people who don't fucking agree. And that includes all of my favorite bloggers. I love you. Love you down to the ground. All of the people, all of my social media influencer peers, love you down to the ground. But girl, we will stand on two different sides of the argument, girl. And I will stand on the side of the argument unapologetically. Unapologetically. Sorry. 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 And liking your ass does not absolve your ass of accountability either. So now I'm looking at y'all whole sideways too. Cause y'all got all this riffraff to say about motherfucking trans women and shit, and y'all love to talk about cis hetero folk and their privilege and their hypocrisy, but yet you got nothing to say about your own, who just gaslit all these people and made things more difficult for non-privileged black, trans, and black queer people. It is the bullshit of it all for me. A crock of fucking shit. He thinks it's all fun and games, but now it's all going to come back. And that's another thing. Let's talk about that. Let's end it on that note. I find it interesting now that his old tweets are coming up. Big bloggers like Lovely T is exposing those things. Now more people are looking at his ass sideways. And it almost would traditionally, and it's just ironic, girl. And you know, spiritual people don't believe in irony, girl. We believe in synchronicity, okay? Non-spiritual folk call it coincidence. I find it interesting, girl, that here it is, it would appear that Lil Nas X is going through another Illuminati ritual, girl. Because you know what always follows the quote-unquote selling of the soul, which is not literal, FYI. There's no literal selling of the soul, but maybe I'll explain that too. Like I've had to explain everything else concerning the spiritual parts of this. Maybe I'll explain that in another commentary. The selling of the soul, girl. But what's interesting is that as a result of the quote unquote contract, as a result of the motherfucking allegiance, Lil Nas X is going through the typical humiliation ritual that always follows big time players when they have pledged both their feet, both sides of their heart to the system. Beyonce went through it. It was symbolized in her Crazy in Love video. Her starting off walking down the alleyway as a street prostitute. Uh-huh. Her using her seduction and hypersexuality, okay, to get her into proximity to the one who could promise her gold and silver and riches and fame. Okay. Then she goes through the passion and the hypersexual exchange between that power and herself in that car that she burns up in. Hmm. Her handler, Jay-Z, is rapping. Boom, she resurrects on top of the world. She's literally like the last few shots of the video are literally of her on top of a high-rise building. Lights, cameras, actions, glamorous. And then guess what? Beyonce goes through her own humiliation rituals. Because Beyonce truly ascended very high up on the plane. She's been one of the artists who's been able to do this so successfully for so long. And ironically, she's went through a lot of humiliation rituals herself. Her miscarriage, their relationship between her father and herself was sabotaged by way of so-called greed and fame. House of Darion was a flop. Unfortunately, Ivy Park is about to be a flop too. Her husband's multiple infidelities that played out aloud. The infamous surveillance footage of Solange Spinningberg kicking Jay-Z big lip camel face ass in the goddamn nuts. But it makes sense why she would continue to endure her stripes. Because she's still standing successfully. But the thing about making pacts with spirits, even powerful, low vibrating spirits, is that they will bless you as long as they can continue to torment you. So you don't pay one price, which is why there's no such thing as selling your soul. Selling your soul plays out in the continuity of your success when you sell your soul. There's a continual debt. There's a continual price to pay. And you pay that by being a puppet. You pay that through your personal happiness, your personal freedom. Look at all the symbolism behind Britney Spears before her conservatorship. Oh yes. Hmm. We can talk about it. Oh yes, we can talk about it. Do you practice gematria? I can't say that I practice it by that name. This is my first time hearing of that word. Cocaine. So let me actually look up gematria, because in the spiritual community we practice a lot of things, but a lot of the things that are to be practiced also have a lot of AKAs and go by a lot of names and are kind of wrapped up and disguised in various religious orientations or spiritual orientations. So I don't, if I do practice it, I don't practice it by the name, but I'm about to look it up. Gematria. Is an alphanumeric code of assigning a numerical value to a name, word, or phrase based on its letters. A single word can yield multiple values depending on, oh yeah, just like the Hebrew alphabet. A numerology, a Kabbalah sounds like something very similar to a gematria. Um, a, I use Kabbalah when necessary. I refer and reference Kabbalah when necessary. It just depends on what's going on, because I yield to spiritual practices just once again based upon what the circumstances are, based upon what I need it for. But we can get into that very interesting conversation. What's going on, Jay Wilson? Do you do enneagrams? Okay, girl, let's look up enneagrams, girl. Something about the name Jesus. Let me not try to sing. Are you talking about the personality test? Jay Wilson, I've never taken a personality test. Enneagram is a system of personality typing that describes patterns in how people interpret the world and manage their emotions. The Enneagram describes the 9 personality types and maps each of these types on a 9-pointed diagram, which helps to illustrate how the types relate to one another. Interesting. Would you like to come up and talk more about Enneagram? Because I never have. I'm going to drop the link. Maybe you can assess my personality type and tell me where I fall in at, Pastor. Hey, Beach, what's going on? Okay, Gematria decodes Kabbalah. Okay, I have another system that I use to decode Kabbalah, but link Jay Wilson. Gematria is a Hebrew alpha code. Okay, yeah. Do you have a spiritual or a mentor, or do you learn all this by yourself? It's both, Jesse. I have mentors, and I also am a self-learned individual. I yield to a lot of spiritual inspiration, which is why I live a very Buddhist lifestyle, child. So that's why I'm very introverted. When I'm not up here on my platform, I spend a lot of time in my studies. I spend a lot of time in my practices. I spend a lot of time in contemplative prayer, and just kind of deepening my relationship to my own consciousness and spirit. And there's a world of information and knowledge there. Hi, Pastor. What's going on?
Hey, what's up?
It's your chat. So, hi. Tell us about
the Enneagrams.
The Enneagrams. Mm-hmm.
Well, you know what? I'm actually taking a class dealing with Enneagrams right now. So we are just learning the types. And for every good, you have the dark side of it. So the biggest thing is to know, so like a 1 in the Enneagram is a perfectionist. Their strengths is they're honest, they're responsible, they're improvement oriented, but then their problem is they're resentful, they're non-adaptive, and overcritical. Speaking style is precise, detail oriented, and with tendencies to sermonize. So it tells you what numbers are good for you, and there's always a number on the back side of it. So it's 9, and so the perfectionist is number 1. Give me a minute here. Give me a minute. I'm sorry. I had it up. So the perfectionist is number 1.
Mm-hmm.
The number 2 is the giver. They always want to fix it, but then they deal with guilt and shame. Then the type 3 is an achiever. They will use you and they care for you. They are always about achieving, but they'll use you for their gain. So they gauge your feelings, even though they may not have any. And most people who are 3s are, entertainers. Not all, but they are very accurate. They can read a room. They have a range of impressive accomplishments. They have jam-packed schedules. So they're that type of person, but they will use you to get ahead. And then the 4 is an individualist. Now, the 4 is a drama king or drama queen. It is always deep. They feel no one understands them. They're an artist.
The black sheep.
They don't fit in. They don't fit in. A lot of people in the church world who are prophets, they are the number 4. You know, they always got a word. They real deep. They think they're really spiritual and deep. So that's the individualist.
Well, you say, well, damn, Pastor, you said think. Could it be that they actually
They
are?
may be, but the dark side of it is not good.
Right,
So,
I agree.
So it's always a flip side. And then number 5 is the investigator. Peers lost in thought and absent-minded. They're extremely difficult to crack. You can't read them. In-depth knowledge on specific subjects of interest. They give insight. They have well thought out responses. They have clear boundaries between family, friends, and work. They are withdrawn and they are extremely independent. That's type 5. Then you have the skeptic, which is the type 6, and they have strong identification with social groups. They're organized, well-liked, good at managing finances. They're excellent team players, belong to tight-knit groups of friends. They're clear communicators. They're detail-oriented. So, you know, that's 6. And then I am actually, and I'm, like I said, you have the enthusiast, which is the number 7. They're always on the go, wide range of interests, childlike enthusiasm and energy, curious, sparkling eyes, many ongoing professional and creative projects. They're upbeat, optimistic, glass half full, and well-liked among their peers. And like I said, with this, they always have a dark side. You know, there's always, you know, something with it. Now, I am an 8, and I'm a challenger. And independent, self-sufficient, fierce and confident look, determined with stamina, very energetic and busy, fiery passion and power, stubborn and headstrong, serious about control over environment.
Ooh, child. Definitely you.
I'm an 8. And see, the thing is, you got to be honest enough to know who you are. The 9 is the peacemaker. They always want to have peace, but they do not like conflict. They do not like conflict at all. And then again, the type 1 is the perfectionist. So this is the Enneagram, and I just think it's really interesting. You got numbers that's it. So those are the numbers right there. And you see how they make the triangle. So the lines will point to the other number that deals with this. So, you know, for the person who may be the perfectionist, there may be guilt and shame. A lot of guilt and shame is behind it. That's the dark side of it. You know, they want to be helpful, and if they're not helpful and they're not helping, they feel guilty, you know. So I think that's really interesting to look at. And I just think it helps you to be able to work with other people. I have been a number 3, and I have graduated as I'm older to the number 9. People who are number 9s are like Martin Luther King and a lot of civil rights leaders. They don't like people being picked on. They are very much advocates, and you know, so King is a 9 actually.
You know what's interesting about this chart, Pastor, is that as a Scorpio, I'm afforded to actually be all of these things. I'm literally every single one of these things. A reformer, a helper, the achiever, the individualist, the investigator, the loyalist, the enthusiast, and the challenger, and the peacemaker. I honestly feel like any healthy person is really like
a piece of all of that, because I can see myself, because I can be the individual as well, because I can be like, oh my God, but but I know that I have more in common with 9. I can see more of the traits with number 9, number 3, and number 9 than the other ones, you know. And so I know I'm a number 9, and it's not always flattering. And see, this is the thing, people get shocked, but because you got to accept this, because if you don't accept certain things, then you can't improve it, you know.
That's true.
And I think people want to be perfect, but we're not perfect. We have flaws. And I think that this really helps you to relate to who you are, and you're able to relate to somebody else. Because truth be told, the number 4s usually like the number 9s, because the number 9s are straightforward, and the number 4 sees number 9 as authentic, real, telling it like it is, whereas they don't like the other people because they feel like they're fake and insincere.
Fake assholes.
That's it. So a number 9 is straightforward, you know. So so you know how to match it up, but the 9 is the exact opposite of number 4.
So let me ask you an honest question.
Mm-hmm.
Through your time interacting with me and bear witnessing to the way my personality plays out, at least on social media, at least, what in this chart would you associate with me? And why?
I would say you are a number 4. I would say you're number 4 because you don't fit in. You are a round circle trying to get into a square peg, or vice versa. You are kind of non-binary. You flow. I think you can be misunderstood. I think you like authenticity. You don't like phony. I think that if stuff goes wrong, you can give me drama real quick. You can be vegan, baby. You'll watch a TV show about veganism, and next thing you know, you'll be vegan and not throwing all the food out. And because you swing, you operate in swings, you know. And it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing, but you're very creative. People who are individuals, they're very creative. They're very intuitive. They're very sensitive. They can feel, you know. Yeah, they do. So I think you would be number 4. I think you fit in as a number 4, but I would really recommend you to read all of them. And you can only be one. And this is why I believe that I have graduated from the number 3, and as I got older, I became a number 9.
Okay, so let's make this even more interesting. Let's use the gentleman on the panel. What would you classify Rebel as on the chart?
I would say Rebel is probably. Oh, excuse me. I'm a number 8. Number 8, not number 9.
The challenger.
Yeah, I'm the challenger. I think Rebel is probably a number 8 too.
The challenger.
I think Rebel is a number 8. I think he's a number 8. I think Cap is a number 5. I think he's an investigator. He gets into a subject and he's in it. And I think he's an investigator. I think that King Payne is a number 7, an enthusiast, always happy-go-lucky, always. Yeah, he's an enthusiast. And so, yeah, who else on the panel? Did I miss anybody?
Yeah, that was Cap, King Payne, and Rebel.
Yeah, so
yeah,
I mean, but this is really good, and you know, it is just the personality. I don't like the Myers-Briggs test. I like this one here. It's a little bit more. It's just easy. You know, it gives you. I like it because it gives you the good. It gives you the bad. It gives you the what to watch out for, how to deal with these situations. So yeah, I like it.
Okay.
It's called the Enneagram.
Well, I'm gonna check this out. I thank you for introducing this to me. That it's an interesting game I can play with my subscribers too. I like this. I'm gonna look into this. I want to talk to you because I saw that I didn't have a chance to look at your commentary. But what are your thoughts on if I can get it together over here? If I can just get it together just a little bit over here. Let me trying to share the screen out. What are your thoughts on Miss Ma'am?
We fall down, but we get up. Again. I feel sorry for him. I really feel sorry for him because First of all, he's dealt with childhood trauma that seemed like he hasn't dealt with. And the reason why I kind of sense this is because he said when there's an issue, he'll get drawn back to music and ministry. And that's good. But when you come back, the problem is still there. You haven't dealt with it. You have avoided it. And so I see a lot of avoidance here and not really dealing with who you are. So I think a lot of this comes from childhood trauma. And then the church. I think that Donnie McClurkin is making a lot of money. He's doing a lot of ministry. And if he were to say that I'm same gender loving and be very tone about it, he would be gone. And see, sometimes the business of ministry means more than ministry. And so I look at Donnie McClurkin, and he already told people he'd been delivered. And so now that puts you in a precarious situation. And the sad part about it is, and this is no slight to people who Jehovah's Witness, and I want to clarify this, but I've had a couple of friends who've been disfellowshipped and reinstated in the Jehovah's Witness church. And all of them has said to me, it's like you wear a scarlet letter. Even though they reinstate you, people still look at you differently. So now to the fact that he says he's been delivered, people will always look at him like, is he really delivered or not? Or is he really this or not? So what Donnie does is get with these women to prove something, to get the church folk off his back, or to I guess convince himself. And I think it was a really big peek into his emotions. He said, I'm going to be alone more than likely. I don't get along with men. Well, no, you're not going to have a good relationship with men, because a real man who knows himself is not going to be talking about something, this is my friend or this is my armor bearer. No.
Yeah, he's not even being a real man. So how can you get along with a man?
Yeah, nobody is not going to be dealing with the secrecy of my relationship. You're going to love me openly, but we're not going to have anything. And I think that's a big issue right there, because nobody don't want to be secretly going out, and the women, the issues with the women is he really don't want a woman. He likes men. He's same gender loving. And here he is now almost reaching his twilight years, and now he's coming to this conclusion. And it's a sad scenario.
Wow. Do you believe in conversion therapy, or whether it comes by way of spiritual or counseling? Like, do you believe in the genuine phenomenon of people being able to be delivered from their orientation?
No.
You don't?
I don't think God made a mistake when he made me. I think God made me. And that's how I feel about it. I don't think God made a mistake. And I just think that people, you usually hate what you fear. But, I'm sure Donnie loves Jesus with all his heart, might, and soul, just like me. And I'm sure that Jesus wants him to have a companion. I don't think God has called him to be a eunuch, no more than God has called me to be one. And my thing is, if God wanted to deliver Donnie would have been delivered. And then that's how I feel about it. And I think Donnie talking about he's a man of the word. My thing is, then do you really read the word in context? And that's how I got free, because I read the word in context. And I'm like, I'm not letting these bootleg pastors sit here and tell me something that they've been passed down generation to generations because mama said it and grandpa said it. And so since they said it, it must be right, and really never did the in-depth study in context to know. And the sad part about it is, when you don't want to study in context, that means you want to stay in ignorance. And I can't deal with that.
Hey, Miss Olivia, you guys go and subscribe to my auntie, honey, over on the Olivia the Oracle, honey. Gets it popping. So Miss Olivia asked, the question is, why does he feel bound? Moreover, why is he binding himself?
Because ignorance is bliss. And this is what I can't understand, these people talking about they know the word. Well, no, you know the word in your dogma. You know your word in your faith traditions, but do you know the word in context? Donnie needs to stop eisegeting and start exegeting the word. He needs to start, drawing out instead of taking in. And I just think it's sad. And my thing is, I'm free not because of people. I'm liberated by that same Bible that's used to oppress people. But whom the Son set free is free indeed. And my thing is, when you study to show yourself approved, and I mean to really get into the nitty gritty.
Yeah. I talked about that study part earlier in my commentary. Studying and reading are two different things.
That's it. And the thing is, what is the word meaning? What is the cultural context at that time? What is the Greek in the Hebrew saying? What do scholars say for those difficult passages? Because these people have dedicated their lives to studying certain books. And so I think that it gives us a good insight. You know, like people say, well, men shouldn't sleep with men as they sleep with women. I have heard that scripture. And first of all, it deals with relatives, and it says Ish should not sleep with Zotar as he sleeps with Isha. So it did not say Ish should sleep with Ish, which is man should sleep with man. Men shouldn't be sleeping with boys. I don't believe in pedestrian. I don't believe in that's the word where we get pedophilia. So again, if you don't know the Greek and if you don't look at the Hebrew, then you miss the whole context of the scripture. We shouldn't be effeminate. Well, effeminate in ancient texts meant a man who didn't work, a man who was probably a wealthy landowner who had pretty hands and stuff. And so that was seen as soft. And the word that we use for effeminate is not the people who do dove drops at the ballroom dances. That's not what they're talking about. They're talking about people who are considered soft because they didn't have to work hard and till the land. You see that if you don't know that, you'll get mixed up. If you don't know that there were people in the Greek society and Roman societies, if you don't know the honor system, then you will miss the whole context, because Roman people could not rape or have sex with another Roman person, because then they've taken that person's honor, and you could be put to death when you took somebody's honor. But slaves and foreigners had no honor. So you could rape a slave and the slave couldn't do anything about it because the slave didn't have any honor. And Paul was fuming by that because these wealthy people were taking advantage sexually over these repressed people and these little boys. And a lot of Roman soldiers had little boys that they pleasured themselves. They kept their wives for procreation, but they kept the little boys for pleasure. That's ancient, and it still happens in some Middle Eastern sects. But this is the stuff you gotta know, and this is how I got free, not by these bootleg folk and these people who will look at the word and spiritualize it.
You know, so funny. I think that, and I agree with everything that you just said. I think that Donnie McClurkin, I think he's a coward, honestly. I think he's a people pleasing coward. And even if that word was written as plain out as you just so eloquently unpacked it, that he would still appeal to what the expectations are of the people around him. And I think he's weak in that way.
Donnie McClurkin is like Little Richard. You know you gay, but yet you spent your years alone because you allowed these church people to make you feel bad. And I heard Little Richard's story about how his dad talked to him, and it was on Donnie and Marie, and how he just cried like a baby on that show. And it was a lot of hurt there. It was a lot of hurt. And then it was already bad that he was rejected by his daddy, and then to be rejected by the church that he loved and played for was sad. Billy Preston would have been helped, but the man raped Billy Preston right in church. Billy Preston told his mama, and his mama was like, that man ain't do that to you. And of course, that was the path that led him on that. And I think it's sad. I really think it's sad. And let me tell you about Perfecting. Donnie went to Perfecting Church in Detroit, which is Marvin Winans' church. So I really didn't know nothing about Perfecting, but I had to go out to California because Bishop T.D. Jakes was having a manpower conference in LA at the convention center. And when I tell you, the boys were all at Perfecting. So I don't know how long he stayed delivered, but he had a lot of temptation around him because it was a lot of boys who went to Perfecting at that time.
Father Lord. So with his child, so what is Donnie McClurkin's childhood trauma? Like, was he sexually abused when he was?
Yeah, some of that physically. So he went through a whole lot, and people don't understand. Donnie McClurkin was a janitor,
But
cleaner.
see, that's what's so interesting about sexual trauma, especially when it's same-sex sexual trauma, because you couple an ugly experience with scriptures that can be argued to reinforce homophobia. And so he can't help but look at homosexuality in some way as erroneous or wicked or broken in some way or ungodly in some way, because every time he thinks about sexuality, he has to see the face of his abuser in his mind when he do.
Well, yeah, and not only that, again, he runs to music and he runs to ministry. But again, I think his avoidance, and I don't think Donnie McClurkin has really adequately addressed this situation. I like I said, he keeps on running to ministry and he keeps running to the music. And like I said, do you think that God doesn't love you? He gave you a voice, you're blessing people. What I don't get with the church people is, so he still don't have the same voice. He's still the same person. I just don't get it. Yeah. What's up, Olivia?
Hey, I just want to speak real. Hey, how y'all doing? Hey, Conscious. Hey,
welcome to the platform.
I just want to hop up real fast and speak on Donnie. I think that Donnie is binding himself, like I said in the comment section, via his childhood trauma. And if you know anything about child sexual abuse, you know that I don't think that his problem is even outweigh the church. What the problem is, especially when you are abused as some men, when they are sexually abused, because your body will betray you, and because your body has betrayed you and what's being done to you, you can't reconcile your mind to your body feeling pleasure by what's being done to you, because you know you're not wanting this to go on. You know that this is wrong. You know that this is hurting you. More often than not, it's probably a family member that you trusted that did this to you. But because your body betrayed you, you become conflicted in your mind. And I really think that I think that he is a people pleaser. I think he's using his trauma as he's using the church as an excuse too. Do you see what I'm saying? He's binding himself. I don't think that the church is binding him. I think that it's an excuse.
I do, because I have been a same gender loving man in a church, and I know what they do. I know they try to.
I know that, but see, it's all jumbled up in his head because he never dealt with his childhood trauma. So you can be destroyed mentally before you even reach adulthood. And like I said, a lot of times when something like that goes on in some families, and you try to tell somebody and they say, we're going to my house, stay in my house, you better not tell nobody about this, you better not say nothing about this. This didn't happen to you, so you live year after year in silence, or you feel like nobody was there to help you. When you grow up, you don't get any you don't get any help for this past trauma. And the thing is just binding you because you refuse to set it free, because you can't make peace with it. And so you use every excuse in the world. Like Donnie McClurkin, he could have a relationship with a man if he wanted to. Do you see what I'm saying? He can leave the church. He can start his own church. There are several things that he can do, but until he chooses to deal with his trauma head on, he's always going to be, look at his eyes. He just is sad. He ain't sad because he's not in no relationship. He's sad because he can't deal with his trauma. And I feel sorry for Donnie, because there are men and women, especially, and I can't think about in every community that never reconcile their minds or get help to childhood sexual trauma. It's absolutely devastating. And you shouldn't throw that by the wayside.
But Miss Olivia, Donnie was hurching. He was hurching, baby. That didn't stop Donnie from hurching. He was still.
No, it won't. It won't stop you. It won't stop you.
My thing is this, though. Church compounds that stuff.
I mean, at first, yes, I did.
Because let me
Yes.
say why it compounds it. It compounds it because Donnie should be able to go to his clergy and say it. But how are you going to go to a clergy who really don't understand it because they don't even recognize it either? So now it adds extra trauma, and then you have a pastor calling gay men the F word in the pulpit and calling women bull daggers, which I think is derogatory in the pulpit. And so you get this message that okay,
But he can remove himself from that. Are you saying he can't remove himself from that?
making money. Let me tell you something. It's a lot of gay gospel artists, but they don't.
So he's binding himself to the money too. But we know that's the root of all evil. That in itself is a sin. That's another excuse.
But he don't want to be abandoned. He don't.
But he don't want to be free.
The church has a way of leaving you. The church has a way of kicking you out. They have a way of saying they find your music.
You don't want to be free.
So it is what it is. So he don't
want to be free.
But my thing is, he's bound by money. He's bound by that trauma. He's bound by a lot of things. I think these things are compounded. I think he needs to deal with his childhood trauma. He probably seen what happened to Tone X and see what happened to him. And Carlton Pearson, when Carlton Pearson say, "I'm going to be radically inclusive," his audience they haven't gotten that far. They still in 1950.
Do you realize the impact that Donnie McClurkin could have if he broke away from that traditional church and started his own church that was all inclusive?
He has his own church. That's the whole thing. He is a pastor.
Okay.
His church is in Freeport, New York. So he has a church already.
Okay, so we go back to him binding himself. We go back to him binding himself. You can't blame the church. You can't blame the money. You can't blame any of that. He is choosing to bind himself because he refuses to free himself. Okay, some people get comfortable with the trauma. How would Donnie McClurkin identify himself if he ever let go of that trauma?
Well, he already did half of it by saying that he has had relationships with men and women, which is a stretch right there. I'm surprised he said that because some people like, oh, and Donnie McClurkin has already told people of his lifestyle. So it's
but sex is not therapy, Jay Wilson. Sex is not therapy.
No, I'm not saying it's therapy. So let me say this, Miss Olivia. I was a victim. Okay, so I was a victim. But my thing is, I've had meaningful relationships.
Right, absolutely.
And it was, and like I said, I went to therapy later on in life, but it didn't stop me because at one point in time, I got to the point to say, I didn't make that grown person. That's a grown person.
Right.
That's your fault. Issue. It's not my fault. And so Donnie has to get to that place. I don't know if he is at that place, but he's going to have to get to that place. But my thing is, I don't get so much childhood trauma now because here you are at this particular point and you should know. And if not, you have enough money for therapy, but then don't run to the ministry and the music.
But guess what? He probably still, that little boy inside of him still can't tell. That little boy still can't tell. Look at his eyes.
So Miss Olivia.
With
you bringing that up now, see, now I'm about to empathize with Donnie ass because now you just kind of introduced my brain into just how complex his situation really is. Because when you were talking about it's sexual trauma, so what's interesting is that the body has its own consciousness.
Yes.
And like a lot of rape victims can even orgasm during the rape.
Your body will betray you. Yes.
And so I remember there was an episode of Iyanla where there was a young girl who had been raped, and I think she asked the girl like, what made you, because the girl said she was raped over a certain period of time by her own brother, and she kind of alluded to what made you kept going back, and the girl she didn't have the language or the awareness to be able to know why. And Iyanla said something so profound. She said, because your body liked it, even though your spirit didn't. Your body liked it. Right. And now you're dealing with guilt and shame because you allowed your body to lead where your heart didn't want to go. But because they were both in two separate directions, you were in two separate directions, dealing with the shame and the guilt and the conviction. But the pleasure and the gratification and the impulses that came from this boy stimulating you in this way. And then then to Jay Wilson's point, you then couple the religious the religious convictions with
Mm-hmm.
that trauma. So now
Mm-hmm.
to even separate the trauma from the orientation of
Yes.
homosexuality becomes even
Mm-hmm.
more convoluted and complex, because now
Yes.
I have the church also saying it's simply wrong to be this in and of itself. So now
Right.
he lives his whole life having dysfunctional relationships,
Yep.
according to him, with both men and with
And
women,
Yeah. Trying
off
to
of the
find some
issue,
peace.
off of
and,
the issue of that trauma. And now I believe at Donnie's age, Donnie is like, you know what? I have found some rested place amidst it
Yeah.
all, which is just to be by my damn self and
It's
make my
just to
money.
be by myself.
you
Yeah.
know, and like I said,
And how sad that is, though.
he may
How
find
sad.
he may find love. He may find that. I mean, he's not dead.
No, he got to find it in himself first.
But he
Yes,
has
he
to find
does.
it himself.
He got
Yes.
to do the work.
Let me say
Yes,
this
he
too.
does.
Let me
Yes.
say this too. It's the people who you don't expect that you need to look out for. And this is a problem too, because everybody think that a lot of gay men be trying to go with little boys and stuff. This let me tell you something. A lot of
Well,
people.
Lil Nas didn't make that no better now, did he?
Father God, don't you get me started, Miss Olivia.
He didn't make
Don't
it
you
no
get
better,
me
did he?
goddamn started.
No,
He
let me
fed right into that stereotype.
let me say this. The older gentlemen that I used to know, they worked. When you were a gay man back in my day, and how I experienced it, is that you went to work. You had to be better than everybody else. You had to go to college. The gay men that I knew, or same gender loving men that I knew, had nice cars and they lived in nice apartments and they dressed well. So that's what I saw. I don't know what this is now with the meth and needing to live with a white man. I hate to say that, or have a sugar daddy to make it. I don't know what that is, but you know, and this is why I say gay or same gender loving men, the community is not a monolith. Like black people are not a monolith. And I just hope people, the sad part with Lil Nas is some people who are not forward thinking going to think that this is how the community is, and everybody is not like that. But I don't believe in.
Well, you know what the problem is also, if I could just interrupt. I think that the problem a lot also, you know, a lot of people were living vicariously through Lil Nas, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because they were saying he's apologetically free, unapologetically, free or whatever, and all this and all that. And here you go a couple of days after that, you get these derogatory tweets. That is doing nothing for his community in the first place. All right. In my opinion. But as far as Donnie go, I didn't want us to brush the issue of child sexual abuse aside, because we have so much mental illness in our community in particular, I believe, because of child sexual abuse, childhood trauma in this way. Because like I said, we got our elders telling us what go on in my house, stay in my house. And a lot of people got them creepy ass uncles, do you see what I'm saying, and aunties, and I don't think that, and a lot of people are uncomfortable. Jay Wilson, you seem like you are uncomfortable talking about childhood trauma in this matter, because like you said, let me finish, baby, let me finish. And this is my assumption.
I would rather you say I sense it, because you don't really know what I'm feeling.
But I feel it in my opinion, because I don't know your mind. I'm not psychic. I'm just saying, in my opinion, I mean no disrespect, but it's not only you.
I don't take that, but yeah.
Okay, a lot of people feel uncomfortable talking about this, and because we are uncomfortable talking about this, it's never dealt with. Do you see what I'm saying? And it's not only men. I know that you got a problem with when people say that, well, he probably gay because he was molested as a child. Now, we know that logically, every man that is a gay man has not been molested as a child. Do you see what I'm saying? We know that, but some people in particular don't like people to say that, because but when you do that, you are pushing to the side those men that were molested as a child. There are a lot of men that were molested as a child that don't identify as gay. They go on and have families and stuff. You should not set trauma to the side just because it's uncomfortable. And it's not only men, it's women. Let me finish. Let me speak to my ladies. See, it's women too. Let me tell you about women. When I worked in the homeless shelter, you have a lot of women that's addicted to drugs and prostitutes on the street. And when you talk to them and they come and they want help, for drug use, or, they'd have contracted some kind of disease or whatever. You talk to them and you counsel them long enough. And at the root of the problem is, I was molested by my daddy. I was molested by my uncle. And the reason why I bring that up is because some women that are sexually abused, they go on to hurt themselves. Just like some men go on to hurt other people, and they also go on to hurt themselves. Some women go on to be abusive as well. It's all a form of humiliation. Whatever degree of humiliation and however you're choosing to deal with this without getting the proper help, that is what's going to manifest. And the reason why I say all of that is because, and the reason why I said it, look at Donnie McClurkin, just look at his eyes. You can tell that little boy behind his eyes is tortured. Do you see what I'm saying? And he don't feel like he can tell nobody what's done happened to them, because he don't want to bear the shame. He thinks somebody is going to say it's your fault that this happened to you, because ain't no telling what they told him. Well, who knows if he even ever told anybody. He probably even never, he don't trust adults. He can't never have a functional relationship, because he can't even trust the person that he's with, even if he like you. See, all of this, I'm not going to fool with nobody. That's an excuse. That's him shutting down, because he refuses to deal with the root of his issue. That's what's going on with Donnie, in my opinion, not the church. And it's not just Donnie. I've seen it time and time again. But I just don't want us to lay to the wayside the disastrous effects of child sexual abuse.
Yeah, Miss Olivia, I get you, but I'm not uncomfortable talking about it.
Okay.
That's a few cents, but that's not correct. I think masculinity has a lot to do with this. I think we choose what's a man and what's not a man. No, being responsible, paying your
tax. That don't have nothing to do with sexual abuse, baby.
It does. It has.
I disagree. No, sir. That's about power and control. No, sir.
Because if these people weren't hypersexualized, then we wouldn't have these men sneaking and being sexual and doing this in the first place. They would be who they are.
For children? So that's a mental illness, pedophilia. No, wait. You jumping the gun. I'm talking about pedophilia.
That same
and incest.
Hold on, Miss Olivia. I'll let you speak. So if I'm wrong, let me give my wrong opinion, but at least let me.
Yes, sir.
So at the end of the day, I say hypersexuality. You look at these people always blaming stuff on LGBTQ. I was telling one of my buddies, it's really interesting with these bathroom laws, and I said it's these people who identify as straight doing all of this raping and all of this stuff, because they straight. Not you don't hear a lot of gay men doing that. Straight people. And I think that's an issue. And I think hypermasculinity plays a part into this. I think you're right, the pedophilia. But again, it comes back to churches, because churches should be an advocate and protect those people who are vulnerable, and they have not done it. Donnie probably would have gotten help a long time ago. We don't. What
about all the children that never went to church a day in their life and they get abused?
But Donnie is one who went. Donnie, and I'm talking about this. Donnie is one who went, and they should be able to go to a parent or someone. But I'm talking about in the Black community, for the most part, the majority of us, not all, but the majority of us, we go. And my thing is, we will push these narratives. We push these people into these positions who are supposed to be church leadership. We sit there and the pastors send these people off to other places so they can go rape people and do the same thing. So all I'm saying is,
they do that in the Catholic Church as well.
But they do it, and we blame the Catholic Church. You're right, Miss Olivia, because they've had their reckoning. But the Black church has not had their reckoning with this yet. And I think it's coming. And I don't want you to push aside. And I understand what you're saying with sexual trauma. I get it. But I don't want you to push aside that Donnie McClurkin is a man who eats, lives church. And that has a major part as well. So
I'm not saying it don't have a major part, Jay Wilson. I'm just saying, at the root of his issues, it would appear to be his trauma that he refuses to deal with, like a lot of people go their whole lives. Do you know how much power that thing has on him?
We don't advocate therapy. We don't advocate it. So
I advocate therapy. I do.
So you do, but the community in a whole don't. And that's a sad situation. So even Donnie says that I throw myself into ministry and I throw myself into music. Well, you throw yourself
The
into
reason why
avoidance and you still need to deal with it. And maybe if Donnie gets that help and goes sit down and take the chair and work through his issues, he will be okay. But at the end of the day, as well, Miss Olivia, you can't say, well, you know, I sense that you feel this way or you feel this way. No, I advocate people to go get mental health and that. And I hope the churches start doing that as well. But, you know, we can say all of this, but you're right. Until Donnie gets that help, until Donnie says this is what I want to do, then this is what's going to be Donnie. And unfortunately, Donnie has to free himself. So I'm not saying that you're wrong, but
I'm not wrong.
He just has to get the help he needs. This is
You're not wrong.
I'm going to be honest.
Well, I just want to.
I think hypermasculinity has a lot to play in this as well. I think all of these things.
I think it adds the insult to the injury for sure.
Right. I do. So I'm not mixing the issue up. I think it has something to do with it as well. You know, you have these men marrying these women and know good and well they don't want it. And then 25 years later, they divorce and then the wife left devastated, or the wife leave the man because that's what she didn't want in the first place, because that's what the church told them to do. Or you have that crazy uncle who really wanted to be free in the first place and repressed. And now in his sick, twisted way, this is what he do. So
is there any reason why a lot of us don't even have church as a foundation anymore? You know, the church has been overrun by demons, and the church is not even a bedrock anymore. This is really almost a moot point when it comes to the Black church, because you have so many people that don't even you know, bother going to church, you know, because of a lot of the things that you stated. But when it comes to trauma, the reason why we don't, some of us don't advocate mental health in the community or advocate getting help for child sexual abuse is because we are so afraid of the police. You know, your uncle done did you wrong, or your parents might even know that they done did you wrong. They don't want to call the police on these uncles or these daddies or brothers or whoever, because they don't want them to go to jail. We got so much stuff coming at us in the community. At one point in time, is it any you know, it makes sense for Dr. Joy DeGruy to say we suffer from post-traumatic slave disorder, you know, because we got so much stuff coming to us at one time. You won't, you know, how you gonna get help if you won't even acknowledge the wrong that was done to you, because you scared, you know, you don't want to put these people in jail, you don't want them shot down and killed.
But
it's horrible.
Let me go to this church thing. I do blame the church, because the church is supposed to be a place of refuge when you can't go anywhere else.
It once was. It's not today.
You should be able to go to the church.
Not today.
I blame a lot of things. I blame archaic things of what the church do and want to hold on these traditions that are not helping anyone. I blame these people not getting the education that they need. And so, yeah, you know, we were talking about the church. Girl, just pray about it. God gonna bless you. You don't need to go to no psychologist, because we still push that narrative. So don't tell me that don't blame the church. No, I
didn't say don't blame the church. I say the church is almost an afterthought. See, Jay Wilson, the church that me and you know, it's an afterthought.
I got you, but I was responding to comment that came up.
Okay, I'm just saying. But do you acknowledge, Jay Wilson, that the church that me and you were raised up in is an afterthought? There is not that type of church anymore.
It was a good one. It was some good things about that type of church, and there's some bad things about it.
I mean, I ain't saying it wasn't no bad, but I'm just saying in general, that day has gone past.
But you know what?
And a lot of the part of what's wrong with the Black community is we refuse to grow. We want to stay stagnant. A lot of us, we want to stay stagnant, or either just push it to the wayside. We don't want to grow. We don't want to learn. We don't want to evolve.
Well, that's a part of the Black church, because they don't even want to deal with issues.
I'm talking about the Black community in general.
Well, I'm talking about the Black community, and I'm talking about the Black church. And
I'm just saying it's a part of it, you know, just in general.
I'm saying they don't even want to deal with same gender issues. You still got people dealing with that. They squeamish about that. You know, I had to work in public health where I'm telling these people, baby, y'all need to get on some pills and do something to prevent the spread of HIV. Oh, we don't need that over here because our people ain't doing that. No, sir, you got women with 5 children and not one married husband sitting there with them, and you don't think they ain't having sex out of wedlock. This is not a gay thing. This is a community thing. And so so we can't even get out of
But
that.
who do you blame for that? Let's stay right there for a minute, because I hear this argument a lot. You said you got a woman sitting there with 5 children and no daddy, right?
No
And they
dad.
having 6. Who do you blame for that?
Not only the woman, but the man as well, because
Right.
because a lot of them are delinquent. And guess what? It does start in the home, and it does start with that. And this is why I miss. Now I'm gonna tell you what I miss about the old Black community. I miss that the village raising the children. I think that was very, very common. I thought that was very good. But now we don't have these things, and of course we deal with
Yes,
systems.
they refuse to grow.
We deal with a lot of systems, and I think that, we talk about it's the gay people trying to break down the family. No, the system is breaking down your family. Gay people didn't say that you got to work.
I've never heard that.
Oh, I heard it. Oh gosh, Miss Olivia. See again. Welcome to my world. I hear it. Oh, the people are the reason why the foundation of the family is falling. No, you had Bill Clinton to say, okay, welfare to work, and we don't want you to stay with your children, so we're gonna make you work 3 jobs, and the children running rampant now because we don't want you to be the parent at home. So I see a lot of government systems breaking down Black families as well. So I think it's a cahoots with a whole lot of stuff. So yeah, that's where I am, Miss Olivia. But I think we have a lot of work to do, and I think it didn't start with Nas X.
So you guys both have, my God, like y'all have put y'all foot off into this goddamn subject, and it's low key triggering me up because both of y'all are speaking to different sides of the same coin. Olivia talking about the reality of the way that systemic oppression and slavery has impacted the way that we cope, relate, and deal with the issue of sexual trauma and abuse, whether that's ancestral, whether it's outside of ourselves. And then Jay Wilson talking about the role that the church has played in maybe being well-intended in attempting to reconcile it, but nonetheless even furthering that pain. And I think about my own family, which I'm about to get very fucking transparent here, is I come from a very Southern Black family who is deeply rooted in Orthodox Christianity. And a lot of my aunts were abused by one of their male siblings. And that conversation has still not been had between the siblings. And my grandparents are now, well, one of my grandparents is dead. The one that's living is now in their 90s, and the bleed out is now happening. But my grandparent is ill-equipped to deal with that, because one of the so-called black sheeps in the family is like bleeding out and kind of airing out all of the family's bullshit. And I think about what it must have been like in my grandmother's time and my grandfather's time, being working class Blacks with all of these strong respectability politics, a lot of those things I mentioned here tonight about what stays in my home is in our home, and we go and deal with things in the home. And what we mean by let's deal with it in house is not deal with it at all. Let's just, oppress it. Let's just evaporate it. Let's cloak it with something and leave it be. And there it was. My aunts were being molested. And one of my aunts, well into her adulthood, even into her marriage, suffered from PTSD as a result of that molestation, where she would see her sibling in her mind when she would be having intercourse with her husband. And it took my aunt a long time to even deal with the PTSD of that. And what's interesting about that is, even though that's been the experience, every Christmas, every Thanksgiving, my aunts have to sit across the table from their molester, and this is common in Black families. So when Miss Olivia was saying that we all have that creepy uncle, let's take it a step further. We all are harboring the abuser right in our families, and they're right at the brunch with us. Oftentimes in Black families, people are in front of and sitting down with their abusers and their rapists in the sunken place. They've condition and program themselves to be numb from the neck down, to be desensitized to what has happened to them. There's been no justice and no truth. And then we wonder why Black families are imploding from the inside out because of all of the fucking issues tied up together. Not only do you have people being victimized and there being no justice, no outlet for healing, no opportunity for healing, you being left on your own with your trauma, coupled with all of the crazy shit that religion in and of itself introduces to you in terms of these ideas around patriarchy and gender identity bullshit and women atoning for the sins of men and men narrating shit and not doing a great job at leading the goddamn family. It's just like it gets all tangled the fuck up, and everybody's right in the comment section that these are conversations and levels of transparencies that we don't speak about enough.
And it goes back to Donnie again, Conscious. It goes right back to Donnie again. And then I look at the family members. It's like, well, couldn't somebody take that child and said, you know what? You're not going to do this. This is done. We're going to stop this. It stops here. Because this is where I say that the Black community of old was good, but it wasn't all great because, you know, like you said, you didn't tell business in my house. Now, these children now got some boldness. They will call CPS on you in a heartbeat.
Look at Carrion. Look at Carrion Franklin. He's bleeding out.
But this is the thing. Do we want to put our kids in a foster care system that can even further compile trauma on them? Because Black children don't do well in the foster care. Hell, white children don't do well in the foster care system. So if you know they ain't doing well, you know how it is going to look for us. So I think that it's
don't you know? I'm sorry, but don't you know that's one of the things that a child's abuser will use to get them to keep them silent. You better not tell nobody. They're gonna take you away from your family. Do you see what I'm saying? That's one of the things that they use to keep that child silent.
That's why you tell an auntie, because I know I have a family that I know in Ohio, and the auntie found out, and the auntie went ballistic, and she said, if you don't call the cops, I will, and I don't give a damn, because I don't believe this child is lying. And it forced people to the table. And they had to come to the table because auntie took a stand that, no, this bull crap ain't going on my watch because he did what? He touched your who what? Oh, no. Because auntie was saying, if you don't, I'm going to handle it.
But Pastor, like, one of the other issues, though, like, with that is, unfortunately, you know, it can't just stop and start with villainizing the abuser, because we know that even the abuser is a victim too.
Okay, that's great. That's good to know. I'm not mad at that. But then, if you're not going to handle the situation, then are we going to continue to have more victims? Because at some point, somebody's going to have to stop, or somebody's going to have to be an example. And I tell you what happened is the family got that man some help. But before that auntie was willing to take that child, to raise that child and go to court. And she said, to hell with y'all, because I'm not going to sit here and let this child go through this, because who next? Yeah, he got a problem, but who next? So we're going to continue to do this? So I tell her. It's done.
But see, I empathize with our community, because the issue of racism in this country is exactly how Black people's backs got up against a wall like this, because we got to understand that, like in the era of Jim Crowism, all these same things going on in Black households now are going on then. But then you leave a people handicapped when they also can't trust in the justice system of their day. And then that's complicated with the fact that mama loves both the abuser and the victim of that abuse, coupled with living in a system where there is no justice for this outside of us. Even if I wanted, even if I could choose my son over my daughter and bring accountability to him, I damn sure also don't want to put him into the hands of crackers. And Klansmen, etc. But I also think that there has to be, that the way we approach this has to be, there has to be an art form brought to being a healer, because when we are talking about these abuses, like my uncle who abused my aunts also was abused by my grandfather's auntie, who would strap him in the basement of the house, tie him up, and do perverse things to him.
My God.
And so that pain and that practice was being transferred into the people who had close proximity to him. So my question is, what do you do about both? Not just one, but what do you do about both when you have?
He got help. He got the help he needed. But that aunt was like, F this. This will stop here. I don't give a damn how you feel about him because this is what he did to this child. I can understand if he went through this situation, but either get him help and get this solution and we gonna talk about this, or I am going to the cops. I hate to do it, but we're not gonna have this. And I tell you what, they got something done. The reason is if you don't do nothing, then stuff will stay the same. And sometimes somebody has to be the example. And I feel sorry for people, but it has to stop. It just has to stop. And so what we do, just be quiet and let it continue to go on and on and on. Yeah, I don't like people being caught up in situations either, but at the end of the day, the stuff has to stop.
Well, that's what we're saying. That's what the problem is. Do we be quiet? The problem is we've been quiet too long, and it has gone on and on and on generationally. I wanted to ask Conscious TV, how, since you said things are starting to bubble up, Conscious, in your family, what are the conversations like? In that area, are your aunties speaking out now? Are they trying to regain their power over this situation, or what are they doing, baby?
Well, one of the aunts who is the token black sheep, she's tried to attempt to lead the charge because my other aunties, ironically, like a lot of victims, feel guilty and they don't want to hurt their mother by with this information, and so it's all of that. But the black sheep has confronted my grandmother and told her what has happened under my grandparents' roof. And and that's why I have brought the age of my grandmother up, because unfortunately her fucked up response was, "What do you want me to do about it now?"
Oh Lord.
Yeah. So that was a whole thing, and of course that.
So the black sheep, the one you calling the black sheep, is she the strong one? Why is she the black sheep, baby?
So my I can believe y'all got me telling some of my family business anonymously. But this particular aunt, she, like my aunts were considered the pretty girls growing up. They were brown skinned. They were, considered a part of the pretty girl clique. My aunt was very tall, like supermodel tall, and she was also dark skinned, like very dark skinned. And my grandmother married my other aunt's father and didn't marry this particular aunt's dad. And so my aunt grew up feeling inferior because of her skin tone and because of her looking very different from her sisters. And she also had a void in her heart because her dad was not only not in the household, but he also wasn't in her life. And somehow, some way, in my auntie not having an understanding, I think she somehow also blamed my grandmother and holds resentment toward my grandmother for her father not being around, which sometimes a lot of single parents end up atoning for the sins of the other partner when they're not there, because this is supposed to be a two-person's job. Only one parent is involved, and they're taking the heat for the absence of the other partner and all of the fallout of that. And so my aunt, she just grew up feeling a fucking way. She just grew up feeling a fucking way. And she also projected this tension onto her sisters, who had nothing to do with the systems of colorism that my auntie was experiencing. Just like my aunts, they were not responsible for being brown skinned. This aunt was not responsible for being dark skinned. And so a lot of miscommunication and not knowing how to deal with those dynamics, they end up getting that, like a lot of it ended up being directed onto one another. And so that's why she's the black sheep. She calls herself the black sheep, and she is, and what's interesting about that is that she's hypnotized herself into that, like, with that mantra so much that she actually can't experience the love that's always been there for her in the family, because she has yielded to the pain body in that way, and she's kind of gotten entrapped in her own pain. So she bleeds out a lot. Like, she has a lot of outbursts where she just wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, and before you know it, Christmas dinner is all hell breaking loose, and there's a lot of things that should get said that don't get said, that are being said at the most inopportune times, and then because those conversations are always kind of a result of I can't take this no more. Obviously, the fallout is just as explosive because the effect is going to be equivalent to the causation. So when what you're saying, no matter how profound or how authentic or true it is, when that pain energy is behind it, you also are going to create a trickle effect and trigger up everybody else's defenses. So it never goes over well. Nothing ever gets accomplished, but she keeps bleeding out. And my grandma just does it. And because my grandma was raised up in a time where she, unfortunately, too, had her own abuses that were undealt with, parents gave to their children what was given to them. And sometimes that was abandonment. Sometimes that was silence, because that's what was given to them. And so, that's why we call it a vicious cycle that keeps on giving, because people can only give you what they have to give you.
That's correct, Count. I was about to say that. Grandmama can't give you what grandmama don't have. But then I ask those other people, when your aunt, who's the black sheep of the family, goes off, and I'm assuming she's speaking truth, she's not speaking in a lie, then why are other people triggered? And so then people need to ask themselves, so if she's saying this and it puts a knot in my stomach, then why does it put a knot in my stomach? And let me look at me now, because it's something going on. What she's saying, what I know is true, is making me feel some kind of way. And far as the black sheep, I think that's where the therapy gets to the point, because baby, you got to let yourself free, because I know people right now, they mama they mom and daddy in the grave, and they still letting their mom and daddy rule in from the grave because they didn't get this or this. And this is where you have to say, you know what? I have dealt with this. I have released this. I have got my help for this. I'm letting this go. I think that it's not an issue with her telling the truth, telling her truth. If it makes people uncomfortable, then what triggers them to be uncomfortable? And then in the meantime, I think
I'm gonna be honest. I think that what triggers a lot of people is the fact that we oftentimes don't differentiate the players from the actual game. So oftentimes we end up being upset with other people who were victims of the system and not the actual system. And so sometimes when the players get the heat for what the system is responsible for, those players will resist, because they think that what you are communicating to them is, I'm responsible for color. I'm responsible for this. I'm doing this. I did this intentionally. And so it ends up being an ego for ego entanglement, rather than somebody being able to realize that even if you have a victim who is saying, who's communicating in a way that makes it feel like this is you, that they're talking to you, but you have to have but see, this is what we're talking about. There's a lack of, there's no emotional intelligence in a lot of Black families. There's we haven't cultivated a lot of things that are necessary to make conversations healthy and comprehensible and applicable. Because these things have to be cultivated, these traits and qualities. We can't just say, oh, you're telling the truth, you should be able to handle this truth. No, I have not been trained to handle the fucking truth. I've been trained to hear you. I've been trained to hold on. What's the statement? I God damn it, I lost it. But yeah, we just haven't been trained to hear properly. We haven't been, and this is why shows like Iyanla Vanzant are so significant, because when she comes into the process, she's really exposing what's not a part of the process. And what y'all are not doing. This is what y'all are doing. This is where it's going wrong, when there is a attempt to clear it all up. And because these things haven't been cultivated.
So part of the problem that's going on with your auntie, the one that calls herself the black sheep, she's looking for something from her mother that she's never going to receive. And she has to forgive herself. When you have when your aunties have gone through so much trauma, it gets to a point to where there's nothing anybody can do about it. It's a thing that you have to then begin the process of, forgiving yourself, whatever it is that she needs. If you can talk to your auntie, just let her know that whatever she's seeking from her mom, unfortunately, she's not going to get it, and she's going to have to try to find that peace for herself.
Oh, yeah. And we've told her this. I've told her this so much. Aunt, even if it means you disconnecting from
Absolutely.
the family in order
And
to
sometimes
salvage.
that's what needs to be done.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sometimes you got to throw the whole thing away. Like sometimes you, for your own salvation, for your own sanity, for your own sense of self, you just have to throw the whole. And my aunt is still, but see, my aunt is also a product of what I'm saying, where it gets so profoundly complicated when you couple, I love these people, but I'm hurt by these people. And then you find yourself trying to have both. I'm holding on to the love, but unfortunately also the pain. And then people feel they can't make an executive decision. And then because they're trying to hold on to the pain and hold on to the love, then a lot of that tension just continues to give birth to other issues. And then before you know it, we don't even know how the fuck we even got here.
Conscious Young, who was a student of Freud, said this: there is a self that we want to present to the people, that we want people to see, and there is the true self. And what happens is we repress a whole lot of stuff, and we keep it down, and we keep it down, and we keep it down. But when somebody hits a raw spot, it's triggered. And usually those thoughts are repressed things and things that you have pressed down and not dealt with. And so when people get upset, when they get that tight knot and when they lash out, it's because of they have repressed stuff. There's an image that you want people to see. That's why I tell people that was the real not Donnie McClurkin, but that was the real Kurt Franklin. See, the Kurt Franklin that everybody wants to see is the one on Sunday's Best, the cool, suave one. But that boy pushed the trigger. And I know people want to blame him, but all he did was trigger. And so something repressed in him was triggered, and this is what we get. So even in this situation, can I just interject? In the case of Kurt Franklin, he refuses to deal with the little boy inside of his grown son. And that little boy is what's lashing out, okay? For whatever reason, he lashing out. And I know some of the stuff that he done said that his father did to him. And I always, I side on the side of the victim until it's proven to me that the situation didn't happen. But I always, if you say you did it, I'm gonna believe it until I find out that it didn't happen. That's just how I agree with you, Ms. Olivia, but
he refuses to deal with that little boy in him.
But
that carry on that's crying out.
Carry On triggered something in his dad to make his dad go off like that. And I'm not blaming Carry On, but something triggered him. And so Kurt needs to find himself, what in the hell happened that it triggered me to go off and curse that boy out?
Kurt is the father, and it's his fault. Do you see what I'm saying? You can't. I heard Conscious what he said about his auntie and his grandmama said, "What do you want me to do about it?" Do you see what I'm saying? You are the parent, and it is your responsibility to nurture emotional intelligence, to nurture self-confidence, to keep your baby safe. And so I'm just talking about as far as Kurt Franklin goes. He was wrong for doing it.
I got you, but Miss Olivia, people can't give you what they don't have.
I agree. I agree. But I'm just saying I agree, but I'm just saying in general.
So when Conscious TV's grandmom said that and the lady got upset, well, this is what she's gonna get, because if she's dealing with trauma herself, baby.
That's why I told Conscious he need to tell his auntie to let it go. She's never gonna get that from her mama.
Yeah,
she gotta give that to herself.
She'll be angry for the whole rest of her life, but at the end of the day, she has to do that. But I am learning. We expect a lot of people on YouTube. People only gonna give us what they can give us, because if they ain't never seen the west side of I-95, then why we expect them to give us?
YouTube is not therapy in the first place. So
it's not therapy. You learn from it, because a lot of these behaviors are something that you can really learn from. People get triggered. Why is that triggering you? Why is somebody saying XYZ triggering you like that? Not to say that, people don't go at it, but I've seen some people get triggered, and I'm like, something is there. Something is going on here. And so I just think, again, it goes back to that emotional intelligence. But Conscious, I just think that we all have the situations, and it goes back to Donnie. This is why therapy is really important. If you can find a good Black therapist who knows the dynamic of the Black family, like a Iana, who's licensed professional, I tell you to go for it. You're not crazy. You're not a bad person, but we all need to at some point in time just say, hey, this is what's really going on with me, and have that other set of ears. And I always just tell people, you just got to sit back and look at the dynamics. People can only give you what you have. And I think at a certain age, you got to realize that, you know what? I need to look at my family dynamics. I think there are family systems. I think I talked about this, Conscious, about family systems that, you know what, you dealing with stuff that you ain't even have control over. Yeah. You dealing with stuff that you don't even know about. Way before you came, you had great grandparents.
Me and my cousins always talk about how like we are the generation who's caught in the crossfire of their generation. Like,
awareness is how you whoop it. See,
but also conscious. You young people in your family, y'all can be the ones to break those binding chains. Y'all can be the one to get rid of those generational curses. You know, but somebody has to be strong enough. And I know you don't like that word, Jay Wilson. I don't know you don't like that word.
I believe it's knowledge. You have to know what the situation is. I don't believe God curses people. I believe
I'm not talking about a God curse, honey. I'm talking about a bloodline curse. Do you understand? I don't know if you agree with that or not, but conscious know exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, I think it's ignorance. I think not knowing. And when you find out that this is the reason why, then you deviate from that and say, you know what, I see what's going on. Let me say this. My dad, thank God he doesn't drink anymore, but he was stone cold alcoholic. I ain't never touch it. And it was no generation. I just saw it. I'm like, you know what?
Now, you know, being, sometimes alcoholism and drug abuse, that is it can be generational. You can be born with
because his granddaddy was, and his dad, but that didn't mean. But I saw it, and I made up.
So you didn't do it, yeah. That's true.
No, that ain't for me. And so my thing is, it was the knowledge of what it did. And these were strong men. They would go to work on the weekday, weekend. They were a whole different person. I saw that dynamic change. I saw people saying stuff that they didn't remember the next day. I'm like, that's not who I want to be. Absolutely not. So all I'm saying is that I saw a lot of friends going to jail. I didn't want that. I don't know. Sometimes it's just knowledge and you making the decision. And if you know it, and if you know that your family is prone to this or this disposition, or then it's like, okay, I get it and I see it and I'm observing this and I don't want this for me. I think knowledge is power, and I think
remember, a lot of people don't talk about these things in the family. Hence the generational curse. I'm not talking about some curse that God put on you. That is not what I mean by generational curse. I'm talking about nobody wants to deal with these dysfunctions. And that's why I said maybe a conscious and some of the younger people, they can be the ones to bring these things to light, to talk about it. You have to open your mouth up if you want to make a change.
And see, our generation, and their generation can't stand it because they look at our outspokenness and our willingness to be open and to address these things as disrespect or as rebellious. And it's just like, wow, like, you guys are so emotionally and spiritually ill that you will.
Guess what? You have to. Let me tell you this, Conscious. Let me stop you right there, baby. Even if they say that, that's just them not wanting to deal with it, and you still have to stand. Somebody, wait. Let me finish, Jay Wilson. Eventually, somebody, if you don't want your grandmama's not gonna live forever. When your grandmama passed on, if there is nobody standing in the gap, baby, your family is going to dissolve itself. And y'all ain't going to have to worry about your auntie being the black sheep or nobody else, because we know a lot of the times when the matriarch passes on in the family, the family just splinters apart, unless you got somebody standing in the gap.
Yeah. And that's why we forge ahead, because I know that they are ignorant. I know that they have... So they've come into villainizing their own liberation, kind of like the same slaves who tried to talk the other slaves out of running for their freedom, and was holding on to what was familiar and what they like. Like, people are less afraid of the devil they're the most familiar with than the devil they don't know at all. And so a lot of people are afraid of that light. They're afraid of what their healing looks like, and they don't know that there's nothing to be afraid of, but everything to be embraced by. But when your ego doesn't have a reference, you get into a place of being intimidated because nobody likes the unknown, even if what's in the unknown, even if it's in your best interest to go into the unknown. And so there are people in my family who are too afraid and they've become too bound in what was familiar, and they're terrified
Yes.
about what healing looks like. They know that healing is not also going to be pretty. They know that there's going to have to be confessions. There's going to have to be
Yep.
accountability. There's going to have to be
Mhm.
emotional receptivity. There's going to have to be them tapping into things. So it's like there's a whole thing, and it's unfortunate, but me and my cousins, we are bound to set a new precedence, which is why we all like, there's a bunch of conscious TVs in my family. And
Good.
so the family gave birth to people
Good.
who are going to see the system for what it is, interrupt the pattern.
Yes.
And if it means them being upset at us, we're okay with that, because we know the truth about the mission we're on by
you can't take
having
it
these
personal.
conversations and being honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I also want to talk a little bit about the generational curses. And hey, Lauren, I see you there. I'm gonna let you speak, boo. I wanted to speak about the generational curses. I think for you, Pastor, I think that may be a word that may sound better to you.
So you gotta contextualize it, because when you say generational curses, then in my context, it's coming from a church context, and I can't stand it.
But
Because
everything is not coming from a church context, though, Jay Wilson.
is to clarify. I think that's not hard to clarify, and I appreciate it. You clarified it, so I understand it. Thank you.
Well, just for the audience,
understand it, so clarification is always good.
But also for the sake of the audience, I was going to say, like, when you in general hear a generational curses, I just think of a generational patterns,
right?
Patterns that arise, and I think that, and even in your case, Pastor, with you saying that, like, maybe you weren't impacted, but maybe somebody else was impacted. I think that there's also not enough conversation around empaths and their experience, and because empaths will absorb all of the density of a family. They will inherit the sins of their fathers, while non-empathic people in that same lineage will kind of have more creative range to maybe yield away from that. And so I think that we also need to deepen the conversations about the way and the role that empaths play, the nature of being an empath, and how dangerous it can also be an unguided, unmentored empathic person in a lineage where there's lots of unresolved and pain, because oftentimes
take over the whole family. Yes,
because what I've seen is a lot of the empaths and families that are broken take on that brokenness, and for them sometimes they end up fucked up with mental illnesses, suffering from mental breakdowns. They end up attracting a lot of misfortune in their life, a lot of abuse in their life. And so I just think that's just a whole thing. But yes, I agree. Miss Lauren, hi.
Hi, how are you?
Hi, Sugar. Thanks for the Cash App. How are you? What did you want to add?
I've been enjoying the conversation. It's been very great to hear.
Epic as fuck.
It has been. I think one thing that hasn't been spoken of enough here is that sometimes we who have been hurt have to forgive ourselves first. We have to forgive ourselves, and forgiveness, that includes understanding that even when you present the problems to those who have hurt you, you may not get resolution. And you have to be okay with that. You have to be willing to let the dog go, let the pain go, and move forward. And I think a lot of times when we try to have these deep conversations with our families and bring up these issues and really talk, it's hard because no one wants to look in the mirror and see themselves potentially as a villain. Everybody wants to be the Luke and Leia. Nobody wants to be the Vader. But there's a lot of us out here being Vaders in our families. A lot of us who've had to play that bad guy role, whether we want to accept that we've done that or not. And so to have that type of accountability, I think that's step one. You have to look yourself in the mirror and understand that, take away all the excuses. Take away all your reasons. You hurt someone. So how do you go about making that right? And if that person does not forgive you, they choose not to forgive you, how will you move forward to ensure that you don't do that again to someone else? How do you ensure that you don't pass along that hurt to someone else because somebody hurt you? And that's just something that we don't think about.
I completely agree with that. And I know Jay has to go. He just sent me a message, so I just wanted to let him sound off real quick since he got to bounce.
Yes, I enjoyed it. Knowledge is power. I just tell people to just study family systems, know your family, talk and observe and just be open. So I thank you for having me on Conscious. It was
Thank
really
you.
so. I'll see you, Miss Olivia and LL. Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too, Jay
Have a
Will.
great
You
one.
too.
All right.
So LL, like with what you just said, is so fascinating because even when like Miss Olivia and Jay Wilson was talking about a carry on, that the issue around what true forgiveness really looks like and this misunderstanding around forgiveness, we need to literally understand that when we talk about forgiving someone else, what we're really talking about is forgiving ourselves
Exactly.
of perpetuating the damage someone else did to us. and
Yes.
and and so oftentimes we confuse forgiveness for needing closure from the other person, and then we hold ourselves hostage because we can't get this other person to say I'm sorry, or we can't get this other person to admit to what they did. And because we think our forgiveness is connected to somebody else's repentance, we oftentimes will stay in allegiance to that pain and that unresolved until we get that conversation or get that confession that we need. And if that's the way you experience or what you're looking for in forgiveness, there are a lot of bitter, resentful ass people in the grave who died waiting on a conversation that was never going to happen, who waited on a apology that was never going to fucking happen. And so we have to really wholeheartedly divorce the idea that forgiving someone else is about the other person and more so about us liberating ourselves from the damage that, yes, someone else did. And I always tell victims that, yes, if there's going to be, if you're talking about holding on to a relationship that's been damaged by bad behavior and inappropriateness and dishonorment and being violated, then yes, you should hold you should look for the other person to be accountable, to come into confession if they want a relationship to you. But you also don't need that if you're talking about going on your merry way and being happy. You don't need anything from them to accomplish that. And so I just hope that more people can understand that what you need in terms of your pain is being able to give yourself everything that your abuser didn't. Be compassionate towards yourself.
Yes.
Be empathetic towards yourself.
Absolutely.
Be honest with yourself. That's how you become the hero in these situations. Is you give yourself everything. Those who abandoned you, neglected you, disposed of you, you give yourself that. You get into the practice of having that relationship to yourself. That's how you begin to pick up the pieces of your life and of your soul and of yourself. And so I think that's another conversation that just needs to be had. It's just more conversations around forgiveness and what that needs to look like, and how because for me, people who I've decided like it's too far gone, I don't want to be in a relationship to you, I don't seek closure from. So when it's over, it's fucking over. I ain't in your emails, I ain't looking for you, I ain't calling you, I ain't texting you, I'm not in your direction, no way, shape, or form, and don't need you to be free. But if you're talking about being in a relationship to me, then yes, there's a standard and a code of ethics that are going to have to be established if we're talking about being connected in some way. And if you can't bring yourself to confess, if you can't bring yourself to acknowledge what you've done wrong, then why would I want to be in a relationship to you? Because what you're showing me is that you're a liability, for one, and that you're ultimately useless. Because what the fuck I look like investing in somebody?
You don't respect me.
Yeah, exactly. And so yes, forgiveness of self. A carry-on needs to somebody needs to tell him your freedom is not connected to your father.
Nope, that's right. I agree.
It's not.
I agree.
But the
Same
thing
thing
is
with Donnie
too,
McClurkin.
Yeah.
Same thing. That's how you bind yourself. You have to set yourself free. You have to forgive yourself. And that's why I came up, I popped on because I've heard people talk about childhood trauma, sexual abuse, and they never mention the
Go
fact
into
that
it.
a lot of the stuff are you blaming yourself and then you're binding yourself. You're not setting yourself free. Like I said, look at that little boy behind Donnie McClurkin's eyes that never could forgive himself because he probably You know, his body probably betrayed him. You know, who knows why this man is binding himself, because he don't have to be in this situation.
Yeah.
You know, he really don't. Like anything that's so toxic. If I feel like that church is a detriment to me, I'm going to save myself. You know,
Yeah.
and it's just like you talked about relationships, the family, personal relationships with, other people. If that person is not going to respect you enough to not hurt you, then you probably should not. You should consider what it is that you're dealing with.
Yes.
You know, you have to be honest with yourself.
Yes.
You know, a lot of the times women feel like we can change somebody.
Yes.
You can't change that man. Okay, you can't make him be the way that you want him to be. You are in denial. If he is not going to respect you first, even before you say the word "I love you," you need to know that he respects you. And if he don't respect you, ain't no way he gonna love you. And it ain't nothing you can do to change that. And if you respect me, you won't hurt me. And that's for family members and relationships. Both of them. In any kind of relationship, even just a regular friendship, you have to respect me enough so that I can trust you enough to really. And you have to show me that you're not going to hurt me, or I can't deal with you. You're toxic.
Yeah.
I gotta save myself.
You have to tell them what causes you pain too, because I find often that people have triggers.
Yes.
And that sometimes you are just walking in the minefield and you accidentally step on a mine and you blow something up. And it's not that you mean to. It's not that you mean to cause pain, but it's such a trigger for them that it kicks it to another level.
Yeah.
And you
But
have
that's the issue that I have, Lauren. Like that's the issue that I have with people going into any other type of relationship after trauma has happened to them, whether it's friendships or romantic, because that's what it's like you open yourself up to be triggered because you have this unresolved shit you're walking around with, and other people are inheriting that unbeknownst to them because they're just innocently moving around you, and unbeknownst to them, they're doing things, saying things, and providing experiences that are completely unhealthy and completely catastrophic for you emotionally and mentally. And so I always tell healed people, if you not only love yourself, but if you love other people, get yourself help first. And then give the healed part of you to your community, give the healed part of you to your children, give the healed part of you to a man or to a woman, etc. But heal it up first, because there ain't too many people who just, once again, dealing with a hurt person almost requires a goddamn art. Like you got to be skilled all in and of itself just to deal with somebody who's broken. And I think about my ex and how much baggage he fucking brought into this relationship. And I became the Kurt Franklin. I became the damn Kurt Franklin at some damn point, because I'm like, you are depriving my damn mental health as a result of me experiencing your poor mental health. And now we're both going to become ultimately toxic for each other, because I'm not equipped to deal with this, but in part because you're not choosing to deal with it. You're not forward moving and even dealing with any of the issues and trauma and shit that you have dealt with, and you're trying to scoot around by doing drugs and getting high and having a sex addiction. And you can do all those things, and you're doing all those things because you're trying to mask what you can't ultimately escape. So just go ahead and confront it. And yes, that's going to be a fucked up long process, but ultimately you'll be free forever after you've done the work. And that's the lesser of the beautiful of the two evils. It's like, yes, the process of healing is long and it's grueling, but there comes a moment where you get your slave papers. You're free to fucking go, and that is worth every bit of work you need to put into that. But you're right about the triggers and all of that shit. And I just want us as a Black community to realize that we aren't mad at each other, that we are all a product of something that we didn't ask for. And I believe personally that 99.9% of the issues in the Black community, at the root of it, is fucking slavery. All of the shit that we deal with is
freaking look, you can say that again. Yes.
all of this dysfunction is birthed out of white capitalistic racism. And so when we get mad at each other, or we see the prostitutes, or we see the thugs, or we see the baby mamas and all the baby daddies, like, this is a result of a community that has gone unhealed, that our country has showed no interest in helping to actually provide the necessary resources to the heal, who now has just mutated and mutated and mutated through generations. And so we're seeing a shell of our community in the modern time. And while we can look at each other and say, you're wrong and you're wrong and you're responsible, we are, once again, it's misdirected anger. We are the product of what's actually wrong. We aren't the authors of it, but we're the product. We're the intellectual content of the content holder, which is that white patriarchal capitalism.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
so we gotta, and I know it's hard to stay that mindful and to not get mad at other Black people and to not get mad directly at each other. But if we don't practice that, we're going to continue to just re-wound each other, and then this perpetual system of victimhood and crabs in the barrel will just go on eternally until we actually combat the real devil in the room, which is the system itself.
That's right.
So,
we assimilated into the trauma, you know.
That's God. Assimilated into the motherfucking trauma. Shit, Olivia. So I got to go, but I want you guys to sound off, Olivia. Like, what would you say?
What would I say? About what?
I don't know. Just give us whatever is in your heart to give us.
Well, I just want us all to be free. I popped on because when I look at this picture that's on your screen, I see so much pain in this Black man. And the reason why, and that coupled with the fact that, I don't know if any of you guys watched the George Floyd trial today.
I've heard about it, but I have not looked at it yet.
Yes, I watched a Black man, an older Black man, crying like a little baby. He was describing what he saw, when George Floyd was being murdered. He was up there crying like a little baby. Conscious TV, that broke my heart. Wow. And when I saw that Black man, I said, that Black man right there. He is so many Black men in America. Do you see what I'm saying? And like you said, all of that stems from trauma, and the fact that we have a lot of us have chosen to assimilate ourselves into that trauma because a lot of us are afraid and don't know what to do. We will never heal. We refuse to grow as a community. So, we're pretty much in shambles right now, but it can be turned around.
Yeah,
it can be turned around.
It can be. We're going to have to find a way to fall in love with each other again.
But you young people, y'all just flat out. See, they forgot to tell. See, here's the thing. This is what I want to say. When it comes to system of racism, white supremacy, they try to dumb us down via the school system and entertainment and every other thing else in the world. But what they forgot to do with the generation of young people, you and the people that are younger than you, they forgot to teach y'all to be afraid of the man. That's what they forgot. And because they forgot to teach y'all to be afraid of a man, that's why we see all this rebellion going on now. That's why we see all this strength. That's why we see all this unapologeticness going on. And so you guys are the future. You just have to learn to hold on to that. But like I said, they forgot to teach you to be scared of them, and that was a mistake. They just assumed
they did. You're right.
Teach you to be scared of them, and that was not the case.
Yeah, and that's why we're seeing a lot of these breakthroughs societally are seeing such a what they call a generational gap, because that fear is not there, and so all righteous hell is able to break loose. I like to call it a righteous wrath. There's a righteous wrath that's happening. There's a uprising that's happening. And it's all for the strength of that tenacity and that courage and that brave heart. And so, but we also need the elders like y'all to affirm us, because a lot of times we have other elders who are cooning and are saying y'all need to sit the fuck down. So we need the affirmation from the elders like you who see the point and see how Spirit is using this generation of Black folk and young Black folks to be the muscle or the warrior class in the community. And so I really appreciate that. And we need
Oh
more.
no, I appreciate y'all. You know, I appreciate the fact that a lot of like people I think that also part of the reason why you guys are so outspoken, that a lot of us when we were younger, we grew up with that, you know, do as I say and not as I do, don't speak unless you're spoken to. So when a lot of us were raising our kids, we wanted to let our kids have a voice, you know, have a mind of their own. You know, if you're not speaking your mind, you know, in my house, I don't have any children, but I got my sisters had a whole bunch of kids for me. Do you see what I'm saying? And
Okay.
so we always, you know, let them have a voice. And now those kids have kids. I have great nieces and nephews now, and they have a voice. You can speak your mind, you know, around here. Because if you refuse to speak and open your mouth, you become a victim. And so I think that a lot of you guys, your age and younger, you guys are refusing to be victims. You guys are refusing to be silenced, and that is a good thing.
Yeah. But like I said too, like, and the reason why like we need y'all is because we're also immature in that freedom, and so we're also going to abuse that freedom as well, and we're going to make a lot of bad choices as a result of being so free. And so y'all are our system of accountability. Like, no, that freedom is right, that voice is right, like stand on your shit, like do y'all shit.
But that's why I had a problem with that Lil Nas situation. Do you see what I'm saying? Because that just was not you know, that whole thing. And then all of this stuff is coming out now. I think he got
I'm gonna be on his neck until he gone. I'm gonna be on his neck until he gone. He fucked up.
I know you are.
I know you are. I can't do it. I put it on his motherfucking neck. Yeah, I get it. And see, me and you are interesting because I've had to come into these conversations around Lil Nas X and tell people that, like, some of y'all not outraged for the same reasons that some of us are outraged. It's because y'all aren't metaphysicians. Y'all are not spiritual people. Y'all are not spiritual minded. And so, of course, it's easy for y'all to downplay some of the other aspects of what's really wrong and dangerous about his introduction of satanic apparel, etc., and just all of that. So I think it's a reckless use of power, and I think the ideology in and of itself is fucked up, and I can't stand by it. So yeah, I get it.
That's what I tried to tell him, you know, a couple of days ago. It's more so, it's deeper than what you're seeing on the screen. You know, we're having two different discussions. I'm having a metaphysical or esoteric discussion, and you're having not even a Christian discussion, but a discussion about art or something. Like,
or they're making it about the gay and straight, and I'm just like, there's so many more fights here than just a gay versus straight shit happening in this situation.
Yeah, that's not what's going on. You're right about that, Conscious. You're right. You're absolutely not about that.
And I think I ended up tapping into your, I think you was on Spill It Boys thing, and something that I wanted to mention too, because I was debating some Hotep niggas a while ago, and I was telling them that, you know, the one of the issues with cis hetero men is that they've conflated being emasculated with sexuality, and these things are not mutually exclusive. And so yes, they are triggered up by the effeminate on another black male, because that's how they interpret the emasculation. And my whole point to them is that, do you honestly, like, literally there is no there's no point in white capitalistic satanic system serpent shit to make you a woman. They don't care whether you sit down as a woman or a man. The goal is to get you to sit the fuck down. That's what the emasculation is. The goal is to turn you against black women. The goal is to turn you against each other. The goal. So when you see emasculation, see the killing of each other in the streets, see the gang violence, see the domestic violence, see the fatherless homes, see the single parent household. This is the success of being emasculated, like making you feel, leading you to have a lack of confidence and self-knowing about yourself, making you feel handicapped and powerless in a system. And because you feel powerless, you're going to be absent because you believe you have no power to impact or to change with, and that's not true. But you're biting the apple, and you're giving them you're giving it to them. You're biting the apple every time that you're misunderstanding or misidentifying what the emasculation is. And even so this violence between cis black folk and cis queer folk is all a part of the emasculation. That's what the system wants. Kill all black, kill this tribe of folk, have them implode from the inside out, and then make it impossible for them to find an exit. And they will just continue to do our work for them. And this is why you got the KKK writing letters to the black community at this point saying thank you. The system has finally got y'all running in circles and imploding on one another. We don't even got to kill you niggas no more. You niggas out here doing it yourself. So
do it yourself. Yeah. The system works. A lot of people don't understand the system. So you're absolutely right about that. Emasculation is you not being able to stand on your own. Emasculation is when you try to assimilate yourself into a system that don't want you, that's trying to kill you.
Yes. And when you buy into the self-hatred, when you buy into hating the own image of your black skin, and when you lose interest in building with your community, when you believe that it means more to become white or to date interracially or to exoticize every other woman, and all of this is the emasculation. All of this is them turning your ass inside out.
That's right.
Inside out. So I can go on.
I'm just gonna say it's not about a gay black man or a straight black man. It is about a black man. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like you said, the emasculation, they don't care if you wear a dress or a wig. They don't care if you wear Timbs or a pair of jeans. They just want you to bow down. They don't want you to lead your community. Yeah. It's not about sexuality. And when you mentioned that over there on Spill It Boy, child, that's why I was trying to get some of them guys to realize that it's greater. The issue is not your sexuality, honey. That's not what's going on here.
Yeah.
Because when you get, like I said, when you're riding down the street at night and you get stopped by the police, they're not going to worry about if you gay or straight, honey. They're just going to want to kill you because you born with a target on your back.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah. That's all they want. Like, emasculation should be equated to a incompetent black male. That's what they want, is for you to be incompetent.
Yeah, as long as you bow down and you scared and you refuse to lead, they're good with that. And even if you bow down and you scared to lead, they will still kill your butt.
Yeah,
simply because of the color of your skin, they'll still kill you. They kill children, they kill women. They don't care.
Yeah.
It's to set an example. You gotta remember, they've been doing this for over 400 years. The Willie Lynch letter said it all.
Yeah,
you kill a couple to make an example to put fear into everyone else. So
what
we have to do,
put fear in the men. So you want
not just the men, just everybody.
Yeah, I mean, I know. I just the thing of, and a lot of people don't even going back to that trauma from slavery that CONSCIOUZTV was talking about. How they would break down the men in particular because they didn't want the men to lead. Same thing today. They break down the men. They don't want them to lead.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people still think of slavery in one form, that TV narrative of the 1800s and cotton fields. You got to understand, as we have changed, so has slavery.
Yeah,
people are now slave to different things now.
Absolutely.
And anything we do can end us up in front of a judge who's going to give us as much time as they can and put us in that system, to put us in legal slavery, to put us in prison, or kill you.
Yeah. I want to introduce, this is Justin, I believe. You coming in. Huh?
This just in.
Oh, Miss Jackson. Okay, what's going on?
This just in, like the news.
Oh,
hey, what's up?
This just in, like breaking news.
Yeah.
Okay, what's going on? This just in. What's going on, honey?
I've just really enjoyed the conversation. So many jewels from all the different perspectives. I just wanted to hop on and say, having listened to it, a few things. You guys kind of brought it up, but one of the things in talking about the trauma. And we talked about from slavery, I don't think Black people understand right now that we are in a fight for our lives. And we have been in an insidious terror plot. Like, it's not just the slavery. It's like, then I'm going to do the Jim Crow. Okay, Then I'm going to do the prison industrial complex. Then I'm going to, it's estimated that like billions of land have been stolen from Black people,
Yeah.
you know? And when I say that, one of the things that I think is important is we have to have compassion for one another that does not necessarily has to do with coddling. You know, it's
Yeah.
I feel where you're coming from.
Empathy.
And empathy. We have to empathize with one another. I was having a conversation with a relative actually, and speaking of breaking, you know, generational issues and generational curses. And she was comparing, you know, me to a cousin, and she was like, well, you know, we all went through whatever the situation was. How is it that you were able to go to school or you were able to do that? And you know, this particular cousin wasn't. I was like, because they not me. We got to stop comparing each other because we don't know the empathy levels that are in each other. We don't know the sensitivity levels. We don't know. We just don't know. I have a cousin who I love, but speaking around family, it's like, listen, cuz I understand that you've been triggered. I understand that you're traumatized. And we have a lot of addicts. We have a lot of trauma, but that doesn't mean I got to give you money. That don't mean that we got to give you. It's so many people in Black families who have been living off their mamas in their mama's house. It's like, well, where they gonna go? Listen, we can have compassion and also say, but you need to get yourself together because we got to keep pressing forward.
Yeah. I be talking to the head empath in my family, who is my grandmother, and I always tell her because she's you know, her heart is wide open, and unfortunately, because she's an out of control empath, she ends up really more so enabling people around her with that love than it actually really effectively leading to just being a catalyst or an aid for that person to use to evolve themselves from, not something for them to get dependent upon and then lose sight of their own self-empowerment as a result of you ultimately doing for them what they can do for themselves. So yes, I completely understand like where you're coming from in terms of like compassion and not cuddling. Like, we should not cuddle people and should not promote codependency, but really hold people accountable, reaffirm to people that you can do this, you have it in you, and I'm going to let you go because I know that you can go out there and you can do what you need to do for yourself, instead of reinforcing that. But you know, a lot of the identity politics comes with a lot of parents don't even want to let go because also they don't know their purpose outside of being a parent. And so a lot of times they will encourage the codependency because they don't know who, like I know a lot of moms who struggle to let go of their children because that's all that they've known. That gave them a purpose, and they're afraid to go discover what it means to now be a woman, or what it means to go now and be a man, and what to do now outside of the role that you've played for 18 years or 19 years or so. And so, yeah,
right. And my last point, I mean, you touched on that too, is I think with that understanding, we got to realize that it's only been recently where Black people had the privilege of kind of boundaries and autonomy. I used to grew up loving watching 90s TV or whatever, and I used to watch, you know, that you watch the Full House and the Family Matters and the XYZ. Yeah. And an issue would come up, and the white parent, well, you know, I just want to sit down with you and apologize because this happened, and that didn't happen. Ain't nobody sitting down and having no heart to heart, because most of, as I think the Oracle said, is, you know, it was about listen to me, do what I say, not as I do. It wasn't necessarily about communication. It was about obedience.
Yep.
Because I have to train you like an animal. And I think that we've just gotten to a point where, you know, you hear phrases like self-care, like the fact that black boy joy, like the fact that being news, like I want to be a Black woman who's happy.
Right.
But I think it's more than that. I think, especially from the older generation, they were trying to train you to go out and come back home safe. But they didn't understand that the dangers changed. The dangers you faced are not the dangers that I face.
Right.
Same game, different mask.
Right.
And our parents don't recognize those masks. And so that's one of the things that the training was, because back in the day, you don't know if your child will come home. There were a lot of Emmett Tills that never made the news.
Yeah. Yeah. It's true. And I think because of that system, I think because of the way that, I think because of what we as a people have had to inherit by having to, I mean, pretty much America for Black people has been like surviving Jurassic Park equivalent. And so a lot of our parenting style looks more so like providing than actually parenting. So we're teaching it as, you know, so we're teaching our kids to survive rather than actually even having the space to cultivate like connection and cultivate intimacy and cultivate those necessary affirmations to really show up and not only just like exist, but to actually live, to come to life in life. And so I empathize with a lot of Black parents who didn't know anything outside of perpetuating a style of parenting that was about just putting a roof over your head, putting food on your back, making sure that the lights was on, that you got through school and hopefully made something out of yourself so you can be independent and be self-sufficient. And so a lot of Black kids have lacked a lot of the skills that we need to go be successful in our marriages, go be successful in our relationships, and to be successful within ourselves. And even with Miss Olivia speaking earlier about authority, like a lot of parents, because of Black parent style of parenting, which is very like starch and very kind of like brick-like, we also don't allow our children to practice leadership on us, which means that standing up and speaking truth to power needs to come with me allowing you to speak truth to my ass when I'm wrong as mommy, or when I'm wrong as goddamn daddy. The practice of that leadership has to be cultivated in this household. This is where it starts. And this means that I also have to be humbled enough to be humbled, even if it's by my child, to be humble, to be able to bring myself to say, you know what? I'm wrong. You are completely correct. I would do better. And when children can really start that training process right in their own family systems, right? And being in a Black family is no longer a battle of egos, but it's really a battle of cultivating strong, powerful ass people,
especially your boys.
They are, especially your men, especially your men and your girls, especially like
your boys.
Well, I think that's one of the things, you know, you guys talked about, somebody had brought on like single moms or something earlier, but with that, it's hard to be a young woman who understands what respect looks like when nobody has ever apologized to you in the home. It's hard to be a young man and know, okay, I got to take some responsibility for my family that I'm bringing in when nobody has said, okay, let me show you how to do some stuff. Let me show you how to cut the grass. Let me show you how to take out the trash. Let me show you some tools to build a foundational household. And you kind of, in Black families just kind of listen. Like you said, I put some food. You safe and you alive. So you might as well just.
But you forget to hug them. You forget to hug them and you forget to nurture them. You know, love is free, you know, and while you taking care of them the best you can't forget to nurture your babies. You know, you can't forget to just hug them and give them, like Conscious said, you know, let them be, let them have their voice. You know, I got a 13-year-old and child, I got to bite my tongue. He think he
we know how hard
daddy.
That is for you, Miss Olivia.
Yes, he think he everybody daddy. You know, every time I get out my car, he feel like I'm so old and I ain't that old, y'all. But he feel like he got to take my arm and pretty much pull me out the dang car because I ain't getting out the car fast enough. It's just like a lot going on with that little boy. But honey, he think he is the king. Do you hear me? But I need him to be the leader. You know, I need him to do that because he is older than all of his. He's the oldest out of all of his nieces and nephews, the great. You know, so he had to be the leader, you know. And the one thing that my grandmama, you know, did for me, now, don't get me wrong, she slapped me in my mouth a whole lot, okay? Because I have always talked like I'm talking now, right? But I got it from my grandmama, you know. I mean, she cussing me out, and if I slip out a cuss word, but you cussed me out first. But anyway, I always, she always gave me a voice up to a limit, but she could only take so much. So, but I realized now that the reason why she was doing that is because our elders, some of our elders, they ain't, we know that they ain't gonna be around in the family, and it's always got to be one or a couple of y'all that's just ready to pick up the mantle, and keep the family together. And try to, just give them love as best you can and keep them safe, and I was thinking about, like you said, that panel over there the other night, and I was telling them that, we was talking about there's so much more than sexuality, and they're like, well, you sound like you scared. I'm like, I am scared. I'm scared to the point where I want to do what I can do, whatever I can do to keep my nephews and my nieces from being a Sandra Bland or a George Floyd.
To protect our values, to protect.
And you also, while you protecting them, you can't coddle them. You got to make them. You got to turn them, give them the tools to be functional, adults. And I think as we got so much going on, in the Black community and in our own families at one time, sometimes all of that is just hard to process. Yeah. It's a lot.
It is, but that's why and this is why our freedom and healing is not off of the shoulders of any one Black person, but it's going to take all of us to break the cycles, to break these issues psychologically, spiritually, metaphysically, emotionally. Like, it's going to take every person to do the healing work. And, and I believe in morphic fields. I believe that when one person accomplishes something, it makes it possible for all other human beings to give the tap into that same potentiality. This is what I found to be so incredible about Yahshua and his transcendence, is it created a morphic field for other people to dissolve their shadow self and to dissolve their ego self as well, and to rise above. And so I think that because even with me, I started doing this whole narcissistic work and narcissistic abuse work last year, and then me and my cousin haven't even talked as much this year or last year. And she called me a month ago and was like, have you ever heard of narcissism, Davion? I said, yeah. And she just went into this whole thing about how the last guy she was dating, she thinks is a narcissist, and she found this information online, and then her whole little brain came alive, and she was like, my damn mama is a narcissist. I realized my mama is a narcissist. And she said, I cut her off. And I said, you know what? I support you cutting your mama off. Because
you talked about that before.
Yeah.
I support her too.
Yeah, but guess what? I'm about to gag y'all. I was so proud of my little cousin. She's only 19 years old, and and spirit found her and tapped on her and enlightened her, and she has been taking that information with her into her life. But when I called my grandmother, the same one who said to the black sheep, what do you want me to do about it now? And told her about, because I was proud of my little cousin, she said what so many black parents do. And I was like, this generation is really, really trapped. She said, but that's her mother, Davion. I wanted to hang up in my grandma's face, because I'm just like, this is how the perpetual cycle continues to be, to perpetuate itself, because we are using things out of context to support our people continuing to like be in the belly of the beast. Who cares if it's her mom?
You got
when you was just talking about that, I could only.
Hey, 1000%, man. How you doing?
Hey, how y'all doing? I was going to introduce myself, but I had to hurry up and get on up in here. Because they weren't gonna let me go
from the manosphere.
Hey, don't do that. But I just want to say, only thing I could picture when you was just speaking was how some parents think the old way. I think it was just what they were taught. They taught their daughters to keep quiet on certain things, especially the boys. It's just certain things that we weren't supposed to talk about. I was thinking about that scene from Waiting to Excel, where Whitney Houston called her mother, and her mother was like, hey, that's just part of being a woman. She said, well, then why don't you marry him then, mama?
Period.
Somewhat like that, and those are the things that women go through. And all the women on the panel today, y'all spoke so eloquently, it was very refreshing to hear that, because nobody was blaming just one side, you know. And I like what Justin said, you know, about just, you know, being able to take accountability, you know, and understand why things are the way they are. That's so important. You know, we don't look at why things are the way they are and what's the root. You know, you got a lot of females who are the way they are because of the gynocratic generation, you know, of, you know, that recycles over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You know, women are taught to base their situations on feelings, you know, and men, we're taught not to do so. But I think that's dwindling down a little bit more in many different spaces because we're not even agreeing with each other no more like we used to. Because the thing is, a lot of us as men, we don't come from the same places, you know, and that's something that we have to really grasp. We really got to grasp that because, you know, a lot of us, we're not even fit to be kings. I hate to say it, but it's true. You know, big time.
Yeah, that's a brutal truth. Yeah. Yeah. But we can be. You know, it just takes this course correcting that we're doing. It comes with getting back to old ideas like, let me earn what I'm asking for rather than just be entitled to it. And have people walk through the rites of passages to earn their godship amongst their community and to earn the trust of Black women again, for Black women to earn the trust of Black men again. There's been a lot of hurt on all sides, on every side. There's been like the system really, we cannot maintain this system as it is anymore. We are seeing, we are experiencing the lifelessness of the system. It's going to have to be healing, and we can't wait on the reparations for that healing. We're going to have to start right here in doing 3-hour shit like what we're doing tonight by coming together, breaking the chains of silence, being transparent, affirming each other, admitting, all of us admitting to our faults. The gay community, the straight community, the cis hetero community, holding conquistadors and cave dwellers accountable. Like, we're going to have to do it all. And I know that it feels exhausting, but a bit of why it feels exhausting is because so very little of us are having to bear the weight of it. And heavy is always going to be the head that wears the crown when it's only one goddamn king, or it's only like when there's a minority. So encouraging us to do this. And you know what? I believe if all else fails, the fucking universe is just going to start over by just letting motherfuckers die out, letting generations die out, so that a generation can get the head start it need to get involved in a new reality the way that it does. But I don't even think that that's necessary. I think that there's a lot to learn, and I think that people are willing to learn, but I think that we just got to encourage each other to do that, because once again, a lot of the strong respectability politics in the Black community don't allow for us to even see ourselves as people who need to learn. I mean, even just talking about the dynamic between parent and child is set up to, like, my grandmother is citing that verse because the undertone to that verse is, I'm your superior, you're my inferior. There's nothing for me to learn as a parent. There's nothing for me to change as a parent. There's nothing for me to alter as a parent. There's a arrogance in the undertone of expecting you to continue to endorse my abuse. To continue
But you know what though? I think that we all, as Black people or people of color, you know, or whatever, you know, I think Black and brown people, we just need to start seeing life for what it is, away from what we think it should be. We have to start first telling each other the truth. You know, I mean, I don't like to shame nobody on no situation, you know, after 2020, but I will tell you, it's just like Lizzo. She kept saying, no matter what, big woman, you're beautiful. Okay, we know that, you know, you're a beautiful person inside, but we also got to look at the health situation as well.
Oh, you know what? 1000%. I'm not even about to let you. You ain't about to get me. Look.
Okay, I
look. Yeah,
But what I'm
look.
saying is, it's just about telling the truth, you know.
But it's the
Like,
same thing for men too. They you know that finger points both ways. You know,
yeah,
it's the same
I
thing
get
for
that,
men
and
too.
But
I'm
I
not.
think it's let's not call it pointing a finger, because it's not. At the end of the day, I think we also have to do something in this way: respect people's choices. Because at the end of the day, yeah, Lizzo is overweight. She knows she's overweight, but at the same time, and give her flowers on this. You see Lizzo constantly posting her workout videos. She's not someone who does not try to have a healthy
Yeah, I'm
lifestyle.
not talking against her, LL. I'm not talking against. I'm just
Yeah, no, I
speaking
get
in
that.
general, you know, to the point to where, like, if you know you got a close friend that you care about,
Hmm.
and you know she did as wrong, she's not queen like. You get what I'm saying? You have to. You can't just say, "Hey, queen." You know, she's not a queen when she is, you know, wrong in those situations. You know, a queen don't move like that. That's all I'm saying.
And that's the
Well, I
same
also.
thing about a
Even
man. You
then,
have to tell a king
yeah.
you're not being very king like when you're
Oh
not.
yeah.
If you
Oh yeah.
want to call yourself a king and man in name only, but you don't want to lead. You
Yeah,
know,
but
you don't want to lead your family. You don't want to be positive towards your people, not only your family but your community. If you're gonna call yourself a king, then you need to lead. If you want to be the head, you have to be the head. You can't sit back and wait for somebody to say, "Okay, you the king now." Because if you got to ask permission to be king, then that means you're not a king.
then I don't know what kind of men are those, but I will tell you.
Exactly.
I don't know
It's the
what kind
pink.
of men are
It's
those,
the
but I
it's
will
the
tell
pink.
you.
It's the pink pill taking kind of man.
Hey,
1000%, man.
hey, I guess, but
But I
I
think of it like this as well. We have to train each other to listen to each other.
there you
We
go.
have to be willing to face each other and see who we
I
are.
like
Not who
you.
we want you to be, not the representative that you show me, but what you really are. We
I like you.
focus too much on skin deep issues. We got to get down to the blood and the guts.
So.
Hey, I love that.
So.
Now, but let me just say this. Let me just say this.
Mhm,
Um,
mhm.
you're right, LL. And I think that uh we are looking at each other in one way because one type of man and one type of woman is not a true representation of who we
Correct.
are. Because I ain't
Mhm,
gonna lie,
Right.
I didn't. I have not had most of the issues that some of the guys that I frequent in the panels with, you know, that
mhm.
complain about women all day, that talks about how bad women did them and how much child support they put them on, and this and that, and hey, you shouldn't get a woman, go get one over and you know, a non-ADOS woman. You know what I'm saying? All of that. You know,
Mm.
I'm not that guy.
Yeah.
But
I agree. And I think we have to stop painting people with one brush. We
Yeah.
are not a monolith.
there you go.
Everyone is not the same. Everyone didn't grow up in the hood. Everyone didn't go to a HBCU. Everyone does not have rhythm. Everyone
Mhm.
does not have type 3A or type 4A hair. We are different. We have to try to get to know the person who we are
Yeah.
interacting with.
Yeah, and you can't make the next person uh,
Pay for the mistakes of someone else.
someone else's.
Yeah.
Yes, and also you can't make people. Or I can't be wrong for how you see the world. You know, vice versa. You know that.
Well, it goes back. If I can interject, it goes back to one of the ladies saying you have to be willing to accept accountability. You have to first accept accountability for yourself for your own actions. A lot of the times we want to fix everybody else because we don't want to fix ourselves.
Selves. Yeah.
That is
Oh.
the genesis of a lot of
Mhm,
problems. You
mhm.
don't want to fix yourself. You can't fix nobody else if you can't fix yourself.
And that's
Absolutely.
You have
and
to be selfish about you.
I kind of want to kind of piggyback off of that because like one of the issues briefly just around the whole Lizzo being fat issue is that I think there is a deeper I think that we need to unpack that when we look at fat people and we dress it up as I'm concerned about your health, because to be skinny doesn't mean that a person is healthy either. To be slim doesn't mean that a person is healthy either. Like skinny, slim people eat trash like garbage, are have high cholesterol, high blood, and so I think we have to really unpack where that prejudice towards obese bodies or thicker body types really comes from, because it literally is not about health. If that was the case, every time that our skinny ass cousin popped a Big Mac or was eating sweets out of the ass, or that other slim cousin that got a sweet tooth, if that was the case, we would be meeting them with the same heat for taking you to take care of your body. Well, and we don't do that.
Part of the problem with that, Conscious TV, is the fact that a lot of us have assimilated ourselves into the mindset of the Anglo, and the standard for beauty. The standard for beauty when it comes to the Anglo is what? No booty. You know, you look like an 11-year-old boy when you're a grown woman. You know, and so a lot of people have, you know, they have that mindset. Do you see what I'm saying?
I can't even say it's just the Anglo, because you also got to remember too, the standard for beauty has changed every decade. You know, for them, a thick woman
right, but
was
hot. The issue is that they control the standard of beauty,
but they don't though, because they don't control it.
We
for
are the
minorities.
Well, let me tell you women something. One thing about me, I am a thin to medium built man, but ain't nothing a woman 0 to 6 can do for me. I love thick.
No, but guess what? You can die of high blood pressure. You know, you can fall dead being a slim man from high blood pressure, or you know, you can have a heart attack, because black men, they say black men are more prone, no matter your weight, to high blood pressure. Yeah. And you know, everybody's worried about your body image, but why is nobody telling the black man that, hey, you need to go get your blood pressure checked, you need to go get your cholesterol checked, so that you can be around for your family? You know,
and that is true. That is true, and that's what we're now trying to do in the space, because what the same thing that they complain about, that we need to take these crowns off these women's heads, and because every woman ain't a queen.
Who's saying that?
And that
well, that's that ministry mentality. I don't even listen to
hey, I remember you. Look, I remember you. I remember you, I remember Miss Oracle, though. I know exactly who she is.
Oh yeah. If you're a minister, I know you know who I am.
But listen, it you know, it's all fun and games sometimes. But you've been on the Roger Report, right?
Have I ever been on there? No. Have I read it?
No, the Roger Report.
No, I haven't. No.
Oh, okay. I'm getting you mixed up with Bomb Cherry. Okay, but I do know.
Yeah, I've been on her panel though, but I refuse to you know, jump on any of those panels. But if you find me in Bomb Cherry's chat or one of those other chats over there, then 9 times out of 10 we gonna rumble. And I have been invited to, you know, like BGS's panel and a couple of those guys. But Teapot, but I refuse. I'm not going to end.
You know what? That's the guru, BGS.
Me and BGS done been around a couple of times.
You know, you can't get on a panel like that. You can't get on a panel like that unless you know how to speak eloquently, like a, you know. Like
I refuse to deal with somebody like BGS.
Really?
Because he's ridiculous, and I'm sorry.
And
I ain't paying attention to that old stage.
We talk about, like, I don't even think it's about an Anglo-Saxon image. I think it's still being caught up in respectability politics for what white people will look at us and say.
Yes, baby, that's what I meant by assimilation. You know, you're too worried about pleasing a white man. You're more concerned about pleasing them rather than pleasing yourself. That's my issue. You know, people have to be selfish about themselves. So when I'm talking about a channel like the Black Manosphere, the reason why I refuse to go to those panels, no matter how many times they invite me, is because you can't tell me nothing about me if you're not willing to tell me nothing about you first. Because if you're more worried about me than I'm worried about me, then that means you're trying to make an excuse.
It's an agenda.
It's about women approaching the panel not masculine or angry, and that's what they don't like. You know, that's
what is the definition? That doesn't make
sense to me, because anger has many different facets. It's not always yelling and fussing.
It's not even always anger. Sometimes it's just passion. With me, it's never anger, but it's always passion. But because you feel inferior to my passion, you have to say I'm an angry Black woman, you know, and that's also, and because I'm outspoken, and because I won't let you talk to me any kind of way, because what you will not do is disrespect me in order for me to because you want me to bow down to you. That whole submissive thing, that whole you're not feminine thing, and that whole I don't subscribe to anything like that.
And I feel you on that, but I think what it is that because most men don't let women up on the panel. So when they do let them on the panel, they tell them, hey, look, you need to be respectful. Don't come up screaming, loud talking, or gaslighting, or trying to overtalk the host. And that's what happens a whole lot, because they want to take out on you what some other man that they got with, in the streets had done. Okay, we get it, vent, say what you need to say, but a lot of us are not that type of man. We're not that. And I think that what they're doing is educating the younger black men that come into spaces. They welcome who didn't have a father, who have spoke their truths on what they've seen. Far as being in relationships, being married young, but and like you said too earlier, another thing they don't talk about is about same-sex lifestyle. That's a no. You don't talk about that over there, which I'm quite sure you do have that too. But hey, that it's.
So let me ask you this question: 1,000%, man. Like, do you think that do you think that men telling the women to not come with their emotions is rooted in sexism?
It depends, because the thing is, we've had some women that come up, and I mean, they were disrespectful. I'm talking like cursing out people, because they talk, it's just crazy. If nobody is talking to you in a loud tone, you trying to overtalk the host, or if you are not trying to understand both sides, it won't work. It really won't work. Like the women here, they sound good. They sound pretty good.
I mean, but a lot of the commentary that you've made personally, just in this little bit of time, has been kind of rooted in sexism. You're talking about the masculinity. Oh, you can't come on there, I'm masculine. If you a true king, my masculinity as a woman shouldn't even rock your shit. Like,
no,
down.
See, this is what I'm talking about. It's not me. It's not me. I'm just speaking on, and Oracle, she know. I'm just speaking on certain people's channel like BGS.
That's the way they operate.
Yeah. They will let you on, but you can't come on screaming and loud, because he's not a loud person. Now, what he will do if you get out of pocket with him, and he's normally not that. He's a PhD. He's a professor. He's very respected. If you come on loud and just really barking, he's gonna get in your shit, just straight up.
That old stage is really sensitive, okay?
Well, I got a question for you, 1,000%, man. If we talked about how we are all in this thing together, and we talk about accountability and kings and queens of various, backgrounds, how we're not a monolith. If you do not identify, if you're like, no, same sex, relationships, it's a no over there, but it's gay black people who do exist. If you're like, I'm not sexist, but some of them are sexist, on the accountability tip, why you even go over there?
Let's just say this, because there are other men. We're men from awkward stages, and trust me, it's a lot of us that don't get along. And there are a few that are regulars in the manosphere that talk on the panels that make the show. Those are not the ones that are, so disrespectful. It's just regular people that come up from the audience, from the chat, that will get on and they will, express how they feel, and we've had to tone that down too. So a lot of us are not. See, what it is they're mistaking us for the angry black men who are whining about child support, whining about this, that, and the other. And, cause there are so many other things to talk about how to own your own business, how to teach your son how to do certain things, how to, it's things that men could talk about more than, oh man, don't date her. If she's 30, she's hit the wall. Don't talk to her. Talk to a woman right at 25, because, time is not on women's side. I don't believe it, but biologically, I do believe it. I don't believe it.
I'm glad you brought that up. I don't know if Tom just told you, but I'm getting my PhD in epidemiology. Time hurts everyone.
Yeah.
And thanks to modern day technology, the time that we're talking about is really has to do with women's eggs. It's pretty affordable to get your eggs frozen at a young age and just pop them out when you need them. Halle Berry and half of Hollywood's been doing that for over 2 decades. That's why women 16 up are having babies. But I also, to your point, you can speak to someone and just be talking from your perspective. And that's the way you learned how to communicate. I also think it's on the host and those people who are, the panel. Again, maybe this is just the way that person learned to communicate. Maybe they lived their whole life watching television. Because as we often
Yeah.
see, television perpetuates the worst narratives, the worst stereotypes. And so if you have that higher education, you can sit there and let that person speak their piece and try to understand.
Well, I don't agree with the hitting the wall. I'm not gonna lie, because you got some women out here that are every bit of right, like, but they say, well, she's Janet Jackson. You got women that are, right at 50 that still look good. So I don't believe in the hitting the wall. It's the women that have really been around a lot. What I'm talking about, didn't want to settle down. They used to a man tell them, oh, you're beautiful, this and that. And yes, that may be the case, but she don't want to settle down because she's looking for too much in an unrealistic situation, instead of just taking that good man, But what they teach, let me just say this real quick. What they do teach is for men
Who
not
is they?
in
The
the
panel.
A Mansfield. Okay, got it. Okay.
what they do teach is for you not to be held responsible for the women who have chose a certain life. You shouldn't become their rescue. Even with the Chad Willis situation, they talk about that a whole lot, where a lot of people felt that black men were at fault for not jumping in because her white boyfriend beat her up at the game. However, that's who she chose. And the thing is, this man has been doing this forever. It just came out in the public. And as soon as that black man would have jumped in and beat the shit out of this man, guess what? She would, leave him alone. Then the next thing you know, the black man locked up.
But here's my, I mean, I guess I can, here's my thing. Like,
I think that was an oversimplification of the situation, because unfortunately that white man does suffer from bipolar disorder, and he was on one. As someone who has a parent who has bipolar disorder, you can't tell that person something when they're not on their meds. They are not themselves. I'm not making an excuse for them. I'm speaking from my own experience.
But what I'm saying is, she's the type woman that probably wouldn't even say thank you when you open up the door for her as a black man.
But how do you know that?
But how do we know that?
Because that's how she is. That woman wouldn't look. Not saying that you chose who you chose as your mate, but like if you chose a white man,
But I'm gonna tell you,
and you my sister, and I'm gonna still acknowledge you, But what the problem is, we're just saying, you see this type woman, she will walk right past you. Don't think nothing about black community. Just what Concha said earlier. We have to somewhat, come together regardless to what we feel, what the life we live and the titles we have.
But you can't, bring about togetherness by preaching division or passing judgment. Like you pass judgment on that lady. Do you know her personally? And every time a woman is walking by you, she ain't necessarily, trying to like dish you in any way. If she don't, speak to you, maybe she got something on her mind. You can't just
Vice
be so
versa.
sensitive about
We don't have to open up the door for them, and we don't have to jump in.
you don't have to. She can open the door for herself.
We don't have to take the bullet for Chad Willis in our ass either.
No, you don't.
Here's what I want to insert into that. Like, one of the dangerous things though about respectability politics is that this type of rhetoric is what some black people also use to justify why the police were were appropriate in keeping their neck on George Floyd's neck, because some people decided to dox him and bring up his past and say, oh, because he's been a criminal in the past and because he's put a gun to a pregnant woman's head and robbed her in the past and he's been a thug in this type of way, that he doesn't deserve his community to be outraged. Or the same thing even low-key happened in the gay community when Sandra Bland was murdered, and some queer people felt like because she was a bit hotepish and there was kind of these homophobic undertones in some of her ideology, that it meant that it was okay to not stand in the gap for what was an injustice, not because she was a homophobe, but because she was a black woman, just like we black men, and she's a black woman, whether gay or straight. And so I don't understand how we continue to perpetuate like respectability politics and kind of use that to say, well, because you're not this model citizen or not this model woman, or
it's rooted in fear, baby. It's rooted in fear. It's rooted in fear for the man. That's why they try to explain it away.
No, but the picture is bigger, Oracle. The picture would be we're becoming more knowledgeable of the white supremacy in black women and the gynocracy of situation where
no, see, you blame it.
Hold on. Let me talk. Let me get my point out. I'm not disagreeing with you. What I'm saying is, we have to sometimes make choices to due to the George Floyd situation, to not jump in your situation. You know why? Because that's the man you chose. Okay, if my cousin is dead right now because he jumped to save a woman that was not his, and she went and he's dead now. And during her trial, her boyfriend turned right around and she turned right around and defended that man who was whipping on her ass. You see what I'm saying?
What does that have to do with that?
1,000% man. 1,000% man. I guess I would just have to ask you, when you first got on the stream, you were like, I love that you ladies, you're talking so articulate and you didn't point the finger at anybody, which I'm not
pointing the finger. I'm just trying.
You absolutely are, because you talked about, you brought up so many black women who ain't even.
But I mean,
I just want to know, what is the agenda? Like, if you acknowledge that we haven't brought up or pointed the finger at black men, why has off the gate you're like, black women have a white supremacist mindset these days? What's the agenda here?
No, it's no agenda. I'm just speaking on. Oracle. She know about the black manosphere. She knows.
Yes,
about
it's very dysfunctional. It is.
Well, it depends. It depends.
But the fact that I'm asking you your philosophy and you kicking it back to Oracle, she know about I'm not asking about the black manosphere.
Okay,
I'm asking about your philosophies and agenda.
Okay, I'll give you mine. Okay, you are too worried about.
Hold on, ladies. I want y'all to be prepared. 1,000%, man. I'm scared for you. I don't know what you about to say, but I hope this goes well.
No. I'm gonna be respectful because, but the problem I have with the gaslighting situation, with women, is that they would take one thing and twist it up. I was just speaking on what happens in the spaces with different men and what they believe. I don't believe everything that they believe, but there are some truth to some things that I have to take on with that. When she was talking about the Lizzo thing, I was just saying, at some point somebody have to tell the person the truth. Not saying don't believe in yourself. Not saying that big women are not beautiful. I just basically stated, ain't nothing a woman size 0 to 6 can do for me. I love a thick woman, and it doesn't mean that because you are a big woman that you got health problems or because or that you eat a lot. You just naturally built the way you are. It has something to do with genetics as well, But I won't make excuses for certain things that I know can be corrected, even when it comes to me. Thank you, Aaron.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all it is,
what about the conversation too about like just us humanizing people too. Like what if what happened in front of everyone was just about one human being being abused and brutalized by another human being? Should people have not interceded just off of the basis of watching another human being just get the crap beat out of them?
Right.
No. Now this is what a lot of the men have talked about in the space when it came to that Chad Willis situation. If y'all know about the Chad Willis situation, where a lot of the black women that were there, they were like, "Are you gonna do something?" But a lot of people who know this woman, not saying she should have had the crap beaten out of her. It's not right for a man to beat a woman. It's not even right for her to put her hands on him either. But they are teaching there that, look, before you do something, think about what could happen when you're sticking your neck in somebody else's business on that level. You see what I'm saying? Because she's going to go right back to him anyway. That's what the police is for. The police is there to, stop that situation, not you.
But she could end up dead, just like a George Floyd. It was a lot of people stood around and video recorded and bear witness to what happened. And the conversation can also be argued what would have been the case had people put down their phones and start whipping ass out there in the street.
Right.
I don't think they would just let him do anything like that. But I think that even if you just pull a woman's arm, she was like, "Oh, you're hurting me." And it,
But what if they just would have put George's arm? What if they would have, what you're talking about this case? Mainly y'all kept dwelling on that case because it was an interracial relationship.
Yeah. No.
That's what the issue is. But that's what it is in the manosphere. But let's talk about George Floyd. Let's talk about the fact that I watched this trial today and I seen an older black man that could have been my granddaddy crying like he a baby up on that stand because he watched them murder that black man in the street like it was a dog, and there wasn't nothing he could do about it besides, "Hey, y'all stop, y'all let him go." I mean, he watched that. Like, let's talk about the traumatic effects they have on black men in particular, because they know that they are the number one targets in this country. Let's stop deflecting, having these meaningless conversations about women and deal with conversations concerning men and how you are a target.
We're trying to get away from being that target. So anything we do now, we have to watch like security.
That's what I mean, but it's not the woman's. If you're trying to get away from that target that's on your back, baby, all I'm trying to say is you couldn't concern yourself about women. Concern yourself about trying to work within the system, work around the system, work on keeping, yourself safe and your community safe. It's too much nonsense going on in the manosphere. That's why I don't take them seriously. Do you see what I'm saying? I don't. I can't.
People out here being killed, and y'all worried about whether it's gonna eat. Nah,
right.
Y'all gotta go back to the drawing board.
They're worried about gynocracy. They're worried about child support. Y'all got a whole army of black men over there.
Well, they don't just worry about
you talk about women wigs and all this type of nonsense. Worried about what about keeping yourself safe so you won't become another George Floyd?
Well, I'll tell you this. A lot of those men over there, they are on point on some things, and I agree with you. They're not on point on other things. A lot of them now, because Kevin Samuels have gotten, on the platform and really big, they're feeling that, hey, yeah, man, that's right. We should date. We should marry young. We should have 0 to 6. A lot of us don't think like that. Do
you know how weird that conversation is? When I cringe every time I hear one of those conversations coming from the ministry about older men marrying younger women. You're gonna hit the wall. 9-8. Let me finish, baby. 9-8 those women, and that shouts insecurity to me. If you have to marry a woman that's younger than you, or you have to have a woman, you're a black man, you want a 9-8 those woman, that shouts, that screams insecurity to me. That screams that I don't think I am strong enough or mentally capable enough to have a relationship with a black woman. That is what that screams to me.
Yeah. But it also sounds like we're again working off stereotypes. Not all black women are like that. I think you need to,
and they know
instead of
that,
trying to
what
give
they're working
everyone
on
the
is
same
insecurity.
advice.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. They're dealing with insecurity. I'm just talking about the Black Ministry. It's real toxic over there. If you haven't heard any of those panels that they have over there, you ought to listen to some of it. It infuriates me because they spend hours and hours talking about a woman's wig, or talking about a woman's body, or talking about she's involved with the gynocracy, and all of that is insecurity.
You don't
Because if
like the
you want a
gynocracy,
man
huh?
and
You
you
don't
want
like
this woman and you worried about her, you worried about yourself not having enough money, not knowing the whole time that she really loves you, she is going to work with you. She's not going to, be dwelling on the fact that you can't buy her a Prada bag every week.
Well,
But that is your own
they ain't gonna
insecurity
find
that
women
you
like you
refuse
all
to
the
deal
time,
with.
Oracle.
I don't understand. I don't understand. I mean, I feel like these are just low hanging fruit, straw man arguments. I mean, if we really talk about the liberation of people, you know, if 80% of the Black women who are Black mothers are not married, people like, oh, I can't find. It's plenty of Black women. Black women are the most undermarried group of women in the world. It's just y'all. I mean, let's be realistic about what we're talking about here. We can't cherry pick the conversation of this man versus woman thing, because the reality of the situation is, whether the manosphere is over there talking or not, Black women got to raise kids, and we ain't got no time to be. Are you trying to be liberated or not?
But most of
are
the
you trying to be liberated or not?
Most of the men over there are high. Some of them are high value.
I don't talk. Do they want to be liberated?
They're
I'm
high value men.
I'm gonna be honest, 1000%, man. Like, they might be high value men in their pockets, but a lot of them do not demonstrate a high IQ range. A lot of the argument,
a lot of over there when we have people like Dr. Tia Johnson, Dr. BGS, Dr.
Sir, let me help you right there real quick. PhD, a degree does not equal intelligence. That means you could run the race. You could do the work. Because I do it.
I get you. I do it too.
But it does not mean
I have 4 degrees too. I get it. I have 4 degrees too, but I don't throw that out there. It's just that we respect these men so much because they really have done it. When they come with receipts, they wake you up. A lot of brothers weren't woke. They come from a religious standpoint. They come from the history of the United States, slavery, all of that, see, like Kevin Samuels.
Why do you not include, since it's a Black ministry, right? So why do you not include? Why do you guys not welcome Black gay men?
Oh shit! Hold on.
Because you call it the Black manosphere. Why do you not include Black gay men?
Like Conscious, I made him talk about that. We are working a way to find out, is there a place for openly gay men, or men who are androgynous men. I think what they're concerned about is you being a man, all just 100% a man, not whether
like, what is your what then that goes into your definition of what is a man.
Yeah, meaning we they don't want to talk. I'm
hypersexual or like what.
Yeah, we don't want to. Well, some channels don't want to talk about the actual lewd acts of like Nas X. They would never talk about that. Never.
Well, I mean, that's not
You don't have to. You can be gay in a room and not talk about sucking dick or eating a child.
Y'all act like if a gay man come over there on a panel, he gonna talk about sucking dick or something. He ain't got to be worried about that. What if you want to talk about liberation?
Okay, but that's fine. Then we'll call
issues concerning the Black community.
We'll call Conscious. We don't or Dr. Cleo Monago.
So what do they think about people like a Bayard, a Rustin, or a Dr. Cleo Monago? Like, where does the idea that queer men are not men come from, when queer people in general have acted oftentimes as the foundation?
You know why they say that? Because they feel that queer men has the same talking points as angry Black women, and when they are, that's what they feel sometimes.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, the reality of the situation is we cannot be free if all the angry black women and all the queer black people decided that they was not going to get in this fight no more. Guess who losing? Well, you need angry black women, you need peaceful black women, you need straight black men, you need gay black men. If we are truly going to be free, we need all of us.
Because you know why a lot of the cis hetero black men are not out there in the protests and organizing these things with cis hetero black women and LGBT people is because the men of the manosphere oftentimes have criminal records and warrants on them that make them deaf scared of even having to come into contact with the police. And so black men leave the community to be like the community work to be organized by black women and queer people. And then y'all strip us from the conversations and strip us from the history and strip the contribution that black women and queer black people bring to the equation. And it's really strange.
They totally against the black men being locked up shit too. Now, don't get me wrong on that. They not concerned about black men who have been to jail. They're trying to save the ones who haven't been to jail, who have a chance. Now, if God bless you, if you're a man that's been to prison and you get out and you have made something of your life, but they feel that they shouldn't have to take a grown ass man by the hand to tell him what to do. Even child support. Okay, you can get up there and you can whine all day about, child support. Oh, she did this. That's the woman you choose, bro. You chose. Okay, what are you going to do now to get out of it? You see what I'm saying? And, so many men, they have been simps for so long to where they can't get out of, learning how to lead. And
the black manosphere just sounds like a protective bubble for toxic ass masculinity. It just sounds like a virtual bubble, like a Wakanda bubble for just like everything that's kind of like bizarre about hyper masculinity and toxic masculinity, and that's why it reinforces so much patriarchy and transphobia and homophobia and everything that its rhetoric ultimately gives birth to. Even this weaponizing of black women's emotions to incite to interpret passion for hostility. It's just a way of trying to co-opt black women and to, if anything, masculinize them. Because on one end, y'all don't want them being masculine, but you don't even want them being feminine as well. And you say that black women are, and so it's just like a million contradictions that implode upon each other that just tear the doctrine up.
We have a couple of women that do come on the panel, and they're very Sister George, a lot of the
Sister George is an insecure black woman. She a whole pick-me.
See,
she's a whole pick-me, honey.
Why is she a pick-me?
She a whole pick-me. Any woman that will sit amongst y'all and smiling kiki at what you guys are saying, she's male identified also, and she's also a pick-me. Any woman that sits up there and listens to that rhetoric and don't try to counter it, you gotta sound out that woman. Okay?
She's also been careful about her choices in life too. She haven't hit the wall.
Well, y'all pick and choose. How old is Sister George? She ain't in her 20s. Like, what you mean? According to you guys, when you over 25, you hit the wall. Ain't she about 40 something?
She's just well respected. She's well respected. Just put it there.
She well respected because she'll pick me. That's why she well respected.
You probably had to talk to her about that. See, that's
I done talked to her about it. We got into it before too.
Oh shit.
Okay. Lord.
Well,
Ms.
So,
Oracle has
1000%.
wigs around.
Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
So when you keep describing hitting the wall and all this, what are you all looking in women for? Like what are the qualities that you're saying a good black woman would have?
Well, I don't fit that category because I married young. I got married when I was 19 years old to my wife, but we ain't gonna get all off into my situation. But I would tell you that did she go? What happened? Did she go out?
She'll probably come back.
So yeah, I think she got disconnected, but I'll bring her back in like when she comes in.
I don't even know how we got on this subject. You came up here and changed the whole flow
Hey, I
of
wasn't
the
trying to
situation.
because I wanted
You
to
know
come
what I
up.
mean? Talking about
It's
some
the
raggedy ass
evolution.
No,
manosphere.
but when Conscious started talking about community, and I was really laughing in the comments a little bit because he was talking about the hyper masculine thing, but that wasn't why I got up here. I got up here because of the Lil Nas X situation. I think it's just like most gay men when they mama and they daddy. Well, really the mama, because the daddy ain't really gonna go for it. Find out that he's gay and she accept him, he go wow, And I think that some gay men they feel that they need a pat on the back, for I'm coming out. You don't need a pat on the back. Just come out and do your thing and be proud of that, but don't go crazy. And I think that's what he did. He's destroying himself.
I
And
think it's more than that. I think
yeah,
honestly, Lil Nas is just being a huge internet troll. To be honest,
yeah, there
it
you go,
goes
sis. There you
beyond
go. There
being
you go.
They're
but
gonna
it
chew that
is
little boy up and spit him out when they through dealing with him because
exactly
he got some kind of
he's
mental
doing
issues
everything he
going
can
on.
to make some
Did you hear
coin.
that tweet that he put out about his 3-year-old? He out and he proud. But then you go on your while you trolling, you're gonna perpetuate a stereotype, especially when it comes to gay men, that pedophile stereotype. Because he did a tweet that said he want to sleep with his nephew. He turned on by his nephew or whatever, but the nephew 3 years old and all of this and all of that. I'm like, what
See,
in the world?
that's where we are right now. And I'm gonna go back to a situation where the man need to be in the home. But then again, you do have men and women that have done everything they can to raise their children right, and they're still gonna be out there. But it starts at home. Now, if you're from the South, it's totally different from out here in California, and it's pretty sad because most of the parents out here black parents have led these kids to believe that they are equal to other races, and they're not, and
But
they figured
but
that out. Go ahead.
you said they're not equal to other races.
Not really, because they're gonna let you know that. Meaning, it's your job as a parent to teach your children Black history and who they are. A lot of kids.
But Black history does not mean you should be inferior. You should not feel that you're inferior to any other race.
No, not at all. But what I'm stating is, these are the things that they need to be taught. Now, I'm go back to LL point where she stated everybody didn't come from the same place. Everybody don't arrive at the same time. However, everybody didn't go to a HBCU, but it's not an issue to go for you to go and learn about it, and that's where it starts with the parents. They're having the they're letting the school system stricken all things out of schools out here concerning to Black life, and now they're trying to get it back.
I think that Robbie, hey Robbie, he said, can he answer her question about what the manosphere wants? I think that was that was Lauren's original question before she got disconnected. Can you pose the question again, Lauren?
Sure. So what are the qualities that you all in the manosphere are saying a good Black woman should have? Like, what should a Black man look for in a Black woman?
They want some. I ain't gonna lie. Some things are very ancient, but when you're dealing with a high value man, he's not worried about your PhD and black girl magic and all of that stuff. What they're looking at is you being able to concentrate on your home and your family. It's okay to get out with your girls and hang out, this and that, but your family come first. But women have gotten so far away from you got women today, I mean, right at 25 that don't know how to cook, that don't know how to clean well, don't have those values. And again, a lot of people didn't come from that kind of background, but that's what they look for: submissive women, young, beautiful, and haven't hit the wall.
But
That
Black
all
women
sounds
are the
very
ones who are
skin
not.
deep.
But Black women are the ones who are not dealing in reality. No. The black women are the one looking for unreasonable expectations. It's also ironic.
Baby, it keeps getting worse.
Let's say this. You sound like a good woman. I think that you'll be okay in the manosphere. It's just the ones that they talk about that come in disrupting, loud, disrespectful. And look at you. You don't think like every other woman. That's what kind of got me up here too.
Well, most women don't really think alike, to be honest. I think, again, I keep saying this, we all have stereotypes that we still unconsciously or consciously allow to bias us against people. We all do not come from the same backgrounds and do not have the same stakes.
And that's
We are different.
yeah, and
so
the
you
thing is,
have
that's
to
what we want to concentrate just on women like you.
Oh,
how
if
many
we
women
want to,
are like
do the liberation again, you can't say that you want to be free from white supremacy and white capitalism, but you only want to interact with one type, a woman like me or her, or this, that. All women need even the loud ones, even the ones who didn't go to school, even the fat ones, even the skinny ones.
We welcome all women, but what we're saying is,
I'm not talking about the manosphere. I'm talking about the capitalistic, white supremacist, evil system that we are in. That's the problem with these echo chambers. It's like, what if my whole existence isn't to please a black man? What if I'm trying to get free?
I'll
What
take
if
it
I
one
do
step
not
further.
care what you think?
Hold on, let me answer a question real quick from the last lady, and then I'll talk to Prince Daquan too. Now, I'll tell you this. The last woman that spoke, I think she asked, do you know how to cook and clean? Have you hit the wall? Well, a man can't hit the wall unless he just really hit that motherfucker. And I'm talking like, just really didn't do anything with his life. Meaning, we have more challenges than black women. But for him to have really hit that wall, it has to be, some serious drugs or something like that, because you got guys that are every bit of 25 and they be hollering, forever young, and they be looking 50, I tell a brother in a minute, don't call me uncle, don't call me your daddy or any of that, because I'm daddy as fuck, but I'm nobody's father. I don't have children. But anyway, what she said, we have to fit in when we get in. I mean, if that works for you, maybe you probably need to listen to Kevin Samuel's show, because he could probably tell you more on that. I'm not a relationship expert.
No, she's asking, so the women have to fit whatever the standards of the manosphere is in order to be a approved woman of the manosphere.
But they don't say it. I think the women who don't fit who don't fit what they're looking for, they get pissed off at the men on the panel. But the women that do fit are mainly just simple things. She know how to cook. She know how to handle home. She how can I put it? A lot of women that come on that panel are non-ADOS women, and some of them get it already. Over here, like LL. She gets it.
Oh, no, I don't get it. Because I was just about to say, what you're describing is a 1950s housewife, and that model does not exist. I personally, when I look for a partner, I'm wanting somebody who we can support each other. Not so much that I'm submissive to you, you're submissive to me, but we support each other. We build together.
But what if he don't? What if he paint? What if he?
And then it's okay for me to move on, because at the end of the day, where I am in my life and my understanding of who I am and what I want, I is that I'm okay with not being married. That's not the goal for me.
Wow.
The goal for me,
you don't want to get married?
If it happens, it happens, but that's not my goal.
Okay, well then
that's not my goal. My goal is partnership. And if I can't find
partnership is not 50-50, because men and women are different. If this man, you want him to be the king, go out there, buy the house, go kill the damn animal so that you can eat, protect you, cut the grass, do all that. What is so hard about in the home?
I'm gonna tell you what has happened is the same thing like I said about how a lot of parents end up reinforcing a lot of dependency between them and between themselves and their children because they don't have any other identity outside of that. One of like the manosphere men represent the men who because they have not actually ever really valued a woman, they're completely lost and trying to hold on to these archaic ideas and kind of reinforce like these roles instead, like cooking and cleaning. Is that the most that a man can see in a woman? Like, is that what men like? They can't go any further beneath the like. Like these literally are like the most surface. Like is women not anything deeper than cooking, cleaning, bear my children, and shut up and let me lead? Like and then. Manosphere men want women to be attracted to being nothing more than child bearers and maids, and then wonder why women are up there cussing them clean the hell out. Like,
hold on. Let me ask you a question. Okay, to the women, what do y'all think about Derrick Jackson's wife?
Oh, this ain't the question to ask because I actually know Danae. And I know Derrick Jackson. This ain't what you want, sir.
Oh, wait a minute now. I'm gonna need all the tea.
You remember the question
I'm gonna need all the tea. What's good?
I went to Tuskegee. He came in class with me. So you really don't want to know my opinion of that situation. But that's not anybody.
I think I heard you before talk about them on the Breakfast Club.
No, you have not. But
man, you are a character. You didn't hear everybody talking on somebody else's platform.
You may have heard me. I think I may have spoken on Clubhouse or something, but I actually know them. That situation, it is what it is. I don't think every woman would accept it, but I also know that if she shouldn't be dogged in the streets for choosing to stand by him. That's her choice. To suffer is a choice. And she's making her choice to be with him, and all that comes with it, she's a submissive
woman. She's a submissive woman.
Yes, and she got a nigga who cheated on her for 13 years and gonna continue to. That's good for her. That's not what I want.
Exactly.
But 1000%, man. It's fun. So see, and this is it's the toxicity for me. Like this is what's so interesting to me. Like it's funny that you equated this woman. You equated this woman.
You thought about her. I didn't.
You equated this woman standing and atoning for her partner's consistent infidelity to submissiveness. Oh my God!
No, I didn't. I just said that he picked her because she was a submissive woman. It wasn't right.
But if I tell you this, but 1000%,
he lied and did a lot of shit he shouldn't have done. But what I'm saying is, he picked a submissive woman.
Okay, so let me ask you this question.
1000%. Let me conscious. I hate to interrupt you.
You go ahead.
If you pay attention to what Danae wrote in her little posts and her little blogs, you'll know and read between the lines. You'll know that she was what was left because that's not what he wanted. He wanted the dark skinned woman, and I'm gonna leave it there. That's what he wanted.
See, I haven't read anything on her. I just know what I seen on the video where she was quiet and he was talking, and the women was upset with her because she wasn't speaking, and that she
1000% man,
the bonnet on her head, all that crazy shit.
But did she look happy? Like y'all would rather have a submissive woman than a happy woman, and that's not a healthy relationship. That's not how you build a healthy household. It's ready again to fight the system. I'm not really into the heteronormative because none of this shit makes sense. But a lot of this stuff just doesn't make any sense. I mean, as someone has said, this can turn into a heterosexual therapy session or some. I don't know what's going on no more.
Exactly. I don't even know why we're having this conversation.
Hey, put that comment up with Aaron. Put that comment up with Aaron.
But now, hold on, because now.
But if we're going to talk about Danae, let's be honest. One of the Black women's perspective was it's not so much that we were attacking her for sticking by him and looking homely in that video. What we were mad is, why would you, if you truly value and cherish your wife, why would you let her come out there and look like that? Because you don't look like that, Derek. Why do you have
every
her out
woman
there
has the
looking
same
like that?
talking point. I mean, you have
And
said what other
moreover,
women have said. You know, that's what
but
I'm.
no, but you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying we weren't mad at her. We were mad at him. Because as somebody who knows her, that's not how you if you can sit there and get your glam squad there, why can't you have her glam squad there? Especially when you're using her as the shield to deflect your BS. Because you switched the story up from the previous night. Instead, it wasn't a non-sexual sexual relationship to a sexual relationship. That's just on that
But
particular issue.
didn't she handle his business and all that stuff too?
What do
I
you
mean,
mean?
well, she had her own business too, right?
She had her own business.
Okay.
She had her own business.
Can I tell y'all what I think about that situation? I didn't
Yeah.
speak it on my channel because I felt like they was running game to sell his book. I'm just gonna keep it a buck.
Ooh.
That's what I feel like. I don't take none of that stuff serious that came out of them people's mouths. Didn't they say they was exercising the ejaculation demon or something like that?
That's what
Or
she said.
Oh,
I
oh,
That's
what?
what she said.
Oh,
I will say this. I don't think it was a publicity stunt, because here's the thing. When you open the gates like this to all types of press, that gives people the right to go digging through your past and digging through everything you posted in social media. You know, back in
right.
2009, 2010, those were the wild days of the internet. So there's a lot of things that even us non-famous folk would not want to be seen. The same thing goes for them. This is opening Pandora's box and giving people the right to go through your stuff. And no matter how much you think you have cleaned up your Twitters and your Facebook posts and your Instagrams, baby, the internet remembers.
Yeah,
And
that's what happened with
everyone
Lil
has
Nas. The
receipts.
internet remembers. You're right about that. That's how the posts came
But a
out. The
lot of y'all
posts
women
came out
follow
about
Derek
Lil
Jackson though.
Nas.
See, a lot of y'all follow Derek Jackson now. A lot of
I
the
don't.
a lot
I
of the
never listened to one of his videos ever.
I know, but listen, but a lot of the men had booted him out of the manosphere because he was simping. You know what I'm saying? Nat done caught up with him,
No,
but
he was running game.
simping.
You
Well,
can
agree.
call it
um,
simping, but you
Game.
can
so,
also
so
call it game, because look how him simping to the women built this game for him. And now dudes, now that they seen he's falling from his pedestal, are now running to him.
Yeah, I looked at his stats and I saw that he lost nearly 12 million subscribers or something like that.
No.
No,
He lost
12,000.
he lost 13,000 on
Yeah.
YouTube, but he ended up gaining 200,000 on Instagram, which took him
Mhm.
from to the hundreds of thousands to 1.3 million. So
Yep.
it was like a weird kind of.
And then he went up to 8.7 million on Twitter. Baby, this not checkers, this is chest.
Right.
The boy, I never said the man was stupid, because he's not.
No, we not stupid. He trying to sell
That's
his
why
book.
she's
That's why I
staying
say
there.
it was game.
That's why she's staying there. You
Even
know,
when she came on there with that bonnet on her head, that was game too, child.
she looked like an innocent woman. I really
And that's why she came on there with the bonnet on her head.
y'all need to stop this.
Not the bonnet.
Yeah, the bonnet.
Why do y'all have something against bonnets? Cause do y'all figure that women who wear the bonnet, men only want them to stay in the house and they go out?
No, she put that bonnet on her head to play her beauty down, so it could fit a narrative of her
Thank
being a
you.
submissive woman. She
Because
don't want to
thank you.
appear as
humble
the
woman.
beautiful
Thank
she
you.
is.
That's why we are upset, because as people who have seen her and seen her in these social media streets, babe, she steps.
Right.
She
She's beautiful.
she shows out.
She is very beautiful. Why
She
would you come on there
is.
with a bonnet if you wasn't running game? Give me a break.
LL, are you Greek?
They laughing
Yes,
at
I
a
am.
whole lot of
Oh, you
people.
are?
I
Okay.
sure am.
I'm gonna be honest about her.
Me too.
I think that I think that she has. I think that Derek Jackson's wife has. How can I say this? Because I don't want to sound mean. She, I mean, for a lack of better words, I think that she's weak, and I think that she uses her relationship to God as a way to cultivate a pseudo strength and perseverance about herself that allows her to hide the real situation, which is that I'm in love with a man who dishonors me, and I don't have the strength to stand up against that, or to defend myself against that, or to love myself enough to reinforce boundary and accountability in my marriage. But because the scriptures support such profound forgiveness and support such profound long suffering and support such, as 1000% man said, submissiveness, etc. She's able. That's why she quoted nothing but scriptures in her video. That's why she keeps going there, because she feel like she can hide her weakness behind the so-called strength of God. And like some women were making a point to say, if you were cultivating the strength of God, God will be giving you the strength to pack your shit. Maybe not to divorce your nigga, but to pack your shit and to establish that you're not, like, to take actions that are reinforcing and communicating to him that you are not endorsing his bullshit, and that he doesn't get to just say I'm sorry and then wake up to you the next morning. That he's gonna have to cultivate and earn trust within this relationship again. And so I think that her staying there says a lot more about her, and I think her coming on screen looking so homey is once again like her playing into this I'm for real saved. I'm not like the worldly women. I'm not. I'm
real. They say that she's.
But that's a lot of jive. Let me tell you something. I've been married for over 20 years. Do you hear me? Over 25 years. And if my husband would have played me like that one time, I would bust his head to the white meat. Okay. Part of the problem, people, if you can't control your man and demand respect from him and trust, you don't have a relationship. Okay.
You bust your husband.
I would bust his head to the white. I wish he would.
Aside from the God thing and this and that, I mean, even though they say you should never, I mean,
I'm gonna pray to God and bust him in the top of his motherfucking head.
You said that you should never speculate on somebody's mental state. I gotta be honest, at first I thought it was funny, but then once I looked at her as an empath, once I looked at her account, it was very dark. Like, it's very a lot of rambling. It's a lot of dark energy on that account.
It's a lot of mental illness, in my opinion.
But I just thought she was a broken woman. Like, I felt bad.
And that could be. A lot of us, even in Manifest, we thought that,
But that's why he chose her, because men who are as flawed as Derek need women who are into atoning for the sins of their men. And so Derek is aware of what his truth is. Derek knows he's trash. Derek knows he's a chronic cheater. Derek knows he's a poser.
He chose the weak woman on purpose. He chose the weak woman on purpose.
Yes,
because
he chose a woman who
he's insecure.
Yeah, and Derek knew that it was, as smart as he was, as strategic as he was in his games, he knew that there was still a possibility that he could slip up, and he needed a woman who could survive the cracks in the foundation, who could survive when the situation imploded.
That's the problem with when you're in a relationship, especially when you're in a relationship with a black man, you have to be strong for him. You have to, set boundaries. You can't just let somebody run all over you. You see what I'm saying? You can't let this man run all over you, because he's gonna run amok and he's gonna embarrass you. Do you see what I'm saying? And I don't even see how you can call yourself a woman of your worth, whether you in church or not, if you allow this man to just do all that stuff that he was allowed to do. That's ridiculous to me. That don't make no sense.
Again, she knows who he is, and she's choosing to stick by him.
She's
making the choice.
They figure that if Clinton could do it, and this is what a lot of black women have done, if Hillary could do it when Bill Clinton did it.
Well, that's a simulation. No.
Yeah. Okay.
The reason why y'all want black women to be submissive and your ideal of feminine is because you are weak. Okay, you are insecure about your masculinity, and you are afraid really to take your proper role in the family.
Wait, hold on. You speaking on the other men, right?
I'm speaking to all the men that in the manosphere that believe this nonsense, this 1950s lifestyle. Okay, that don't make no sense to me. You are afraid to take your rightful place. That is the bottom line. And I refuse to let my man not take. I refuse for him not to be the head. Okay, if you're gonna be with me, you got to be the head. All right. I chose a man that wouldn't let me ride all over him. That's why I chose my husband, because he wouldn't let me ride all over him. But I also demanded respect, because if you can't respect me, we're not going to do this dysfunction thing, because I don't want to have to hurt you. Okay, I'm just going to need you to walk away.
Jesus,
I'm going to need you to walk away, so I won't go to jail. That's what I'm going to need you to do.
To the Perrier.
But what if he go to jail?
No, he ain't gonna put his hand. He ain't go up. He gonna go to the hospital. He gonna draw back a nub.
1,000%. Let me help you out here, buddy. Let me help you
out.
No
fighting, y'all. No fighting.
That's right. If I gotta put my hands, that's what I mean by respect. Because if I got to put my hands on you, that's dysfunction. That means I'm not gonna be happy. I shouldn't have to follow behind you 24 hours a day to make sure you acting right. If I can't trust you, then you can't be with me.
I don't need you. Yeah.
I don't need you. I'm disrespecting myself.
Oh, because 1,000%, man. Let me tell you what submissive woman means to men in the manosphere. Submissive woman to men in the manosphere mean a woman who's attracted to powerlessness, right. A woman who is attracted to the idea of being incomplete unless it's
being a lot of strong women that's over there that's married. They've been married for
but
a long time.
The so-called strong women of the so-called strong married women of the manosphere are the women who are successfully assimilating to these patriarchal ideas of these men. Like some of the most toxic Black women I've ever met in my life are hands down female hoteps. Because female hotep women completely bite the apple of toxic masculinity and reinforce that masculinity. And then they spread that poison to other women and inject that into women. And so you got women taking their cues from women who believe, yes, you are to shut up, fall in line, let your man lead. You have no say so. Yes, you should be cooking and cleaning and fucking and sucking the dick of your nigga. And yes, so what if he does cheat? If he's providing a house, girl, and he got you some fabulous clothes in the closet, that's you should work with that. And there are healthy women saying, bitch, I don't want to work with all that I can get. I want to work with what I deserve. Because I can get that to myself. And if I can be in perfect peace alone, then how much more should I be in perfect peace with someone else? So why tell me to settle for mediocrity from a man? But you do have women who are selling toxic masculinity to other women.
Yes.
Okay, you know
all
what?
Them over there is pygmies. They pygmies CONSCIOUZTV. It's ridiculous the way that they act.
And I'm gonna talk about the Sister Georges and
they pygmies.
No, don't do that.
It's the truth. They pygmies and they weak, and they are a bad example to young women. They're trying to tell you. Here's the thing. This is another thing I like about the manosphere. They talk about the single mama, the Black woman having all these babies, like it was an immaculate conception or something, like she had made them babies by herself.
Double standard
and they're mad about child support. Well, if your ass would take care of your family, you wouldn't be on child support, number one. And then but they never talk about the fact that more and more Black women, young Black women, are choosing career rather than family. Yep. They are choosing not to have children. They're even choosing not to have relationships a lot of times because they are choosing career. They're choosing to be educated. They are choosing to take care of themselves, because they don't want to have to deal with this toxic relationship or this toxic masculinity, this failed patriarchy. They want to go their own way. Like men want to go their own way with, what is it, MGTOW? Women are starting to go their own way and choosing career and stuff like that, and success over traditional relationships.
But Kevin Samuels also have proven that
Never
type
Sanders
of
ain't proving
PhD.
nothing, but he a good time man. He got a good talk game. That's all he proving.
Oh God.
Father God.
Okay,
He just as toxic as the rest of them.
we done with that. Okay, we're not gonna talk about
Yeah, because you know I won. Ain't nobody got time for that mess.
Oh my God. You know
Oh
what?
my God.
I am just I
The only thing that I can say about this whole
Mm.
thing, I was talking to someone recently. I know, there have been some people who express, the man, the head of the house, and this, that, and the third. I think that it's crazy that it's ironic we talk about, even though this 1000% man says the people who are believing the manosphere, the hoteps and the men adjacent women, all of these people, they'll be the first person to tell you that Black male privilege does not exist because they do not have white male privilege. Though we are having these conversations about how Black girls are not only pushed but brainwashed to be submissive and catered to Black men. In the first world is your household. Your first universe is your family.
Amen.
If I am being taught to carry plates to my male cousins, you got a privilege over me.
Well, I want to talk that.
Yeah.
But the women I know in the South, they are, they do that for their.
Baby, I'm in the
No.
South.
I live in
Pause,
Tennessee.
pause.
How can you get more southern than Tennessee? That is a lie. Okay.
You get more southern than Tennessee when you
I
hit
wasn't
Mississippi.
raised like that to take no plates to my cousins. So my daddy had 3 girls. Okay. I
But you
was
know how to cook,
I
don't you?
was my
Don't you know
daddy's
how to cook?
son. Okay. I was my daddy's son. And he didn't raise me to be submissive to no man. He taught me to be strong. He taught me to be self-reliant. He taught me not to take no crap off of nobody. And that is the way I was raised. I ever taken a plate to anybody. My mama wouldn't even do no stuff like that. So I don't know what idea you got of what women do in the South, but you're wrong. Okay, you're wrong. I'm just saying we don't do that.
The
No.
women in my family, just put it this way, and it's just certain things that they do, and it's not because they're forced.
But I take care of my home very well.
Okay,
Okay,
that's what I'm
because
saying.
my husband takes care of me. We practice reciprocity in my
Amen.
relationship.
Amen.
Okay,
Okay.
that's what we practice at the end of the day. That's why we have been together for so long. Now we have been to marriage counseling twice. Not because of him, because of me. It's because I'm a very solitary person, and it is hard for me to lend my space to somebody. Okay,
Amen.
because
Hey,
of a lot of stuff that I'm not willing to deal with.
well,
I'm
that's a
not willing
plus.
to
That's
deal with
I give
whiny
you a
ass
clap on that.
men.
I
I'm
give you.
not willing to deal with your feelings because I didn't see my daddy acting like it, and I don't have no patience for it. Okay,
You know what's so
bottom
funny?
line.
I actually one side of my family. That's why I've been trying not to use names when it comes to my family. Because I don't need none of them listening to this shit, feeling away. But one side of my family is exactly like what 1000% Top Man said, where there is a very strong like binary in the family where you have the women who play into the classic Southern Belle, stereotype, and then you have the
Yeah, I don't
men
see.
who play
Yeah.
into the stereotypical. And so even in holidays and stuff, the women always serve. And I'm always so disgusted and try to like get them to do kind of like a revolt. Like I'm like, y'all need to rebel against this fucking binary system. But really just going beneath the surface of that, it's like I don't find an issue with like if there are people who find pleasure in like these binaries, fine. My issue is when when we limit each other to just that, and then
Exactly.
we only make women that, or we only make men the providers. And so what I would more
Right.
so really like to see is not this power dynamic between masculine and feminine forces, but for all people to be able to first of all acknowledge the masculine and feminine within each other, regardless of sex or gender. Like the fact that I'm a male, I like my biology is male, my soul is androgynous, all of our consciousness is androgynous. it's being more so personified through one body or the other. With this being the case, it means that as a man, I can't purely survive in a mechanical reality. I need also access to my emotions. I need access to my femininity. I need access to my emotional body. It means that women need the same thing. Because it's when we have a powerful allegiance to either or that women start to develop toxic femininity and men start to develop toxic masculinity, because what there really are is out of balance. And so if I'm in a relationship, right? If I'm in a relationship with someone, regardless of male or female, and let's say that decisions need to be made, I would like the choice in terms of who gets the one up in the overall decision, not to be based on gender, but based upon the quality of the idea. Like, so if my wife has a better idea as a man, I should be able to say, okay, baby, got it. Like, and not the gender shit. It's like the gender shit is just, silly shit. It's just like, it should be about team building and being mature enough to use each other's strengths and weaknesses and be a complement to one another, and not get into these antiquated surface ass plastic ideas of well, you a woman, so you gotta let me ultimately lead. And it's like, no, if your ideas are fucked up and your ideas cause more problems for us financially, cause more issues for us, no, nigga, I can't stand behind your choices just because you're a man.
What if it's not a finance thing? What if it's not a finance thing? Y'all good there.
I mean, it could be just wherever
just in general. Can I tell you this, CONSCIOUZTV? You are so right. For I had a problem with not only my husband, and it still is sometimes this problem. My husband and my nephew. I got a grown nephew, right? He in his 20s, right? We call my husband and my grown nephew Mr. Fix It and Mr. Fuck It Up. Okay. I tried conscious.
Which one is which?
For months. Every time something break in my house, right? They swear to God that they can fix it. Oh, you ain't gotta, even the cars, you ain't gotta send it to the shop. I'm gonna fix it. I can do this, I can do that. Don't you know, conscious, that I have to go behind their back because I don't want nobody to say I'm emasculating my man and my nephew. I have to wait till they go to work, conscious, and take the car to the shop, or buy another coffee pot or something. So they won't set the house.
Bless your heart. Bless your heart, Olivia.
That's the stuff I have to deal with.
I hope he's listening.
I'm screaming.
He ain't listening. He in the bed. I ain't lying. He gotta go to work in the morning. I'm always a child. I'm out the way. But he know I call him Mr. Fix It and Mr. Fuck It Up.
Oh God.
I am hollering. The things we do just to protect our men's masculinity.
But you know what though? I like you, Oracle. You should be on TV. You should be on stage. You got some good punchlines.
No, that's the truth. That's how I go around here. Mr. Fix It and Mr. Fuck It Up.
You made me laugh tonight.
Okay. Well, I'm glad I made you laugh, but this is the truth. Let me tell you something, because look. When it comes to reciprocal, I agree with what you're saying about equality in the relationship. That's the only thing that respect and equality. You have to build a foundation. You know what I mean? You can't say if you run around talking I'm a submissive woman and I'm just gonna not say anything and let my husband like run amok and all of this and all that. How is that a good relationship? How is that not toxic? And if you're a woman and you running all over your man, how is that a good relationship? How is that not toxic?
Can I tell you what's toxic? Can I tell y'all what's toxic? And I hate to say it, I love my uncle. He died from COVID, December 23rd.
Oh no!
Yeah,
he
was going on 70 years old. Still looked good. He was a man that took care of his family. He had 8 girls by one woman, which was his wife till he died. But they called hell. He wanted boys, but he treated those girls like boys. He taught them how to do everything that a man should do. But he had us, as like sons, similar. But even with us, he was tough. But he never scared me because I'm mean too, just like him. But I'm not like him now. Now his wife was very submissive, and to the day he died, and he used to scream at her just like the man on The Color Purple. Where my socks at? Where my food at? Okay, I'll be in there with. She was that woman, but you know, and it was sad, you know, because every time, you know, he would do stuff to her, he would go buy her a doll. She liked dolls, you know, and he and even it goes to show I didn't even know until he died that, you know, even the money wasn't wasn't enough. You know, it was like they were glad he died. You know, not glad he died, but they was like, you know, you just don't know daddy took mama through hell. I was like, whoa, I didn't know that. I thought auntie blah 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 was just, you know, that type of woman, you know. And he would even I didn't even notice that he would get mad if she fixed another man a plate, you know, that was visiting before he got one first. And she always done that, you know.
Yeah, she come from that ownership. She come from that era where men thought of women as property, and so there was a lot of ownership in the psychology of men from that generation. My grandfather was a very much so like toxic masculine, like he ruled his household like with the iron fist. My grandma was a
eight
classic
daughters,
empathic woman. It was a mess.
8 daughters, and if the wife felt that he would have a bad day, she would tell the girls, "All right, girls, I need y'all to be quiet because he had a bad day today, and you know, everybody go to your rooms." And you know, she would feed them early; they would be in the bed. You know, it was just one of those things.
See, in my grandma era, it wasn't a feeding early. The man ate first. He ate until he was satisfied, and then you distributed the rest of the meal to the children. But daddy always got first dibs. Like that. I was like shook that this was literally how shit was set up. Like what?
But that's the way a lot of times we, as you know, the Black community, we idealize, you know, this thing that going around about like, make sure that your grandparents' relationships are actual goals. Because how many of us have talked to our grandma? Like a lot of, you know, men are like, men are like, oh
grandma
my
ain't even
goodness,
want
he
them
was a
damn
man in the
goals.
house. But it's like y'all don't know what y'all grandmas and y'all great aunts and y'all thing went through. So when we talk about these men, quote unquote, in the manosphere, oh, I want a submissive woman who can do this and who can do that because you seen this, or so you thought. Are these women happy? No. I would rather be alone for 70 years than miserable for 70 years.
I disagree with it. He was married to her for 60 years, and she was the kind of woman. She would tell him, "Well, that's just a part of being a woman, Jasmine." You know, she do that. You know, and I seen her do it. You know, but I did not know that he was beating the shit out of her. You know, and when she didn't do something, he would put her in the doghouse outside. You know, and she would stay out there for a week.
Just because they were married for 60
Wow.
years doesn't mean that was 60 years
Of
of a
bliss.
good marriage.
And he gave her, he left her sitting pretty with a whole bunch of money, and it's nothing, you know.
That's a whole
But that,
domestic violence situation.
but that also played into a part of like the type of a gender identity politics that men played into, where they was the provider. So him leaving her set up was kind of really on par of what men thought their role was, which
And
was
she ran away. He went right somewhere and found her.
But guess
I
what?
would say
She paid the price for being set up that way because he was paying to rent her out for 60 years. That's why he treated her like that. He thought of her as property, and that money, the psychology behind being taken care of is if I'm taking care of you, I make the rules. It's my way and the highway. And when you get out of order, I'm going to get you back into formation because I have the power.
The point I'm making is that men in the manosphere is not like that. That's what I'm saying. So I recognize the difference.
They're not like what?
Like what my uncle was, you know. But you have some of the older ones in there that, you know, right at his age that's in it, they ain't no joke. They, you know, they still got their wives, you know, and they be talking a whole bunch of shit. So
but the manosphere don't even know all the other glory that a woman brings into their life aside from being at a stove.
Thank you, because I'm sorry, not every man
or
of
even
the
modern day, she handled the
1930s,
business.
not every man born in the 50s, not all our grandparents were like that. My grandparents were not, and they were from Lexington, Mississippi, Chula, Mississippi, the bottom of the bottom, child.
Yazoo.
Yazoo ain't nothing but 15 minutes from Lexington, up 55. And my grandparents didn't do that. Now, they didn't have the perfect marriage, but there was a balance. That
All
that
I
has
know is if
been
you fool
my.
with my grandmama, if my granddaddy stepped that line, he might get a root on him. So
Oh
Hey,
I
we
didn't
ain't talking about what they did back
something.
then. We ain't talking about that. But I'm just saying, for that
God.
time, they had a balance. My grandmother actually made more money than my grandfather. She had a master's from Iowa State and
Oh.
was head of the Mississippi was it home economics 4-H club, all that. In the
Mm.
50s, sister did that. My grandfather wasn't no slowpoke. He served in the Korean War and taught. But they had a balance. And they had their own issues, but they had a balance. That's not something you saw in the 1950s and 60s.
All
There
I
were a
know is
lot of
my
people
They
in
didn't
granddaddy.
mention
marriages
it.
that
I
they.
don't think they really mentioned it enough to be like, and what they did, I guess, some of them they loved each other and they didn't really mention about who made the most. But for years, I mean, well, I put for a lifetime, women have been fighting to be equal. But there are certain things that women are not built for. They're not built for certain things.
Well, what are those things? Because I'm sorry, again, depending on the type of woman you are with, women can handle those things. Let's not say that women aren't built for certain things, because biologically speaking, while there are differences for every biological normative that we see, there are many outliers. There's no such thing as something being super binary. Heck, my grandmother's name was on the house because she picked that house and put the down payment on it. He paid on it and they paid the rest of it out, but that was her house. And
Who
my
who,
grandpa
who,
wasn't no
who built the
submissive
house
punk.
though? But who built it?
She bought the house. What you
I
mean, who
know, but
built
what
the
I'm
house?
saying,
That was her land.
it took a man to build it house and strong.
A woman can build a house. It's called construction. There's plenty of women who have degrees in construction management.
Guys, I gotta go
There's
to
a whole
sleep, but
degree
it has been
program in
really,
Tuskegee that
really
does that.
This just in is about to be in bed. Good night, baby, and thank you
good
for
night,
blessing us
gorgeous
Thank you,
tonight.
people. Thank
Sister
you for
Tiff.
having
All right, y'all.
For sure, no problem. And then there was 4.
Conscious, I don't know how we strayed away from this. So I wanted to ask you real fast while we
Mm-hmm.
got a little bit of a pause. Did you see? Well, I was looking at the Lovely T video, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she was showing a photo of the guys that the company that made that shoe that Nike is selling. That company was
Oh,
it
that
that
satanic
Mischief
shoe.
company?
Yeah.
And on that picture, it was the guy saying, this is how we get our ideas, right? But he was standing
Mm-hmm.
in the center of a pentagram. And I found it interesting that not only did they make the Satan shoe, they made the Jesus or the God shoe or whatever that shoe that they
Yeah.
made to counteract the Satan
Mm-hmm.
shoe. And I was like, well, look at this right here in the center of a pentagram. I was like, child, make it make sense. So what you doing, putting candles at each end of the pentagram and invoking something? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Yeah. Like
I found it very interesting.
this is how they were invoking their inspiration for the things that they
Yeah,
were creating. And they did come out with like a holy shoe in 2019, which had holy water in the
yeah,
base of the shoe,
yeah,
etc. And so they just seem to me to be a company that just like produces a quirky shit, but
yeah,
it's it's interesting. And this is why I'm saying, like, we can't get away from what Little Nas X, what I think he could be revealing to us, which
yeah.
is how deep off into this goddamn Luciferian ass ideology that he is, and
Exactly.
he's fucking with a company that is also deep off into these esoteric practices, which is how
Right.
they're summoning forth their creations and the inspiration for their apparel, etc. And I
Mhm.
just can't believe people are like not wanting to be like, what
Damn,
the F?
they don't want to
Well,
deal with
people
it. I'm
still
like,
don't
oh
want to
my
believe that don't want to believe in energy,
God.
or don't want to believe
But
in
this is the same.
spirits.
But see, this is the hypocrisy for me. It's that this is the same culture that talks about the vibes, the vibes, the vibes. But the vibes
Right.
can't be satanic. The vibes can't be
Right.
Luciferian. Like, this is the same culture that's all about the vibes and the energy and the vibes. And I'm trying to get your
Exactly.
vibe, and you're fucking up my vibe. Okay, so then,
Right.
so then, I want that generation to think about this. When you say you're fucking up the vibe, okay, this ideology is the thing that fucks up the good vibe. So
Yeah.
this is why you need to be taking a fucking stand and really holding Little
Yeah.
Nas X face to the fire and making him answer to this and resist this and stand against this. And you know what? I don't understand why people can't walk and chew gum at the same time. I can love you and support you without also enabling you. Like like my love for you does not mean that I stand behind everything that you want to push down the manufacturing like I get to say I don't think this is a great idea. I think this is in the wrong direction. I think this is completely problematic and dangerous on one level or another, and I'm not going to lend you my support. I still love you, but yeah, you on your own. Yeah,
I think they put him up to do that, man. You know, because this guy.
I don't because if you couple that but see, this is why Lovely T exposing the text messages was so integral to the continuity of whatever energy is dwelling within Lil Nas X. Like those tweets were from when he was 15 years old, which means that something fucked up, something has been going on at least since 15 years old. That this boy been his mind is into, he is just, something has happened and this is not new. So a lot of people, they want to be able to say it's the label, it's the fame, or it's just a product of him going into business. It's like, no, when you are 15 years old talking about being attracted to your sister's son, and the only reason why you are not going to have intercourse with him is because he's 3 years old, not because he's also your nephew. And couple the fact that you are like, who admits to being attracted to a 3-year-old child? Like,
oh my God.
And then just all of the anti-black, all of the like all of the anti shit that he's been doing. So what all this tells me is that everything we're seeing now is just a part of something that has a beginning. This is not new. That who Lil Nas is hinting himself to be is not necessarily like a product of the industry. It's not a product of this was already him. Now that he has resources, all these things are going to be magnified. Now that he has influence and power and privilege. And that's what makes him ultimately dangerous, because I'm just like, girl, I don't know. I don't want a fucked up person with that level of privilege. I mean, in the same country that want to hold Donald Trump accountable for the insurrection, how can the fuck you can make the correlation between privilege and the insanity that people are willing to tap into out of allegiance to who they standing for, but then not make the connection between Lil Nas X, Luciferianism, and how that can impact anybody within his demographic. Because let's be honest, when it comes to standing, you got grown ass people who stand for motherfuckers. So I'm just concerned about all the idiots that support Lil Nas X, and just once again, his ability to project this imagery to 11 million people in this country through one upload, that he's able to subliminally influence and that many people at just the one drop of a dime. One drop of a button, one draw of a button. I don't even watch TV. Like, even when I'm on YouTube, when I'm not on my own platform, I watch like documentaries and educational shit. I like am so, I don't even like the world like that. I'm not even attracted to the system like that. And this is one of the reasons why. And that symbolism is not just something that Lil Nas is doing, but it just adds more to the phenomenon. And I also don't, and this is my last point. We sitting here talking about, we just had a whole conversation tonight about all the things that are wrong with our Black community. Here it is, we have a Black man completely exploiting his Black audience with Luciferian ideology, and we are going to just let that roll off of our head as if Black people need any more fucking issues than what they already fucking have, on top of anti-Blackness, on top of fucking racism, on top of fucking capitalism, on top of COVID, quarantine, loss of a fucking job, on top of like all the other shit that's already happening, all the other shit that, and yes, I did take it personal as a queer man who is trying to change these conversations and narrative and have him use his privilege to say, you know what? I know you guys are down there trying to combat Little fucking Mama and Umar fucking Johnson and Young Pharaoh, and you guys are trying to get ahead of the commentary, and you guys are trying to curve the narrative for your people and trying to do it differently and build community and build. Like, I've been on my platform with other straight hetero men for 10 fucking hours because I'm wanting to take advantage of having access to cis hetero men and creating somewhat of a bridge. And many allies and community organizers are doing that all over social media. And here it is, you was just able to just because you can take the conversations back 20 fucking years. I don't appreciate
Can I ask you who
your privilege, homie.
Let me ask you, do you think Dr. Umar Johnson doing that?
I mean, no, but I use him in terms of someone who's helping to perpetuate like the fear mongering of queer people and the misinformation about queer people and how we are down here on the grassroots level trying to change those things. And here it is now. Homophobes and transphobes have been re-triggered the fuck up, and now we having to go back to this idea of if sexuality and being a two-spirited person or transgenderism is connected to something really horrific and evil in the world. And you know what? And Lil Nas X gets to be, once again, far removed from the impact of his choice because of his wealth and privilege. But what about queer people like me who have to engage other people in real life, and I don't have a privilege to shield me. I don't have wealth to shield me from people who take these beliefs seriously and then want to cause hurt and harm to queer people off of the strength of believing that they are a product of fucking Satan.
But you know what, Conscious, I don't think that they would do anything like that to you. I mean, because
no, it's not about think. I have experienced homophobia in my life. I'm not absolved of homophobia, and I'm not absolved of because see, I don't have a say so in somebody harming me. I don't get to control whether I'm standing next, whether I choose to go out tonight to the local pub with my friends and niggas are going to be pressed about my hair and pressed about my apparel and feel threatened by my femininity because their masculinity is that fucking fragile. And then they have these type of imageries and these type of, ideologies vibrating in their damn minds about, oh God, here, like on top of black men already being insecure as fuck about their I'm already a threat just because of patriarchy. I'm a threat to black men's masculinity all by itself. Couple that with all of the religious buffoonery that they add to the whole queer shit just adds insult to injury and makes it very dangerous and tense for everyday queer people who live at the base of the pyramid. We are not up there in Mount Olympus where Lil Nas is. Once again, he gets to be separated. When he goes to gaslight and trigger off all of these trans and homophobes in the world, he walks away. But what about the Lil Nas X's who are still being raised by religious parents at 15, who are now being like, I'm never going to know you, I'm never going to see you, I'm never going to support you because y'all asses is from the goddamn devil and is going to pull out the goddamn pitchfork in them Bibles and use that as a way to justify isolating their children emotionally and isolating their children from their affection. Like, he did not think about, and this is the issue with privileged people, is that they don't ever think about the trickle effect and who the fuck else is impacted by their choices. Like, it's not just about you. To whom much is given, much is goddamn required. And what does it profit a motherfucking man to gain the world and to lose his goddamn soul? Like, it's not just about you, Lil Nas X. It's not just about you. And this is a reckless fucking use of your privilege, bro.
At this point, it's all about how much can I get for your soul. And I see that. I see exactly where you're coming from. I respected him from the very first album, but when he did this stuff, it was just too much. Not because he got the makeup on and the hair and all that stuff. It's more of the
take this image. Like, look at a Robbie on the rails. Look at Robbie and all of his female garb. Now, think about Robbie walking into toxic masculine spaces and whether Robbie is going to be safe dressed this way around people who believe the things that they do. Like, the fact that people have to play themselves down and literally, like, there are certain parts of town that I don't even go to at all because I'm not prepared to kill a motherfucker today just because I want to pump gas here.
But
like,
guess what?
let me just
Robbie would not have a problem.
Exactly.
And I'm not trying to be funny. Robbie wouldn't have a problem because he's white. And most of these guys who are straight up against that, they figuring like, well, damn, just as long as he ain't black, you know, maybe this white dude, he'll freak anyway. He'll do.
Didn't exchange his skin tone for mine.
Exactly.
I get what you're saying.
My point. And I'm glad you said it, because see, one of my issues with the whole situation is the fact that he feels no accountability or responsibility to what he's putting out. And when they pulled up those old tweets that Lovely T pulled up, I was afraid for a lot of gay men, transgender women, with the LGBTQ community in particular, because we know how crazy a lot of these people are. You see what I'm saying? So you're gonna pull up this stereo. You did that. You typed that tweet about your nephew, and they heard that tweet, and then some crazy person will feel like they justified into doing something to this gay person because of the tweet that you put out. Right. You have an enormous platform. You have a responsibility not to be conscious of the things that you are putting out.
Yeah.
That is not cool.
Yeah. I got all the smoke for Lil Nas. I got all the issue with him doing just that, coupled with the fact that, like Olivia said, like, it's also this whole, then it's the esoteric approach. And it's just like, everything about this is just, everything about it is a disaster for me. Like, it's just, everything is almost damn near wrong. Like, could I have appreciated this video? The video alone as an artistic piece, I have no problem with. Art should be art. I can appreciate it as art. I even understood what he said the meaning of the video was. That was perfectly fine. Just as a standalone, I didn't have an issue with it. But no, do I feel like it is a accomplishment or forward moving for someone of his magnitude? And he sold these shoes out in literally less than 1 minute, like within seconds, all 666 pairs sold. And I'm like, looking at the condition of Black youth, looking at the condition of our country in general, do I think that this negative charge was necessary? No. Yes, I want to know, what is your intent for wanting people to put on the energy of Lucifer, because that's what they're ultimately doing. You have this in the form of a shoe, so this symbolically means you want them to walk with Lucifer and walk with Lucifer energy. Like, get the fuck out of here with the bullshit. Like, and I'm supposed to be okay with you using these symbolisms and using occultic knowledge and using symbols that, well, hell, and I don't believe he doesn't know what he's doing, but let's just say that he does. I even have a problem with your ignorance. Ask how many people lives got fucked up off of fucking around with spiritual shit because they were ignorant and because they thought these things were just something to play with.
And guess what? More Satan.
That's what I said the other day, Cautious. They don't even realize what they fooling with. Follow behind this idiot, and you go around and trick yourself right up out of your life and your soul.
Yeah, right. Or they're going to be able to justify why they're fooling with it because he's glamorizing what it is and falsely presenting it than what it really is.
Yeah, but more Satanists and people like that who believe in, Satan, that type thing, those are the ones who bought those shoes. And I'm telling you, it was more white people. Not trying to be funny, but
you know what? I have a problem even with them wearing Satan, because they already, without satanic shoes, are walking into Asian spas and mass murdering people. Are walking into grocery stores with sawed-off rifles without the satanic shoes. So so I'm not supposed to have a problem with the fact that you want to ask Satan.
You gonna get these crackers some go-go to go kill more people?
Some go-go power, right? What?
Yeah, but I'll tell you this: a lot of the people. I don't even want to get into the Asian thing. I'm not even gonna say that. But anyway, I just want to touch on what Robbie said. Beat up in an instant by more than one person. I mixed, regardless of you mixed or whatever. I think that you have a better chance because I have secretly talked to men who like trans or drag queen women like you versus somebody who look halfway with a beard. If you got half beard or you look half a man, that's when they try to beat you up. If you look like a boy that look like a regular boy and you got on very, very short shorts and they cut up like a woman, like that guy in Atlanta that they beat up on the west side of Atlanta by Spelman College, just because he was twisting and he had on short shorts, they beat him up coming out of the store. They don't like to see that. They want to see, and that's their problem. They got an issue with that.
But they do that. They do that to trans women who can very much easily pass as women. Look how many trans women are murdered every year.
Yeah, and I get that too. I get what you're saying. But what they do to those is that after they've committed the act, they can't cope with the situation, the fact that they had just done it. So they say, well, look, let me go ahead and kill this person. And it's sad. You got people that thrive off of that. They thrive off seeing the person cringe after committing the act. A lot of guys can't, and it's fucked up, but that's you got those type. I don't know the proper clinical name for it. You PhD, you probably could tell us what it is.
What?
Right. What do you define? What do you want me to define?
The person who is in love with the act, but once it's done, feel shame about it and go off and beat the person up or kill them.
A fucking hypocrite. That's what that motherfucker is.
Yeah, I haven't.
Because I know, like, I understand, like, what you're saying 1,000%, man. Like, but the truth is, trans women of all nationalities are being murdered. Black trans women, white trans women, Hispanic trans women, like women from all of these communities are being murdered. But you also are right, because of the issue of racial privilege. Like, as a Black man, am I more inclined to experience that violence dressed like that in a hyper masculine space? Absolutely. Versus a white person, because even with queer white people in the Black community, because the Black community still practices a lot of respectability politics around the way they navigate around whiteness in general. Like, yes, white people get to be safe in real Black ass spaces. Unfortunately, sometimes white people are safer in Black ass spaces than Black people are in Black ass spaces.
And even in the prisons, me being an ex correction officer, they praise the little white trans person that looks more like a woman and they're more passable. So, the having to have that feminine energy around you while locked down, they would go for that. Now, if you look like a guy, they ain't gonna do that. That's just, I've seen it. So yeah, you're right. Even in the most dangerous spaces, inside of a prison, a person that looks like that's white, look like a drag queen, or who is fully trans, the breast, all of that. They treat her really nice, like a woman.
I'm telling you what breaks my heart, like when it all comes forward, and this is what Lil Nas triggered up for me, on top of just like put the privilege shit aside, was that so many people caping and denying the spiritual aspect of this really was shocking to me at how non-spiritual we're becoming. And I know that technology has a lot to do with us assimilating and integrating into a more scientific based mind. And so people are really less believers in like, they're less believers in spiritual things. Like these generations are becoming wiser. They're becoming more intellectual. They're becoming more technologically advanced. But at the same time, they are losing a sense of they're losing their spiritual identity, and they are becoming deaf tone to the divinity that is them and the divinity that is around them. And capitalism is also going to reinforce this perversion, exploitative usage of even this divine creation. Like, this is why we are abusing a Mother Earth. We have more species that have went extinct in 20 years than we have cumulative, like, in the 20th century alone. Like, there are literally species of animals that just do not exist anymore for no other reason other than capitalism. We are literally bombarding and overworking our Earth.
I say that is deep.
We
You know,
are
I like the way you
bombarding and digging and draining and using and exploiting our earth 7 days a week. Because of capitalism, Mother Earth never gets any rest. She can't even properly replenish herself because capitalism is a 24-hour, 7 days a week system. And so when we see COVIDs and tsunamis, what we're seeing is a defense mechanism from Mother Earth to kill the cancer. The cancer right now is us. The cancer right now is the egotism that we live from that allows us to abuse and to look at each other and this earth as non-sacred. And when you begin to pervert sacred things, or you begin to become so numb that this is no longer a sacred thing, then all those violations that create a trickle effect are going to happen. Kind of like you done seen the old Indiana Jones movies when them niggas would go into the pyramids and one entrapment led to a whole line of defenses. Well, that's what it's like when you violate sacred shit. Like, sacred shit is going to protect itself. Sacred shit is going to defend itself. And if it means killing off a third of human beings, if it means getting rid of us so that Mother Earth can save herself, then guess who the fuck is going to be the first to go? We're going to be the first to go. So we are benefiting now from capitalism. We're benefiting now from the abuse between the divine masculine and the divine feminine. But that spiritual reckoning is going to be at the price of the human beings who are creating that reversal effect or that defense mechanism from Mother Earth. And this is only going to get worse. I just had a breaking news fucking alert from my goddamn smart news app 7 days ago that there was a fucking 9.20 billion goddamn 0.5 volcanic eruption over in damn Japan. Like, we're going to continue to see not only society implode and people killing people and moms against their daughters and sons against their fathers and neighbors against their fucking neighbors, but we're also going to be seeing a degradation of our minerals, of our ozone layers, of our waters, of our food supply, of the quality of our air. Like, we're going to be seeing the collapse of the entire system because we just refuse to hang our fucking egos up on the cross. And I just think that is sad. I'm sad for us. I'm sad for society. I think it's crazy that nobody cares. That like, I just think that it's sad, but it is true. Unfortunately, prophecies made 2,500 years ago are literally playing themselves out, like coming to fucking life as we speak. And I'm just going to put on my goddamn seatbelt.
You know what? And you're right about all of that. And just with this whole week I've been very, very busy myself, but this whole week of everything that's been going on, from what we've talked about from Kirk Franklin and his son, and then the new reveal of that. Then you got this Nas X, and then you got Donnie McClurkin, giving subliminal messages. It goes to show you that, it's all a business. It's all a business. And I do agree with Oracle, even with the Derek Jackson situation, now that I look at it. But all these things have been really hot topics, according to the YouTube world, or just media and blogging, world. It's been in the news, a whole lot. Now, should we be shocked about Donnie McClurkin? Is it McClurk? What is it? How do you say his name?
Donnie McClurkin, yes.
Yeah. Should we be shocked about him? No, but I think he felt comfortable enough now that everything else is happening and all is failing, because church is a business. If you don't have the church open, you can't really make money. Unless you
church is a product of capitalism at this point now too, because
but he's talking about his happiness, and he looking at the fact that he hitting the wall. He's hitting the wall, because he's not who he needed to be, that he has been, in the closet, instead of just being in the public, when people already knew it,
Well, you actually said something very interesting that I didn't even think of till now. I think that's also a big part of why Donnie, you got me fucking up his name, Donnie McClurkin, also is probably feeling comfortable being alone, because his intersection as a Christian affords him to believe that he's living in his last days anyway. And looking at the signs of the times, he's like, look, I'm just glad to not really be doing anything that the Bible says not to fucking do. if that's not being gay, whatever. Like, I just want to be here for the rapture, and I just want Jesus to call me up. And I think he's feeling all right because everything about what it looks like yeah.
You know,
His
Armand Wiggins had a show on that too, and he was very harsh in the beginning, but in the ending, you know, he kind of toned it down. There's a reason behind that, but that man, I guess when you know your bag is about to be fucked up, you're gonna like, you know,
who's bad? Adonis?
him, you know, Kirk, all of them, you know.
But why would his bag be about to be fucked up? Adonis.
Well, I'm just saying, you know,
'Cause I ain't heard shit about him
no,
until
I ain't
this.
saying his would, but I think that's what he was afraid of.
Oh, you talking about like with him not being able to come out or not him owning his? Oh, of course. Like Donnie McClurkin knows. Like he done seen the B slaves. Even that situation that happened a few months ago. I don't recall the guy's name, but he was outed on.
Yeah, you're talking about
on
the
Instagram.
Walls group. Yeah, the Walls group.
Yeah, the Walls group guy. Yeah, like all the backlash that got. It's like, yeah, he's aware that there's persecution, and that just reinforces his internalized.
I wanted you to go back to Robbie on the Rails comment where it says, "I used to be that boy," and Daisy Dukes.
Hold on, let me find. Used to be that boy in Daisy Dukes. Either wanted to beat me down or screw. I understand what you're saying, though, sir. It was either or reality for him. He either was getting beat up or he was the piece. He was the side piece for the trade.
Oh shit!
Either or, yeah. And that's
it's not funny. It's not funny, but the thing is, it could be both. You know, it's just like after it's done, you know, these men will beat these trans women up because the fact that they feel you're not a real woman, you know, but they chose to go on with it, you know, like I've expressed to you before, you know, even with my brother, you know, they knew that he wasn't biologically a woman, but after, you know, going on the date, after the end of the night, the man took the gun and pointed at his head and said, "Hey, look, bitch, get out the car. And if you turn back around, I'm going to shoot you in your head. Go walk forward." And put him out on the road and took his purse. So, yeah, I see all of that.
Yeah, it's queer people just better be on alert. A lot of homophobes, a lot of just criminals in general are using the gullibility of the LGBT community, and they're signing up for Jack accounts just to meet up with queer people and rob them, or even to have sex with them and then kill them afterwards. That's happened. Like there was a story that happened a few years ago of these guys who met this dude up off of Grindr. They had a little group situation, and the guy blew both of their brains out in the vehicle. After it was all said and done and moved away. There was another situation that happened, I think, year before last, where this group of queer people, I think it was like 2 dudes and a trans woman, they picked this guy up from the gas station, brought him back to the apartment. They performed oral sex on the guy. The guy left and then came back and shot up everybody in the apartment and killed them. And I'm just like, yeah. But it's also why we have conversations in the queer community around like trade and the down low community and all that shit.
It took 4 hours for me to watch that.
To watch what?
That trial, and it was crazy. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
And the guy who owned the house, he lucky he wasn't there. He would have been.
I think that he survived. I think it was 2 guys who survived. I think that they were hiding out.
He wasn't there. He went to take somebody home. Remember?
Yeah.
The light skinned fat dude. You know, he didn't get killed, but I think the boy who did it was struggling with his situation. Like, what if I feel like they made a fool out of me? What if my baby mama find this out? What if my mother and my father find this out? I'm doomed for life. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I think that an argument altercation had took place, and I think that somebody might have kind of, you know, tried to blackmail him or say that they would tell or whatever. So he came back and he shot them. And there was another situation too where that happened. Where remember the case that went viral of the woman who had left her dude. She left a dude's house. I think he was just a friend at the time, and then she had left her phone and came back for her phone. He was in the house having sex with another dude. And
Yeah,
so
she
then
caught
she
it.
went on Facebook Live the next day, and she was like, you know, well, I don't know. She went, yeah. So she just went like bragging about it, trying to extort him, saying, you know, if you pay me $5,000, I'll keep quiet. And I guess, you know, he wasn't giving up the money. So she took the live and was just doing all that she did, and they killed that damn woman.
Wait a minute, but did he used to go with her or something?
No,
Well,
they were
yeah.
cousins.
Well, hold on, wait, cousins.
Yeah, that's you talking about the story that happened. I think it happened in Iowa. Because she was driving a yellow car and they have a video of like when somebody shot her tires out.
Yeah,
And
she
it
was real.
crashing.
She was real loud. She was a real
So
loud woman.
So the other dude must have been somebody who she had messed with before, though, because I remember her saying
Yeah,
at
one
Facebook
of them
Live,
was a
like,
family member of hers, but the other
she
dude
was
was somebody
like,
she
"This
met.
nigga done ate my pussy," and
Yeah, I
and so
remember
I was
that.
like, "What?" And so this is the fragility of down low men, which is what makes them dangerous. Like, yes, they will kill your ass to protect their image because they're invested in their public image and they are unresolved people. So queer people open themselves up to a lot of shit by fucking around with
And the
trade.
other guy who killed himself because
Yeah, it happens all the time.
he ended up his wife ended up finding out that he had sex with one of the pastor's sons in inside the church where they had a bedroom, and the boy turned around and filmed it.
Wow.
Yeah, he was married to his woman, man. I mean, he had a beautiful wife. I guess. Let me see.
Yeah, it's sad. As
What?
Banji said, my friend had met up with a guy off Grindr, went to meet him outside of my house and tried to rob me and kill us. Please be careful when meeting people. Yeah, this is
Jesus.
it's a lot. And I'll probably do a show on that and have the community come up and we have a conversation around the download community and trade and all that kind of shit, because these apps are making it more possible for people to interact socially, to meet up, and it's a plethora of different personalities and different agendas going on these motherfucking sites. So it's a big conversation, but I got to fucking go, okay?
Wait a minute.
We've been here
Somebody
for
just
5
said.
hours and 30 motherfucking minutes.
But look,
Conscious, let me ask you this before you go.
Yes.
Do you remember the Download Detective?
Yes, Markeith Rivers. Mm-hmm.
Yes, honey. Samantha now, right? Marquise is now Samantha.
Yes, she's transitioned. She's a trans
All
woman
them
now.
shenanigans.
The shenanigans of it. But you know what? I thought that was bad for business. I'm like, well,
okay.
You know, you was yeah, I know who you're talking about.
let me say something. Somebody here named Esri Blessed
Mm-hmm.
says the two men were my cousins.
The two men, no, it said the two men were cousins.
Oh,
wait, hold on, wait. So the two men who she saw having sex were cousins.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go back on social media and find this story.
Right.
Like,
No,
wait
like,
a minute, the plot's
LL
twist.
said that the girl and one of the guys were cousins, but now Blessed saying that the two men were another show for another day.
It's too early in the
I'm gonna get off here too. Y'all done kept me up, honey. Way past
Miss
my
Oracle, I enjoyed you. You gave me motherfucking life. Like you are epic as fuck. I thank you so much for coming through.
Thank you so
did
much
the
for having
goddamn
me.
thing. You are amazing, honey. Like I stand for Olivia Oracle, baby. So y'all make sure y'all subscribe to Olivia.
Yeah.
I will have her information in the description box.
That is nice.
And tell the people like
about you.
Yes, like you can tell them where to find you at, and
yeah,
if you on other social medias.
So will you allow some pretty cool men to come on your panel from the Manosphere?
Who, me?
Yes.
Oh, I mean, when I do a panel, everybody's welcome. Now you might get kind of beat down on my channel.
Oh no, them dudes, they tough.
With that mentality,
they think they tough
like it
until.
Well, I ain't gonna have all that stuff going on. I'm filming right now. My whole content is different. They may get pissed because I'm gonna have everybody on it, and that's just.
Well, I got some content. I got some topics and shit coming up, Miss Olivia. So I will be I will be corresponding with you.
Okay, baby, honey, drop me a comment under a video or something anytime. You know what I mean? Anytime. I'm here for you, Conscious. I am, baby.
Okay, I will.
I am so proud of you.
Thank
speaking
you.
esoterically about the situation with the little fella, because like you said, a lot of us we don't even have spirituality. You know, I read a quote the other day that said, the reason why the revolution won't be televised is because it's a spiritual revolution, because we're in the age of Aquarius. And I heard you speak about the age of Aquarius too.
Yes.
There's a lot of things going on that people have no idea about. You know, that they don't know why things are the way that they are. They're just leaning on themselves. You know, not spirituality or anything anymore. And it's causing a lot of dysfunction.
It is. You know what? Speaking of that, I would love for us to just do more of this. So anytime that you even just, you know, have these type of discussions and you want to bring me on, just please hit me up. I'm always down to come on
now
over.
Saturday, I think we're gonna discuss the book of Enoch. If you know, if you want to,
that's one of my favorite books.
Okay, well, I can give you I put a comment under one of your videos or something like that before we get started, because I still don't have a time yet. But I promised my people that we was gonna do a panel about the book of Enoch, and I told everybody to, you know, they can listen to it, read it, whatever you got to do. We're gonna discuss that, and so I would love to have you over there, Conscious.
Yeah, I'm down. I'm totally down.
Love to.
You're my YouTube auntie, so I'm down. Like, I'm down.
You know, it was. I came up here, you know, right at 2 hours. It was really good here, you know, tonight.
You know what? I love you 1000%, man, because I can always count on you to set shit off. Okay, you just
too. I didn't want to come up here to do that, but I really already knew who Oracle was, because I seen her on different things. I seen her also on Jay Wilson talking with Beaches. And talking about the Pick Me girls. I hear that from her a lot.
Yeah.
And I like Miss PhD. I would love to have her on my show.
LL.
Yes.
I'm Lauren, my epidemiologist on these motherfucking streets, honey. Like, she always comes with the cool, smooth energy, always even kill, like, always a compliment and a joy. Thank you for coming up here, Lauren, too. And guess what, Lauren?
What?
You know, I've been wanting to have that conversation about, I'm not going to say the name, but Miss 19 that has been going around infecting everybody.
I'm ready whenever you are.
So, but the thing is, YouTube snatched my motherfucking video yesterday. I did a video in my Patreon, and I used the YouTube platform to talk about Miss Cornisha 19, and they snatched my shit talking about medical misinformation when I'm quoting direct information from the CDC, and they snatched my shit.
They snatched one of mine too.
Are you serious?
Yes, sir. They snatched one of mine and gave me a warning. You
know,
warning,
yes.
Yeah, they did me like that.
Wow.
Yeah, and it was an old video. They had, you know, it was from when, you know, we first started learning about, you know, Miss 19 or whatever. Honey, they snatched that video and gave me a warning about it. I forgot about the video.
Wow. Jesus. Like, they off the chain with the censorship. So now I'm like, damn. Well, okay. Well,
I think that's one of those things you can also appeal, because if you can show them the papers that you're citing, the articles that you're citing, you can get that reversed. Because at the end of the day, it's a developing thing. There's plenty of scientific papers to back up a lot of people's positions.
Or show them on a screen, you know, and then put up fair use. But let me say this. I'm going to get down from here. I really enjoyed y'all.
Yeah.
At least somebody thought I was respectful. Robbie on the reels said, thank you for being respectful 1000%, man.
Yes, 1000%, man. We love you, melanated man.
Let me tell you something. I've been on this panel before, and I had women very angry with me, and I'm talking the way I'm talking now, you know. So, I mean, they was pissed.
Well, we love you for better or for worse. Okay. Hey, you know, you are more than welcome to always push on through. Everybody is. This is all of our platform, so you know I'm always here for it.
That's right. You can you know, come on, holler at me anytime you want. I ain't mad at
you. I will, and I thank all of y'all once again for coming up. Thank y'all for carrying this conversation, and yeah, it turned it out. Like, people were literally here for the gems that got dropped, especially around the conversation of the Black community and sexual trauma. That shit was fucking epic. Like, this was a legendary show. This was a legendary show.
A lot of gems.
Come in and put my 2 cents in on that, you know, because a lot of people don't like to discuss that conscious, but we have to start talking about it at some point in time.
It's the only way we can heal.
Yeah, that's it.
That's the only way we can heal. And on that note, I'm gonna bid you guys good morning instead of good night.
Good
Right. Good
morning.
And
morning,
I had a
everyone.
wonderful, wonderful time. But be looking forward to
Yes.
that. Be dropping you a comment, conscious, let you know
Okay,
what
boo.
time we're gonna go live
I
talking
sure
about the Book
will.
of Enoch. I really would love your input and your
Okay.
wisdom when it comes to that. Okay.
Yeah, for sure. I'm down. For
Okay. I'll
sure.
talk to you later, babes. Bye, bye, y'all. Good night.
All
Well,
right.
good
Bye.
morning.
Bye bye, Miss Lauren.
I'll send you an email because I think there's a way we can have this
Yeah, because
conversation
I
without
want to,
them.
because I'm shook now. I'm like, girl, they done tried my motherfucking life. I was just like, really, YouTube? And I'm just like, I don't even know how to get super in depth with the conversation now without triggering up fucking YouTube bots when it comes to that topic. And I can't even believe that day, because I had all of the, I literally was reading from CDC websites. I literally like had the information in my description box. And I'm like, what do you mean? How is this What do you mean? Like, this is coming from fucking experts, like multiple credible sites on top of the CDC. I'm like, what do you mean? Medical misinformation.
Well, then, let's frame it around this: a discussion, a community engagement discussion about that thing with the thing and the night thing.
So that means that we're gonna have to create code language. We're gonna have to, like, it'll have to
That's
be
what we
that
do
type.
best. We're Black. That's what we do best.
You know,
We
you're
came up
right.
with
You're
many a
right.
nickname.
You right. You're right. You're right. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna. I'm actually sending you my number in email, so that we can just communicate in a more, real time fashion. So you would just have my number or
No
whatever, and you just hit
problem.
me up. And tell Jasmine I ain't forgot about her. Like, she can put on. Come on, Jasmine. Come on,
Come
put
on
on
through.
through, sis. That's right. But
No problem.
thank you so much for your wonderful insight, for participating and coming in and adding accent to this dialogue. I really appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me and for
Yeah,
having this
I
awesome
can't. Hold
discussion.
on. How you was hanging with us tonight? You ain't gotta go to work,
Oh, I do. I gotta get up in like 5 hours. Gotta.
Lord.
I have alarm clocks. We have alarms on alarms.
What type of vitamins you on to be able to only need 5 hours of sleep before
I
you
didn't
touch
say
the clock?
it's not vitamins. I got plenty. It's gonna be a long coffee day.
Father
A
God.
long coffee
You know,
filled
I
day.
might need to cash app your ass just for, yeah, I might have to cash app you shit for putting in that work tonight. Okay, I may email you. Do you have social media? Like, do you have any social media that you want to hand out to the folk?
I mean, I'm just shade for days underscore
Shay for Day.
LL. I
Okay,
don't
and
really
that's
post
on what,
on
Instagram?
Instagram.
Okay, Shay for
I
Day.
don't really post a
Wait,
lot
hold
on
on, wait.
social media.
You're Shay for Day
Yeah,
on Instagram?
yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Follow Shay for Day, guys. I'm gonna have that information in the goddamn description box too. Okay. Well, I will be on the gentleman's panel tomorrow, so you guys should definitely come on, pooch on through. We got an interesting little docket set up. That'd be cute. So you guys know what it give. I want to thank Miss Olivia. I want to thank Lauren. I want to thank 1000% man. I want to thank Jay Wilson for coming on, and thank you guys in the comment section. You guys were really here for this discussion. I did not plan for the conversation to get this goddamn epic, honey. I was coming to give y'all a lazy ass commentary, but thanks to Miss Olivia and Jay Wilson, they the one who opened up the door for this conversation to go where it went, okay? And everybody else just, we held it down. So, yeah, hopefully we can have more of these discussions. And to all families, we all got to do our work. And individually, we got to do our work. It's a lot of healing that we all need. Black, white, gay, straight, doesn't really matter. Ultimately, all of our problems boil down to the same shit. And don't be afraid to go for your healing. You don't need the cosign of other people. You don't need your family to sign off of it. Let folk be mad, and never exchange your personal happiness for other people. Okay, do what's in the best interest of you, and just live your best life and be a decent person, and don't be such an individual that you also are not someone who does not care about your neighbor. keep a balance between individuality and being aware of your community. We have a responsibility to ourselves, and we have a moral obligation to our community as well. I think that that's what makes us good people at heart, is because we care about one another. Okay, we can't lose sight of that. So on that note, oh, and I want to thank all my Cash Appers. I want to thank Corey, who Cash Apped me yesterday. Thank you so much. Okay, that's my white vanilla there. Corey, thank you so much for your Cash App. You know, I love you to death. Corey just made me some bomb ass artwork, you guys, some fan art that is sickening that I'm going to be using. I want to thank Lauren tonight, okay, for the motherfucking Cash App. I want to thank Bridget. I want to thank Robbie Privilege. Thank you guys for your donations and for enjoying the show. I love you all. Shout out to Jody's Corner. On that note, I'm out, you guys. One.